What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, man. It's early, huh? It's a little early today. Well, it's early every day, idiot. Coffee. Just hold on. Just you got prescription for this? Where's it? Where's it? All right, we're good. So we're here for the IAC presentation. Hey, Ismic, it's good to see you, buddy. Is that your first cup of the day? Good. Our first cup of the day. Yeah. Yep. Guten Morgen, du Brunnen. Wie geht's? Ja? Gut? Good? Yeah. Oh, yummy. Anyway, so yeah, we have the IAC presentation. So, if you guys don't know, IAC is the International Astronautical Congress. They meet every year, and it's kind of like E3 for spacecraft. SpaceX hasn't been at it the last couple, or Elon hasn't been at it the last couple of times, but SpaceX has traditionally used this to, like, talk about Starship and stuff, and talk about where Starship's going, etc., etc. So Elon's gonna be not posting. It's not Twixer. He's gonna do a remote presentation about Starship here. Crazy. Yes, I am. See that monitor over there, far left? That's me without coffee. Anyway. Would you let Elon install a Neuralink in your brain? No. I'm good. Neuralink's cool. Nah, I'm good. My brain works just Don't respond to that. Shut up. Delete cookies. Oh, great. I forgot algebra. You know, it's like, I'm not doing that. Anyway, back's feeling better today. Here, check this out. So I saw a little impromptu space news here. Can we bet the amount of minutes before Elon goes on to a Rule 8 tangent? He's not going to. Foxy. I know some of you guys are salivating for him to say more stuff about what he thinks about things, but pretty sure you're not going to get that today. You don't want to become one with the X? No, I'm good. What's my IQ? I don't know. Don't care. I have no idea. Yeah, Chaos. I'm with you. Trip to Mars and not come back? Yeah, sure. Neuralink? At least 37. This isn't sports. He's allowed to complain about the referees. Dune, we had a conversation about this the other day. Look, I don't care if... I don't mind... Well, not care. I don't mind if people don't like what he has to say. Some of the stuff he says is a little... What? But where I get annoyed is when people come up with all these weird justifications for him not, like, being a hard worker and stuff. That's what pisses me off. Simultaneously, fellas, I also don't like SpaceX fanboys either. I'm, like, stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I don't know. I'm the one that's been saying for like the last 5 years, almost every day on stream, that we need SLS and we need Starship. I say that like almost every day. $30 billion, something. So like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. But one thing I'm not gonna do is like I'm not gonna condone like people's weird rationalizations about why they don't like him. You could just say you don't like him and be done with it. Like somebody already did it and streamed it. Hey, that's fine. Totally good. You know, it's kind of where I'm at. It is what it is, dude. Here. Let me change the dial. How many of you know how to tune a radio? How many of you know how to adjust VHS tracking? I know how to do that. I just find hating everyone equally makes it easy. If you hate everyone equally, you are an equal opportunity jagoff. So you're not a jagoff at all. Facts. Who knows how to set the clock on a VCR? Whoa, 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 whoa. Old people. You're right! Anyway, change the dial here. Check this out. Harry Stranger posted this today. And this is off of the NSF forums. Look at this. SpaceX has submitted grading plans ahead of expanding its Roberts Road facilities to the north. The new expansion covers just over 100 acres and will bring the total footprint of Roberts Road to 170 acres. What the actual snot? They're doubling the size of Roberts Road. Now, you're just a cynic, which no one likes to hang out with. I can be cynical about things. I choose not to be. That's a loser's mentality, to be honest with you. Oh crap, I'm a loser, aren't I? Thought I hadn't been one since high school, but here we are. That's Starbase in Florida. Yeah. Does your coffee maker have the correct time on it? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Hope your back's doing better. I'm alright, Hammernails, yeah.
Discovery.
Hey, Apple 2, 88-month resub. So we're just waiting on the presentation here. Let me just pop that off over here, make sure we're all caught up. I guess that's SKS, yeah. Elon is late, as is tradition. Yep. So yeah, there's oh man. Let me take
Discovery.
a look.
Go at throttle up.
Okay. Okay. Oh wow.
Discovery. Go at throttle up.
That's big. Herr Dotto, wie geht's, mein Freund? 94 months. 99 Luft subs. Anyway. Arc, 38-month resub. Good monging. Hey. Are those plans for buildings or more pads? Pads? No. That's just an open space, to be honest with you. It's just a flat grade. There's no buildings on it, from what I can tell. Here, let's take a look. So, this is proposed existing. You got the double high bays. There's a proposed building. There's a proposed building. Closing in on 100. Yeah, man. That looks just like an open parking lot. I don't know what that's supposed to be. It has started. All right, let's go.
First ever integrated flight test from Starbase, Texas.
Flight directors go for flight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
This is a great video.
Ignition. 2.
That's cool, man. That's real good.
Onboard view from Starship.
It's pretty cool.
What a sight. We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V.
That's nuts, dude. Unfreaking believable. Soon. That's one of the engines exploding. Just thought I'd let you know.
Welcome and greetings to the 74th International Astronautical Congress here in Baku, Washington. I'm Clay Morey, president of the IAF, the world's largest international space organization with over 500 members from 77 countries around the world. It's my privilege today to host this live stream chat with Elon Musk, as chairman, CEO, founder, and chief technology officer at SpaceX. Elon is also the winner of this year's prestigious IAF World Space Award that recognizes his exceptional impact on the progress of world space activities through his outstanding contributions in space technology and space management. Welcome, Elon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Ooh, the audio is not good.
Elon, I don't know if you can see, we have a huge packed auditorium here in Baku with a huge also live audience. We're streaming this on X and on the IAF web app, so thank you for joining us today.
He didn't say YouTube.
Let's talk rockets.
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk really big rockets. Okay, let me take you guys back in time a little bit. 15 years ago, I think it was a week past, SpaceX successfully on its fourth attempt launched the Falcon 1 to space, to orbit. And I think it carried, if I'm correct, 165 kilogram payload. Today, you're...
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
It was just a test payload on the fourth launch, so no actual satellite, because the first three launches unfortunately had failed. So we didn't want to risk the fourth launch with an actual satellite. But we're very happy to have launched a Malaysian satellite on the fifth launch of Falcon 1. Yeah.
Fantastic. So let me make the contrast. Today, you're preparing for the second launch of Starship, which has the ability to launch up to 150 metric tons in a reusable configuration. If I'm doing the math, and you're better than this at me, 900 times the capability, roughly, of Falcon 1? Am I getting?
Yes. Falcon 1 looks like a child's toy by comparison.
It's a staggering achievement, what you've done in 15 years, and all the team at SpaceX, I think we're all just in awe of how fast that progress has been made. And to pioneer reusability for orbital launch systems is, I think, something to be tremendously proud of, both for you and the team there. It stands, this vehicle now, I think something like almost 400 feet tall, roughly over 120 meters. It's a massive Starship spacecraft and super heavy rocket itself, collectively known as Starship. And it produces more thrust than the SLS system, the Saturn V, and Russia's old N-1 rocket. Is that correct?
Space Launch System.
Yes, the current version of the Starship produces just over twice the thrust of Saturn V, and with the upgrades we have in the works, it'll do about 3 times the thrust. So Saturn V in the sort of old Imperial system would have been 7.5 million pounds of thrust. We're at about 16 right now, and we with future engine upgrades, we'll take that to about 20 million pounds of thrust.
Amazing. Simply amazing. So I know you guys have said you learned a lot from the April 17th, from this first launch attempt. There's been some upgrades to the vehicle. I think it's a Booster 9 now that you're launching with Ship 25. Is that correct? Geeking out on the numbers. Yeah, the kids that follow online.
These numbers are maybe a little, it's not quite the 25th booster, because what would happen is we would redesign we would make a new design, and then we'd actually scrap units that were in progress. So it's 25 is perhaps, it sounds like we built 25 units, but we haven't actually built 25 units. We built probably about 12. Still a lot. Yeah, so but the way to think of it really is that this is flight 2. and has a number of upgrades on both the ship side and the booster side. We've done a lot more with engine isolation, which is incredibly important. We've tried to draw as many lessons as possible from the Soviet N-1 rocket, which is probably the closest in design to Starship. I believe it had 29 NK-33 engines, if I recall correctly, and that was quite a high thrust rocket. And unfortunately, I think actually that rocket, on all things considered, was a great design, but did not receive sufficient ground testing, so never made it to orbit. But that would have been the the closest, probably parallel to Starship. Really the biggest difference, the most fundamental difference of Starship is that it is designed to be fully reusable, with both the booster and the ship, or both the first and second stage are designed to be fully and rapidly reusable. So for a truly profound revolution in mass to orbit, you have to have I call it the four R's: rapidly reusable, reliable rockets.
I love it.
Like a pirate.
Everybody give me an R.
Stop.
All right. So what does success look like for this flight number 2? What does success look like for you? What are you trying to achieve?
Well, I do want to set expectations, not too high. So there's a tremendous amount of new technology in this rocket. We have actually changed the entire stage separation system from something that was I'm not sure how to describe this, but kind of just a rotation and flip. We're trying to move to a passive stage step system where you don't have pushers, essentially. To try to eliminate parts, there's no pushers, no interstage like Falcon 9 has, and with Flight 2, we're actually trying to do hot staging. So hot staging would mean that we light the ship or upper stage engines while the boost engines are still partially thrusting. So we throttle down and shut down most of the booster engines. Then we light the ship engines, and there's a vent area which looks comically small, actually, which hopefully is enough, because you're essentially blasting the top of the booster with the ship. Now this is actually, from a physics standpoint, the most efficient way to do stage separation, and the Soviets and later the Russians made extensive use of hot staging. But of course, this is the first time we're doing it, so I would say that's the riskiest part of the flight for Flight 2. And if the engine's light and the ship doesn't blow itself up during stage step, then I think we've got a decent chance of reaching orbit. Technically, it's a scooch below orbit because it's going to do almost a complete circle of the Earth, but then splash down somewhere in the Pacific, just off the coast of Hawaii. Because the ship is designed to re-enter and has a heat shield. So we want to make, now we don't know if this, we think it'll work, but we aren't sure if it'll work. So if it doesn't work, we want it to not work over the Pacific, which is a very large body of water, with almost no people on it. So.
Excellent target. Excellent target.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I always think it's funny that people call Earth because Earth is water. Earth is 70% water, and if you take an actual round version of the Earth, not a Mercator projection, but at the globe, and you center it on the Pacific, it just looks like water. It's like, where's the land? So anyway, this is quite helpful when you're doing experimental rocket flights.
So how many more test flights are coming up, and when do you think you're going to try to catch Starship on a tower?
With our giant Mechazilla?
Yes.
Giant Mechazilla. Listen, I saw Kong versus Godzilla, and that's what gave me the idea. In fact, if we gave our tower legs, it could just tromp around like Mechazilla. But we have a giant custom designed tower with massive mechanical arms that will literally try to catch the booster and catch the ship. Which it sounds insane. I mean, I haven't even seen a sci-fi movie that does this, you know. But in theory, it should work. Let's just say success is in a set of possible outcomes. I'm not sure what the probability is, but success is somewhere in that. Is success possible? Yes, I think it's possible. In terms of catching it, I think. For the ship side, we obviously want to make sure that it actually comes in fully intact and lands at a precise location in the Pacific before we try to catch it at the launch site, because we're taking every precaution we can so that we do not risk any human lives or destruction of property. So it'll be a few flights. So for the ship, it'll be when we see the ship landing at a precise position in the water. That's when we will try to catch the ship with our Mechazilla on the tower. The booster flights we've done many times on Falcon 9, so we're much more familiar and have much higher confidence with booster recovery. We've actually had the booster boost back to land and land at Cape Canaveral Air Force Base many times, albeit with landing legs, not with the Mechazilla arms. So booster, I think that there's a decent chance, depending on when our licenses are granted, that we would catch the booster within the next year, or maybe less than a year, and then hopefully, if we get lucky, we might catch the ship towards the end of next year.
And where does the catch take place? Is it Willie Mays in the middle of the outfield over his shoulder, or is it Florida somewhere?
Hey, baseball reference.
No,
all right.
Both the booster and the ship come back to the launch site.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I mean by this. In fact, I mean the thing that is, since we need a giant tower with customized arms to lift the booster and the ship onto the launch pad, we don't absolutely need it. We can technically do it with humongous cranes on a low wind day, but that's quite unwieldy. The tower with the arms is capable of lifting the booster and the ship even on a very windy day, or moderately windy day. So then, it just seems to me that, well, if we can lift the ship and the booster, the ship onto the launch stand, or the booster onto the launch stand and the ship onto the booster, with those same arms, we should be able to catch the booster and the ship with those same arms. We've gotten pretty good with the thruster-based landing, and in fact, we can make the rocket hover in midair. In fact, we were able to do that many years ago. If you look at the old Falcon 9 test videos, which we called Grasshopper, where we'd actually take the Falcon 9 booster and we'd have it just go up and hover at 100 meters and then translate over another 100 meters, then translate back and then come back and land. So we were able to do that really over a decade ago. It's not obviously very efficient with propellant to have a rocket hover, but it can be done. So I was like, okay, well, let's just have the rocket come back and, hover briefly, and have then the arms come together and catch it. So that's the general idea. Is going back to what I was saying, it's not just reusability, it's rapid reusability, and it doesn't get more rapid than bringing it back to the launch site. And so in principle, the booster comes back very fast, by the way. One way or another, that booster is coming back to land, or it's going to land fast, because with the high thrust to weight that we're aiming for, which is sort of on the order of 1.3 to 1.4, and a staging ratio which is currently about 3-to-1 in favor of the booster. So propellant to the propellant on booster to propellant on ship is about 3-to-1 on the current version, but it's trending closer to 2-to-1 on with future versions. That means that we're shifting more and more of the delta V burden to the ship side. That means the booster actually uses up its propellant quite quickly, and we'll trend towards only about 100 seconds or so of booster flight, and the booster will immediately flip around, boost back to the launch site, and land. And so it really, we're talking about the booster being back at the launch site in about 4 or 5 minutes.
It's really, really quick.
Which is pretty wild. I think it's like a 5-minute booster basically. It's landed somehow. Whether it's either crashed or it's landed it's been caught by the arms, one of the two, and within 5 minutes. And so then it lands back on the launch stand, and you can then refill propellant. The booster, the ship side obviously is going to take a minimum of an hour and a half to get around the planet. Still going pretty fast, but you got to circle the globe. And obviously that depends on what inclination, and so what's your launch azimuth, what's your inclination of the booster as to whether it has a flight coming back over the launch site or not. If it's technically possible to do it in a single orbit, depending upon your launch inclination.
Very good.
So the booster could come back in an hour and a half. The ship could come back in about an hour and a half.
Any prediction on when you're going to start deploying satellites with Starship?
Yeah, I think we will start deploying. I think there's a good chance we start deploying Starlink V3 satellites next year, in roughly a year from now. Because we before we are confident that the ship, like I said, the hardest part about this, or the part that will take the longest, is solving for safe ship reentry and landing. But before we solve that, we can launch the satellites, because in any case with Falcon 9, the upper stage is expendable. So it's actually fine to start launching satellites even before we solve for ship reusability. That is the hardest part of the equation. So with Falcon 9, we've gotten pretty far with reusability. The booster, it's now highly unusual for the booster to not come back and land. It's gotten quite normal for the booster to come back and land. We now have a couple of boosters that have done 17, I think 18 flights at this point.
It's wild, man.
And the fairing is also recovered, so the fairing reusability is also solid. But the Falcon 9 design does not allow for reusability of the upper stage. And the Falcon 9 while reasonably rapid, especially if you've got a return to launch site landing, still takes at least a few days to refurbish before you can fly it again. And so with Starship, actually more profound than the size is the fact that it is designed to be fully and rapidly reusable. The reason for the absurd size is that we're trying to build something that is capable of creating a permanent base on the moon and a city on Mars. That's why it is so large.
It's pretty moon-based.
Otherwise, we could make it much smaller.
What?
So I think the diameter of Starship inside the envelope is something like 9 meters, and inside the top envelope is about 17 and a half meters of usable volume. This is an incredible amount of space, right? Unheard of volume. What does that open up the possibilities? What kind of things can we fit in that space? What does it mean
This is going to be a good
for
question.
the industry as we look at maybe you can give me how many whales or how many Starlinks can you stuff in there? I don't know what the right metric is, but give us a sense of size.
Well, I mean, like when you step into the Starship fairing or payload volume, it looks like a cathedral. It looks absurd, frankly. It's like, why this is ridiculously gigantic. That was my first impression when I first went up there in a man lift and climbed through the little hole for the Starship initial rough prototype. I was like, this, like, what have we done? This thing is ridiculously big. So now this actually can be great for science, though. One of the exciting projects that we're working with is with the Sol Perlmutter at Berkeley on a telescope, a space telescope, that is able to use it's got an enormous lens. I think it's perhaps a 7 or 8 meter diameter lens, and it's actually a satellite that was meant for the lens was meant for a ground-based satellite. But if you then take that same satellite and put it in orbit, its capabilities are greatly enhanced because you don't have the obfuscation of the atmosphere. So that's why, for example, the Hubble, which is actually a fairly small telescope, can do better than I think maybe any historical ground satellite, especially in the visual spectrum.
Standing up.
So we're very excited about what it can do for space science, because really at this point, especially for any photons where there's interference with the atmosphere, so any sort of short wavelength photons, you really want your satellite to be in vacuum, or rather your telescope to be in vacuum.
Yeah.
So that's really the future. So I think there's a lot of exciting potential there for planetary for space science, But like I said, the really fundamentally the reason it's so gigantic is that if you're on a long journey to Mars, I think being cooped up in something the size of a minivan would be unappealing to most people.
Just so comparison for the audience here, I think the Hubble telescope was something like 2.4 meter diameter, and so you're talking about I think 3 times the size, somewhere along that order, for the Mir. That's incredible. We've seen some changes down there in Texas at Starbase. I don't know if that's where you're streaming from here today, but there's a new factory that you're working on to enable a faster manufacturing rate. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? What are your goals? What are you trying to achieve with the new factory?
Yeah, so we are building a giant factory for a giant rocket, I mean, honestly, I recommend people visit Starbase. As it turns out, it's on a state highway, so I think it's one of the rare situations where, and I actually don't mind. I think it's kind of cool that the public can actually drive within a literal stone's throw away from the factory and the launch site, and actually see the rocket firsthand. And in fact, if you go on the internet right now, including on the X platform, there are people who are live streaming at 24/7, the entire construction, launch pad, everything.
Yeah.
So it's people say like, well, can I go see it? It's so easy to go see. You can just literally fly to Brownsville and drive to the beach, and you can see it literally a stone's throw away, the factory and the launch site. So anyone who wants to do that, I recommend it. It's very, very easy. No permission required. So yeah, we're building this giant rocket factory. The engines are still manufactured in California at SpaceX headquarters in Los Angeles, which is also it's also an odd location. That's where we built the Falcon 9 rockets and the Dragon spacecraft. Really, about 5 minutes from LAX, at sort of what used to be a Northrop headquarters, I believe. But yeah, we're building this giant factory. So the thing is, so in order to, if you look at in the grand scheme of things, say, okay, what is required to have a self-sustaining base on Mars or city on Mars? You have to really think of it in terms of very large tonnage. And if we could even get the tonnage estimate to correct to within an order of magnitude, I think we'd be doing well. I think we should probably aim for something like 1 million tons of useful load delivered to the surface of Mars, which requires roughly 5 million tons to Earth orbit. So because you get about 20, for whatever mass you get to Earth orbit, you get about 20% of that mass landed to the surface of Mars. Give or take, maybe you can get 25% optimistically. So that's why this thing is so gigantic. Is we've got to get 5 million tons to Earth to orbit, which hopefully gets about 1 million tons to the surface of Mars, and hopefully 1 million tons is enough to create a self-sustaining city on Mars.
Incredible.
Cydonia
so
win.
Talking about Mars, any new predictions on when I know this is your ultimate goal, your destination.
Red Devils will
any
live.
predictions on when Starship might land on Mars without crew, maybe a crewed flight? Any prediction there?
Well, I think 3 or 4 years.
4 years. That would
Yeah,
be
something like.
all right.
I have to check with the Earth Mars. Earth and Mars. Have orbital synchronization about every 26 months. So you can't just you fly to Mars when it's on the other side of the sun from Earth. That's unwieldy. So roughly every 26 months, the orbits are in the right relative position. And then you have the Mars transport window. So I think I think it's sort of feasible within the next 4 years to do an uncrewed test landing there. Yeah.
Didn't have enough on your plate. You're doing a lunar lander version, yes?
Yeah. Well, really, Starship should be a generalized transport system to anywhere in the solar system. That's the intent with when you have propulsive landing, you can land anywhere, whether there's an atmosphere, no atmosphere. It's not really dependent on water. Obviously, for crewed capsules on Earth, we've generally gone with parachutes and water. And in Russia it's on land, but then they need retro rockets right at the end to sort of slow things down. So a propulsive system should generalize to be able to land anywhere on a solid surface, anywhere on in the solar system. So the moon, while it's sort of dusty, the moon is actually harder than it's not just a big dust pile. So it's harder than you think. The lunar regolith. So I'm sort of optimistic that we can take a Starship that's fairly unmodified from what would land on Earth or Mars. Obviously, you need legs, but apart from that, I suspect you could land the Starship with minor modifications on the moon, and the same would go for once you have a propellant plant on Mars. You could then go to the asteroid belt and the moons of Jupiter.
Oh, please.
You establish a propellant plant there. Then you could go to the moons of Saturn, and ultimately all the way out into the Kuiper belt and Oort cloud.
What you're talking about requires propellant transfer, obviously, in orbit. Can you explain to everyone watching why that's necessary and how it works and how you work to progress to make that propellant transfer happen?
Yes. So really, propellant transfer is a similar problem to just docking. Now, we've gotten pretty good at docking with the Dragon going to the space station. And docking with the space station is really quite difficult because we didn't design the space station, and the space station has a lot of complexities and has crew on board. So we have to be extremely careful, and so docking with the space station is like, I would say, it's far more difficult to dock with the space station than it would be to dock with our own spaceship. And so propellant transfer just really means that we send a Starship up there with no payload, and it just transfers its propellant to a ship that is already there. So you have to dock with the ship that is going to Mars or the moon, and transfer the propellant from a version of the ship that has no cargo. Now there'll be a future sort of tanker optimized version of Starship, where we you know, we stretch the tanks and have little to no cargo space because that's the optimal thing for a tanker. But you don't have to do that. That'll increase the propellant load of the tanker, or the propellant transferability of the tanker. But it's not absolutely necessary. You could in theory use an unmodified Starship and transfer propellant that way.
So I would imagine that you're doing this, and you may have multiple launches in either rapid succession or maybe multiple pads launching multiple versions of the vehicle. Is that all taking place from Texas, and how quickly do those launches have to take place to make this work?
That's a good question.
Yeah, we'll have a launch site in Texas as well as in Florida. So we've actually partially built a Starship launch pad at Pad 39A, which is where we launch Falcon Heavy and our crewed Dragon. So we've partially built, and we'll fully build that out over time, and probably have at some point a greenfield location for Starship at the Cape. Now, in the sort of, you say like 4 or 5 year time frame, where perhaps we're launching several times a day, then we may need to go to an ocean-based platform. Just if you're launching, I don't know, 10 times a day, that might be a bit much even for the Cape. I don't know. So we may end up doing platform-based launches from a specially designed sort of ocean-going platform. But we will need to do a lot of launches. I mean, we're talking about thousands of launches per year. So you do get up to the sort of what I was talking about, million tons or 5 million tons to orbit. That if you've got 1,000 launches a year, each of which do over 100 tons. That's 100,000 tons of a cargo, per year to orbit. That's still not quite enough. I think we'd want to get to roughly 1 million tons of orbit per year, to Earth orbit per year, which would mean that you get to 1 million tons to Mars in 5 years. Now, these are very big numbers, obviously. But just put things into perspective, all of Earth launch capability right now, apart from Falcon, is about 400 tons to orbit per year. Falcon 9 this year will do, I think, around 1,500 or 1,600 tons. So Falcon 9, it's already doing about 80% of Earth mass to orbit. And next year, we expect to increase that by about 40 or 50% on the Falcon side. So, maybe 2,500 tons to orbit for Falcon next year. But these are still small numbers compared to what's required for essentially making life multiplanetary. For making life multiplanetary, you've got to be in the sort of hundreds of thousands to millions of tons to Earth orbit per year.
Unbelievable numbers, really. Somebody worked in the launch business for several years. It's incredible for me to even try to think about that much mass to orbit in 1 year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Ludicrous mode, I think. Yeah, for launch.
Ludicrous speed.
So.
Yeah.
But it's either we do that or we're a single planet species forever. So we either achieve those kind of numbers, or we will never have a self-sustaining city on Mars.
Into building this amazing launch system, you're also working on a Polaris mission that's going to allow, I think, Dragon to open and have people actually floating in space, doing an EVA, and you're building a spacesuit for that. So you can talk to a little bit about that spacesuit, and can you use that?
Dude, I forgot all about that.
Mars and for other
I'm not
missions?
even kidding.
Yeah, so the SpaceX spacesuit, we do expect to evolve that to be something that can be an EVA suit on the ground on the Moon and Mars. It started off initially as really just a pressure suit, just in case there's an emergency depressurization of the spacecraft. So it was basically like a self-contained life support system in suit form. And obviously we'll retain that capability, but now for an upcoming flight, we want to do an EVA or extra vehicle. Basically go float around in space. Still on a tether, so it's not going to be an independent little spacesuit that's just flying around. We could do that, and maybe that'll happen on a future flight. But it will be a tethered EVA. You're just out there floating in the void, connected by a thin cord to the spaceship.
Amazing. You put a Tesla in space. This was like an amazing thing to see a Tesla actually flying into space.
He's like, yeah.
So you've already
Yeah.
put one of the vehicles in space.
He's like, yes.
Are you thinking about
Yeah.
making
Yes,
a
that
Tesla rover? Maybe Moon or Mars?
Good question.
Any ideas for a Cybertruck on the Moon?
It would look cool, that's for sure.
Do it. Do it.
Now, the nice thing about electric cars is that obviously do not require oxygen to. They're not combustion cars, so they don't have to ingest oxygen from the ambient atmosphere. Yeah, I think Tesla could easily make a car that like a Cybertruck Luna variant.
Yes.
Just get the Moon option package.
Do it.
Do
it. Do it.
The reason that we launched the car, the reason we launched the car, heavy I should say, is it's that we want to have something that was exciting as a initial payload, but where the loss of the payload would not be catastrophic. So people wonder why's my car orbiting Earth and Mars. Because it's in an elliptical orbit, and actually it almost touches like the edge of the asteroid belt and goes past the orbit of Mars. It's just that we weren't sure if the first flight of Heavy would fail or not, and we wanted to just have a payload that was more exciting than a
I thought it was brilliant.
A block of
really,
concrete is what he
a
said.
masterstroke in terms of getting attention of the world, really, to put that in orbit.
Thanks.
Can Starship be used as a space station? How long could it stay in orbit?
Another good question.
What would be the purpose of that?
Yes!
How could that work?
So how long could Starship be in orbit?
Yeah, could it be its own
Oh.
space station? If you wanted to put a Starship up with a capability, a laboratory, how long could that could it stay in orbit and still come down?
Oh, there's no real limit. It could stay in orbit for a very long time. The volume of the Starship fairing is roughly comparable to the volume of the International Space Station. So there's about 1,000 cubic meters of volume in the fairing.
Eh?
And I think space station's a comparable amount. Yeah.
What?
And would have the power to
So
run
it's
a lot of
close to
laboratory
space station.
experiments? Sorry.
Yeah. So given that it's a similar volume to the space station, you could do what you're doing in the space station on a Starship if you want. But there's no limit to how long it can stay up there. It's really just you need solar panels, battery, and some thrusters to maintain orbit.
How about point-to-point transportation? I know when you were in Guadalajara at the IAC, you kind of hinted at a little bit of the point-to-point capability of transportation. I can't remember the exact amount of time to get from one side of the world to the next, but can you talk about that? How do you see the future of point-to-point using Starship?
Yeah. So the fastest way with known physics to get from one place to another on Earth is with an intercontinental ballistic missile. This is why ICBMs with nukes are kind of like the ultimate weapon. Now in this case, it's sort of delete the nuke at landing, but it's certainly very feasible. Obviously, if we can take off and land on Mars or the Moon, we can take off and land on Earth too. So it really comes down to a question of is it economically viable compared to long-distance aircraft. And I think our back-of-the-envelope numbers suggest that it actually has a shot at being economically viable for long-distance transport on Earth for a few reasons. The propellant cost is actually quite low, being liquid methane, liquid oxygen. The cost of liquid oxygen, it's primarily liquid oxygen. It's about 78% liquid oxygen by mass and roughly 22 or 23% liquid methane. So the propellant cost is it's the lowest cost propellant you could possibly get on Earth. And then because the rocket's moving so fast, you can use it in theory about 10 times more than you could use an aircraft. So, so Falcon 9, Starship can go from, let's say, Los Angeles to Sydney or something like that in 20 minutes, basically, maybe half an hour at most. So,
but turnaround time.
Whereas I think an airliner takes about 14 or 15 hours. So you've got something which is really much faster than an aircraft, and so for an airliner that you can do basically an order of magnitude more trips with Starship than you can with an airliner, which means that no pilots are needed. In fact, you can't pilot. This is not only a computer can pilot this because human reaction times are not fast enough. So then you don't have the pilot costs, you don't have the food costs, you don't have the
just saying.
You don't really even need bathrooms if you can get there in half an hour. So it actually would work out that it's actually, we think, lower cost than long distance aircraft.
Okay, you got a little chuckle here in the crowd about the no bathroom line, so I think people are looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than half an hour. You say like just go before you hop on. And yeah, it'll be there fast. I mean, you could technically, have I don't know, breakfast in LA, lunch in London, and dinner in Singapore, and then be back in LA for bedtime.
All right, you heard it here, guys. Huge round of applause here. So you're connecting now, I think, something like 2 million people with Starlink, right? With your satellite communication system and growing rapidly. You're mastering communications from space to Earth, from low Earth orbit. You're now doing inter-satellite links with this system. What do you see for Starlink being used as a relay, let's say around the moon, or for comm relay all the way to Mars and back?
Yeah. Well, for Mars, you'd want basically like a laser relay system. Essentially, it sort of depends on what bandwidth are you looking for. Obviously, in order to have continuous coverage with Mars, you'd have to have some relay system because you can't transmit through the sun. So when Mars is when the sun's between you and Mars, you have to do a bank shot through a relay satellite so that your photons don't have to go through the sun.
A bank shot,
so,
nice.
And then you have to say, well,
right,
ultimately we want, terabit, maybe petabit level data transfer between Earth and Mars. So then you're gonna want probably some relay satellites along the way to be able to do that. It's a bandwidth thing. You'd want to use lasers, and then the laser beam is going to widen with distance, so that then you need to be able to receive the laser beam before it gets too wide. This means that you need a series of satellites in order to communicate with Mars at its furthest distance, especially with very high bandwidth. You can obviously do low bandwidth with longer wavelength photons, but if there's a human city on Mars, you'd want to have very high bandwidth. So then for a bunch of lasers. And satellites, Starlink already uses lasers for intersatellite communication.
So if I may, just a couple more questions. Throughout this week here at the IAC, we've been inspired. There's thousands of young people here. I think 41% of our delegates are under the age of 35, which is incredible by any space conference metric. We get a lot of young people here. There's delegates from the Space Generation Advisory Council, from the Future Space Leaders Foundation, from the YP program here at the IAF. Do you have a message for these young people, the young engineers and scientists that are here? Many of them have been inspired by you. Anything you can say to them about pursuing a career in space, or what motivated you to do all the things that you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in that which furthers civilization, and I think we want to expand the scope and scale of consciousness so as to better understand the nature of the universe, and even to understand which questions to ask. Like, you know, one of the most inspiring books I ever read was The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they're trying to understand the meaning of life in the, you know, Hitchhiker's Guide, and
42.
the larger message of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is that you actually need to know what questions to ask about the answer to that is the universe, and we don't yet know what questions to ask. So I'm just curious, really. I'm just curious as to the nature of reality. Where does it all go to? Where does it come from? Where are the aliens, for example? Are there aliens? Or are we alone? People often ask me if I'm seen any evidence of aliens, and I unfortunately have seen no evidence of aliens yet. We are the aliens, as far as I can tell. And I think if anyone would know, it would probably be me, and I've not seen any evidence of aliens. So what that perhaps suggests is that this tiny candle of consciousness that is humanity is all that exists in a vast darkness. And we should do everything we can to ensure that the candle does not go out.
Yep.
Bound. We've had a wonderful week here in Baku. Yes. So we've had a wonderful week here in Baku. Next year we're going to Milan in Italy for the 75th IAC. We would love to have you come back for sure. If you're in the neighborhood, or you can hop over in a Starship, we would love to have you.
Sure. It would be quite the entry.
Gabagool.
It's going to land on the roof.
Yeah.
I'll ask the Italian hosts to see if that's possible. So,
make a
just
very passionate
a fun
landing.
question, Ian. When do you think we can host an IAC in outer space?
Oh, good question.
That's a good question.
See?
Probably less than 10 years.
Let's have it.
All right. Okay. I mean, not gonna
Well,
say
Elon,
I
I'd
don't
like to
want
thank
that.
you for joining us today. Congratulations on the World Space Award. Well deserved. And our pleasure. We'd love to have you back. Good luck with your next launch.
Thank you. Thanks. It was an honor to be interviewed. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Yeah, there were some pretty damn good questions there. Those are pretty cool. I'm not 100% if we got any I don't think we got any new information, but it's still cool to hear it, man. I mean, I came a bit late. Any possible date on the attempt of a second Starship flight? Believe it or not, Peter, he didn't ask that. I was kind of surprised he didn't ask that. This was more about the technical capability of Starship and what it could do. I mean, yeah, triple the Saturn V thrust. Oh yeah, I gotta tell. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Did you say the volume inside Starship is similar to the complete ISS? Dude, you know what, Toto? I've talked about it before on stream, but I actually haven't talked about it in a little while. Okay, here. Let me show you something. All right? You want to understand the scale of inside Starship's payload bay. It is... All right. Here, let me get some pictures up so I can convey exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, so I'm trying to find some footage. I need some archival footage here. Let's see. Maybe it's in here. So Skylab is the big single. Skylab was a payload that was launched by Saturn V in 1973. It is the single biggest payload put into space in one shot by a long shot. The only thing that would be bigger than Skylab would be the Saturn V's third stage, the Lunar Excursion Module, and the CSM. So, like the top of the Saturn V that goes to the moon. That would be the only payload mass that's actually bigger than Skylab. But in terms of like one piece, not multiple vehicles, Skylab is the biggest one. Nothing even comes close. Most ISS modules could fit inside of Skylab's habitable volume. So that's Skylab right there. So Skylab is what's called a dry workshop. Okay, let's see if we can find some good pictures here. There are pictures inside. Here, this is a good one. This footage right here. There are pictures from inside of Skylab, and to show how big the habitable volume is, this is when it was on orbit. They're working on surface tension right there. They're doing, that's a surface tension experiment, or just having fun with water in space. Water stays perfectly spherical in space. See the air bubble? Surface tension is keeping the air bubble inside. Okay, so look, that's Skylab. It is quite literally a Saturn V third stage that had been removed of all like plumbing components and life support systems just put inside instead. It's called the dry workshop, as opposed to a wet workshop. A wet workshop would be a fuel tank that drained all of its fuel, and then you depressurize all the fuel, and then you repress it with nitrogen and oxygen. Now you have a habitable volume, right? So check out some of this footage, all right? The Skylab is gigantic. That's actually inside of the transfer module. Trying to see if we can find more shots inside of the dang thing. Yeah, there you go. How's that? That's inside of Skylab. It is a giant, giant, giant. And yes, that is an MMU test using nitrogen thrusters. Yes, they tested the MMU inside of Skylab. Think about that for a second. Manned maneuvering unit, space jetpack. They were going to use it on shuttle missions, and then they didn't because they deemed it to be too unsafe. And why do we need this for? Yeah, it's all right. It's fine. But look at the habitable volume there, and keep in mind, guys, it goes down probably about 10 meters that way, right? About 30 feet. It's a big, 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 big space station. This is the biggest thing that we've ever launched into space in one shot. right? Let me see if I can find more footage. I mean, this is actually a pretty cool documentary. We should probably watch this. Yeah, Skylab had a kitchen. It had a shower. It has a dinner table. See that? It has airlocks. Actually, fun fact, the airlock on Skylab was a Gemini capsule. Well, part of a Gemini capsule. True story. Yeah. So, dude, like, look, this is a gigantic space. All right, so here's a picture. No, that's something different. Here's a picture of Skylab, right? So a lot of those shots, I mean, dude, it was multiple stories, but multiple levels tall. You could float around inside of it because it's just a hollowed out S4B, right? And then they have the MDA, and then you have 2 docking ports for 2 spacecraft and the Apollo telescope mount. Single biggest thing we've ever launched into space, right? So, you see all that? All of that minus the Apollo telescope. So if you took the Apollo telescope off, so from the multiple docking adapter all the way to the very back of the space station, you see that? That fits inside of Starship's payload bay. All of that. All of that. You could put Skylab in Starship's payload bay and launch it in one shot. Easy peasy. You could probably... And mass isn't even a constraint there. If you could fit another Skylab, you could probably launch 2 of them in one shot. Now, a little bit of perspective, okay? You see the habitable volume. I just showed you this inside of Skylab, right? I mean, it is monstrous. There's footage of astronauts running around inside of the space station. I'm trying to figure out where that footage is. It's in here somewhere. I know it is. Yeah, also the Saturn V's vibrations vibrated one of the solar panels completely off the side of the thing, by the way. That's why it only has 1 solar panel. It almost cooked the station on the way up. Here, look. ISS modules can fit in that. They can fit in there. Inside of this volume. The biggest one, the Destiny Lab, or Kibo, can fit inside of Skylab. Skylab can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. The pole is there so you don't get stuck, by the way. Boink. Crazy, right? Yeah, that's guy running around on the loop right there. You want to exercise? That's how you exercise. They also have a bike. Look. See that? An ISS module, the diameter of those can fit inside of this. This can fit inside of Starship. So check this out. I'm just trying to find a decent enough picture. Okay, so there's a good shot. Hey, discount engineer with the raid. Thanks, buddy. So, okay, here's a picture of ship 25. The payload bay starts basically right here, where this inspection hatch is, and that bulkhead. All right, here you have your methane tank, and then the LOX tank is right there, and then from here down is the engine section. Okay, so from here up to about basically where the front of the wings are, right there. So from here to there, that fits that thing in it. No Apollo telescope mount, but basically from the MDA to the back of the station, that fits inside of there. That's how big that is. And Discount, hey, thank you very much for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. We're talking about habitable payload volume for Starship. Starship, yeah. Elon said in the IAC meeting that we just watched that you could fit the entire habitable volume of the ISS inside of one Starship payload bay and one Starship launch. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Yeah, that's the interior volume of Starship's payload bay is gigantic. It is huge. And the example that I'm giving here is Skylab, which once again, Skylab was the single biggest payload ever delivered by any rocket ever. We've never launched anything bigger than that thing in one shot. Now, the ISS is way bigger than Skylab, but the ISS was made over 35 space shuttle assembly flights. Okay? It's way bigger than Skylab. Skylab would look tiny compared to the ISS, but it took 35 flights. The fact that we were comparing something that was launched in one shot versus 35 shuttle flights, right? Well, that's your price for reusability, right? But we don't have to worry about that because that fits inside of Starship's payload bay. No, I'm not suggesting they should launch another Skylab, but I mean, I'm kind of suggesting that. That would be kind of cool. But the other thing is that I don't think you even have to. Elon also said that all they would need is some type of solar panel inside on Starship. So if you put solar panels on the leeward side of Starship, like what Dragon has, and you orient the solar panels constantly to the sun, Starship can just be Skylab. And it can stay up there. And if you put a docking port on it, you could just dock Dragons to it. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Well, yeah, just build a Starship Space Lab. That's actually where I was going with this. The shuttle did something like that too. So the shuttle had Space Lab and Space Hab. Space Lab and Space Hab are basically exactly what I'm talking about. Give me one moment. So the shuttle had a completely configurable payload bay. And you could send the shuttle up with no satellite to deploy. I mean, the cool thing is that the shuttle could do both of those things. It could deploy satellites, and you could have a space station module inside of the payload bay. Because, believe it or not, the shuttle's payload bay is actually pretty frigging big. It's 15 feet across by 45. So, we're talking 5 meter wide, 5 meter by 15. It's huge. I mean, the funny thing is that, like I said, the modules that go inside of the shuttle's payload bay can fit inside of Skylab. But, they actually had configurations for what was called the shuttle pallet system, right? And one of the pieces of the shuttle pallet system was the EDO. It's called an EDO pallet. Extended Duration Orbiter. Basically, it's more consumables for the shuttle's fuel cells and the life support systems. So it's basically just extra fuel tanks. You ever play Kerbal and you have a space shuttle and you need more fuel? You just put more fuel in the payload bay. There you go. That's what it is. It mounted just like any other cargo inside of the shuttle's payload bay, and it allowed the orbiter to stay up there for a longer period of time. You could keep 7 people on orbit for 2 weeks. No problem. Hell of a lot of room for a spy sat you got there, right? So, it could do 8 in some scenarios, W, yes. But if I say it could do 8, everybody gets all bent out of shape. No. There's 7. But if I say 7, everybody says 8. But one time it did 8 people. Now, with that being said, there's nothing stopping you from doing an EDO like this inside of Starship. Easy peasy. In fact, I still will say this to this day, that Starship is going to end up having a payload bay very similar to the Space Shuttle. Not in size, it's going to be way bigger. But in terms of like how payloads are put in and integrated into the shuttle payload bay, the shuttle payload bay could do vertical or horizontal integration, meaning the shuttle could roll into a hangar and you could just take a crane and drop the payload in. That would have happened inside of the OPFs, the orbiter processing facilities. So like here's a picture. I have a picture here of the EDO inside of the OPF with a HAB module right there. See that? That's just a space station module. Space Lab and Space HAB are just space station modules that stay inside of the shuttle's payload bay. That's it. They just stay there. And the shuttle never deploys them. It just takes them up there, stays up there from the EDO, and then comes back down. Right? Or the shuttle could vertically integrate payloads as well. Now, I'm not suggesting here that Starship is going to be able to horizontally integrate payloads, because Starship should never be horizontal. If it's horizontal, that means it crashed into the ground. But it could, I suppose. I don't understand why you would do that, but you would need something more similar to the shuttle's rotating service structure. Or here, if we look at the Slick 6 variant of the shuttle launch pad, you would need what's called a PCR, or a payload changeout room. Let me find a picture of it. Here, you guys can see my shuttle, my catalog of shuttle pictures. I don't want this. Get off the screen. That's them horizontally integrating the RCS. The RCS on the shuttle could be taken off. It's completely modular. You could take it out. Oh, Bay. I love that thing. It's so freaking cool. It made that. That's pretty neat. That was the Centaur, Shuttle Centaur payload attachment fitting. There we go. Payload changeout room. You're going to need something that can move back and forth and basically cover up Starship's payload bay. SpaceX will probably do this on the ground, and because they can integrate in less than 45 minutes, they'll probably have a PCR on the ground near the facility or something where you could load payloads in. But you need something like that. But the payload changeout room is super useful. Hey, baby. Yeah, don't ask where I got these pictures from.
Go at throttle up.
Bobby! 7-month resub. Don't ask where I got these. You can't find these on the internet. I mean, now you can, but because you saw them here on the internet. But you get what I'm trying to say. Peterden, I was recently linked a catalog of shuttle pictures that will make everybody here salivate. I am still kind of waiting on whether it's cool to show some of those pictures, because they're private pictures. They're pictures that were taken by a guy that worked on the shuttle program. I'd have to reach out. But yeah, I think Starship's payload bay is going to end up looking a lot like the shuttle's payload bay. Like that. It's going to be modular, and you're going to be able to move stuff in and out of it. Like a Starlink dispenser. The Starlink dispenser, you'll be able to take it out and reconfigure. Basically do what the shuttle was trying to do, except actually get it done fast. Did you see that shot I got yesterday? The Cybertruck? Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, dude. It's a great picture. Dude, I'm happy that Timmy noticed it, dude. I reposted it, and Tim saw it, and he freaking bought one, dude. It's an awesome picture. I actually really like that picture. That's a great one. It's been a while since I've done camera stuff, dude. The contrast in this picture and the lighting is really, really nice, dude. It's really good composition. Seriously. Really, really good. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your tail. That's a really nice picture. It's eye candy. It catches your eye. It's a really nice picture. Like, you got the accent line on Cybertruck. See that? See the shading? See the difference between the side doors and like the windows? That accent is, the contrast is just Here, I'm gonna go over here so people can see your name, dude. It looks pretty awesome in person. Yeah, SpaceX did this yesterday, by the way. They had a Cybertruck tow a Raptor vacuum engine, a Starship engine, around on a trailer. I ain't mad. How heavy is that? Which one? The Cybertruck or the engine? Rocket engines... The rocket engine is heavy. I'm not going to say it's about the same mass as Cybertruck, but it's almost there. Rocket engines are extremely heavy. The reason why is because they're usually made out of super dense stuff to be able to withstand an explosion, because that's what rocket engines do. They just take an explosion and force it out a funnel. That's it. Like faster. Take like a balloon. Like if you blew up a balloon and you let it go, that's the balloon's rubber is forcing gases out of a smaller exit, and that... Rocket engines do that, but instead of just forcing gas out the nozzle, they force an explosion out the nozzle. That's why they make a nice exploding noise. Right? If you ever heard a rocket engine go off, it just sounds like a constant explosion. So that's basically what it is. It's time to wake up. Squishin, hey, what's up, man? 63 months, and Chip with an 18 are in there too. So, dude, the interesting thing is that they're made out of super dense stuff, but it's also designed to be as light as possible, which is crazy. I'll bet you that engine weighs almost as much as Cybertruck, especially the RVAC. It's pretty high mass, but for a rocket engine, it's super low mass. That's the crazy part. Like a shuttle engine, for instance, weighs as much as a semi-truck. I'll bet you a space shuttle engine weighs about as much as everything you see on the screen. Maybe a little bit less. That's not a Merlin, is it? No, Flacken. That's a Raptor vacuum engine. It's the upper stage variant of Raptor. They also crashed a drone into RVAC. Oof. People think it's just Cybertruck towing a rocket engine. It turns out Cybertruck DLC for extra speed. Yeah. Merlin engines are bigger? No. A Merlin engine probably could fit inside of the nozzle. Easily. Yeah, easily. Merlin engines could probably fit... you could stack a Merlin engine inside of the Cybertruck's pickup bed all day. Okay, so for the people that are wondering, for the people that went there... If you went there, first of all, good for you, because I'm thinking the same thing. What would we need to do to put this on there? Well, first of all, your problem would be fuel. You would need a fuel tank. I don't think Cybertruck could have a fuel tank on there that could power this thing for more than a couple seconds. But for those couple of seconds, though, you're going to go real fast. You're going to go real fast. So, if you mount a rocket engine on a truck, you don't want it pointing that way. You'd want it pointing up. And you'd want the rocket engine pointing through the car's center of mass. And ideally, you'd want 50-50 weight distribution on the car. Which is hard to do with a rocket engine mounted to the back of it. But yeah, you'd want the rocket engine like pointed up this way. Because when you want it to fire, you want it to push the wheels into the ground. Because if you had it straight that way and you fired it, basically... it's going to pick the back wheels up at high speed and you're going to nosedive into the ground at like 300 or 400 miles an hour. If the rocket engine could fire for that long. Yeah, you'd need a thrust structure. That's providing the rocket engine wouldn't just blow right through the truck like a beer can at like when it fires. You'd need something to be able to take the force. So a header behind the center of mass. Hillness, you want it pointed up and you want it pointed directly at the center of mass. So the rocket engine's business end is like up at like 20 degrees. Think shuttle engines. Like how the shuttle engines are angled up, you'd want that. Because you want to push the tires into the ground because you're going to need grip with how fast you're going. You're going to need a lot of grip or else if it isn't forcing you, if rocket engines aren't forcing your vehicle into the ground, they're forcing your vehicle away from the ground. Right? Tim says flamey end down, pointy end up. Yeah. You want to make sure you don't do that in this case, but that's hard to do with something that's designed to do that. You know what I mean? Time to open KSP and build it. The engine would push through the car. I mean, you definitely need some type of thrust structure. It would require a lot of modifications. Now invent a tire that could withstand that force. I think the tires would be fine, Mason. What I would be worried about with the tires is not the pushing down force. Not the, well, down force, but it's not aerodynamic down force. It's mechanical down force. Chemical, technically. I wouldn't be worried about that. The load exerted on the tires is not a big deal because the tires hold up the entire car. Tires can hold up a lot, pneumatics and stuff. They can hold up a lot if it's pressurized, right? Like, I wouldn't be worried about that. Mason, what I would be worried about is tires. Tires have RPM limits. And the reason why tires have RPM limits is because when a tire spins extremely freaking fast, and this is what separates like a Formula 1 car's tire from like the tires that are on a regular car. When it starts to spin, the bead will delaminate. Well, not delaminate. It'll come detached from the rim. So basically the tire, the forces, because it's spinning so fast, are going to push the rubber mass of the tire away from the rim, and the tire will actually separate. And if it separates in one spot over another, it's going to start pinwheeling around the wheel like this, and that kills the tire and probably anybody on the vehicle because now you don't have tires. Yeah, the RPM, the rubber is not designed to withstand that type of tensile force. Yeah, it'll just destroy. The tire will just blow up. There's plenty of YouTube videos on it. Yeah, it'll just explode. But like, you'll see the beads start to delaminate. I say delaminate, but that's not really the right move. You'll see the beads start to come off the rim, and then the whole tire just deletes itself. Like, deleted. You have good examples of that where they use an air hose against the skateboard wheel. Yep. If you added a cold gas thruster to the Tesla Roadster, would you use it horizontally to push the vehicle or vertically to provide downforce for the tire to accelerate? So, Parax, I know you know this, but I'll explain it for everybody else. So, I think Elon has said that the RCS that they want to put on the new Tesla Roadster is there for handling purposes. So a car's enemy is momentum, but especially when you're going around a corner, right? The momentum. So like, let's take an American car, for instance, like an old American car from the 60s, right? You have that big cast iron V8 all at the front, right? And you have a big freaking car with a lot of space inside of it riding behind that. The engine has a lot of moment over the entire vehicle. So you're going to go to turn with that car, and you're going to go to turn, and the tires are going to try to get you to go this way, but the physics and the engine want to go that way because it's cast iron and it's super dense, right? So the end product is that, you're going to turn, the car's going to roll, right? The engine's going to try to go that way. The tires are going to try to go that way. And because you're driving over the rear wheels that don't have anything pushing down into it, the thing's going to fishtail. It'll just fishtail around. Oversteer, right? I think the Roadster is trying to overcome, like over and understeer. That's what it's trying to do. I don't think you're going to get oversteer with a Rover, but it really depends with the Roadster. But it really depends on the moment of certain components over the over the weight distribution of the car. So if the Tesla has perfect 50-50 weight distribution, when you're going around a corner, all you're going to need is RCS basically pointing right through the center of mass to get it to go around the corner. But if you have like a rearward center of mass bias, so basically if there's two motors in the back on the Roadster, one motor in the front, like what Cybertruck wants to do, right? You have a rear center of mass. You have a rearward bias like a Porsche or like any mid-engine sports car, McLaren, Ferrari, etc., right? So in that particular case, snap oversteer is a problem because when you're going around a corner, all the momentum's in the back, and it also wants to bring the tail of the car around. So RCS back there to stabilize out that, to basically neutralize the moment over the center of mass of the vehicle could potentially make something that handles insanely well. Like, the Roadster could handle better than a Formula 1 car if the RCS has the right impulse. And honestly, if it was me, If it was me, I mean, you never know, like, because every corner is different. Like on a racetrack, every corner is different. That's what it's supposed to be. Every corner is not supposed to be the same. It's supposed to be slightly different, with the exception of NASCAR. But some NASCAR tracks have different corners on them. They're asymmetric. But go fast, turn left. But that's not the point. Like, take a Formula One track. No corner is the same. So I would actually, some corners are designed to bring the front of the car around. Other corners, like a decreasing radius, are designed to generate understeer and make you fly off the track. Think Parabolica at Monza. The last corner, it's designed to do that. Right? So if it was me, dude, I would have RCS front and rear, like the space shuttle. I'd put stingers on it just like the shuttle and just so you could go around any corner regardless of the distribution. The computer could, if you have, I mean, the ECU on a Roadster to be able to do something like that, you'd need, you're getting into like flight avionics here. The Roadster is going to need to be like half Falcon. The brains of the Roadster has to be like half Falcon 9, half Tesla Roadster to command RCS to do stuff like that. Huh. I mean, Teslas are already drive-by-wire, so shouldn't be that big of a deal, but yeah. You have given me ideas. Good. Assuming you had fuel, a thrust structure, and tires didn't delete themselves, would the driver survive the G-forces or even the sound? It would be loud. I would wear ear protection. But Perex, now that I'm thinking about it too, downforce, you could have upward RCS over each tire to make sure that the load on each tire going around a corner is equally distributed. Holy crap, that would be freaking cool. Can you imagine seeing that thing go around? It would fly by and it'd be like when it goes by, and when it goes around a corner, all you'd hear is oh, that would be sick, dude. Aero downforce is usually down only. I think horizontal thrusters would be hazardous to other vehicles or people. Dude, that would be really cool. I mean, yeah. Yeah, if you had like nitrox thrusters on a Roadster, yeah. What if they outgas like when someone's going by? Right? It would definitely be something that you have to enable. And I'll bet you that the nitrox RCS, I would probably, knowing Tesla, right? And Tesla could do this, right? Because this is how they roll, right? I think that Tesla would probably geo-lock the RCS on a Roadster if they were going to do that. They would geo-lock it so you can't use it on public roads. Because that's how Tesla rolls. They said it's going to be compressed air. Yeah, when I say nitrox, yeah, nitrox is technically NO, right? But yeah, I'm talking about atmospheric thrusters, yeah. Yeah, you geo-lock it to private land or tracks. The Hura has basically avionics given its active aero system. RCS on a car would be so incredibly reliant on G and vehicle speed sensors. I would bet the calibration table would look like a strange version of a VE table in an internal combustion engine. Cold gas RCS thrusters are basically just giant fuel injector solenoids. I mean, yeah, it's a pneumatic solenoid. Yeah, absolutely. Off topic, how's the back? Zintaus, it's actually better today. It still hurts. I'm just trying to take it easy. Also this Rip Bird. Yeah, I think it's doable, dude. Yeah, but Tesla could geo-lock. They could geo-lock the RCS because, yeah, because they could. Yeah, Helzik, the funny thing is that Sean is here. He's in the chat. He linked that right before you. That's funny. Oop. Oh! Oh! I love the guy. The guy goes, oh. I mean, a lot of cars, performance vehicles already have pneumatic systems on them. They have airbags for variable geometry suspension. I mean, semi-trucks have had pneumatic suspension for a long time, so it's not that much more of a stretch to be able to put a compressor on there with, like, an electric motor basically serving as PTO for an RCS. That's totally doable. Why do they keep attacking it over and over? Because it's the machine uprising 2023. Such a dumb car. I just can't. It's a truck, Keenbop. Hey, right? If you're going to insult it, get it right. Yeah. Hell, S-Master. Yeah, that's Sean. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's here. A good buddy of mine, actually. I fixed his Jeep. in the garage, yeah, a couple of months ago, so he could go down to Texas and take these pictures. No, this is Patrick. No, you fix one problem with the Jeep. It still has dozens more. You didn't fix his Jeep. He still has it. I see what you did there. Then he broke it. Dude, that thing needs to be, like, carriage off restoed, man. Like I said, somebody jimmied the wire harness on that truck. And, yeah, it's... yeah, yeah, we have to go in there and I have to make a new harness. I can do that. That's not a problem. You guys don't like it? Dude, here's my thing about Cybertruck. I think from, like, about here, for basically where the B pillar is, right there, so you have your A, B, and C pillar. From the B pillar forward, I think Cybertruck looks great. I really like this. It reminds me of a Warthog from Halo. Like, if you look at it from the front like that, it looks awesome. It's the back that just... I hate the back. It looks like it's unfinished. That's what I don't like. I think the front looks amazing. It's just this. This just doesn't... Something about it is weird, and I can't put my finger on it. It's just something about the proportions back there that make it look so strange. You mean a Puma? Yeah. I mean, kind of, but, you know, a more or less imaginary, you know, animal. I mean, Puma's imaginary. Agree to disagree? No, that's fair. Like, if you like it, that's cool. Like, I love the front. I think the front looks amazing. That looks awesome. It's a really cool looking truck. It's just the back doesn't... Something about this, dude, doesn't look right. It's just the accent line makes it look like a house. Like... Gym rat crossover. Here, let me just look at something. See if I can tweak the lines a little bit. We're gonna do this in Paint. I'm doing it in Paint. No. Edit with Paint. I would like the roof to be square off and drop 90 to a flat bed. So, yeah, like, I think if it went like this, you know what, I'll just draw it. It's not a big deal. Actually, no, not like that. Like this, and then it went back like that. those lines aren't good enough. It needs to like go over here like this, and then that needs to go like that, and then it needs to go like this, right? Like so. Yeah, we're doing it in paint. I don't care. Like, kind of like this. See what I'm saying? What you're doing there is definitely an improvement. I mean, I did go to freaking art school. I have a pretty good eye for design. So, like that. See what I'm saying? That would look. That's what it's just like I said, something about the back doesn't look right. Yeah, it kind of ends up looking like an avalanche a little bit, Tiberian, which I will say, the avalanche doesn't look bad, but that's it. I mean, if you think about Cybertruck, it's a 6-foot box, full-sized 4-door SUV. So it's basically a Chevy Tahoe with a pickup bed in the back. That's basically what Cybertruck is. I mean, obviously not, because electric motor, I get it. See what I'm talking about? So, like, right here, and then you'd have a window right there, like that. See what I mean? If you just kind of sit back and look at this, I think that would look way better. I think they said they can't really tweak the lines more because of structural design constraints. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I just drew the back of a warthog on it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just drew a warthog on the back. That's the back from a warthog from Halo. And then have basically the pickup bed accent line pick up with the main accent line, and they converge basically at the tailgate. I think that would look really cool. I missed the Elon thing. Anything interesting come out? There was a couple of different things, Cryolox. There was not a particularly high amount of new information. It is cool to hear Elon talk about it. It's funny because he didn't really put a lot of emphasis on point-to-point. It seems like SpaceX is more going for trying to do the whole multi-planetary thing, and then if point-to-point happens, it happens, which I kind of dig. I don't have a problem with that. And Elon did say that there is kind of like a Raptor 3 in the works. And Raptor 3 produces 3 times, like, I think he said Raptor 3 is pushing 3 times the thrust of Raptor 1. I think that's what he said. They're targeting Super Heavy to have 20 million pounds of thrust, which is 3 times the Saturn V instead of 2. Yeah, he also said Starlink V3, whatever that is. How many F1s is that? 15. Yeah, he also... What else did he talk about? He talked about a possible Cybertruck moon package, but that was tongue-in-cheek. It was not anything concrete. Raptor 3s are already out and installed. So yeah, Raptor 4, I guess. I'm still messing with this picture of Cybertruck. So bad. I'm trying to make it look a little bit nicer. So it's easier to kind of look at.
Go and throttle up.
I'm gonna get it done. Hold on. Then I'll show you. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of screwed up over here, but whatever. There, like that. I like that. That looks good, man. That look really nice. In fact, you know, if I have to go see if we hit Powerball, I'll buy a Cybertruck and we'll do this. We'll modify it to make it look like this. Add a light bar. Okay. See me, I'm old school. KC Darklighters, man. Still doesn't look bad. Nobody uses Darklighters anymore, so you'd have a bar that just looks like with the LED strip across like that. Still doesn't look bad. My Cybertruck is best Cybertruck because light bar. And then you know what? Like some cab lights over there up on the front. And maybe some cab lights on the light bar. See what I mean? See what I mean? It wouldn't take much. Like, dude, clean up the lines, dude. I think that looks super nice. It's just something about the back of it just doesn't sit right with me. It just looks strange. Maybe it's just because we're not used to seeing it. But other than that, I think it's really cool. And a gun rack. It is Texas, baby. Did you see the Cybertruck police version? No, that's kind of cool, though. See? That would actually look pretty freaking killer, dude. And then, honestly, another thing, dude, is the lights. I think the lights look very strange. I think the lights would look better right here. You gotta break up that damn shape a little bit. Like that, and then just get rid of that. Or put it right here. Put it across the back of the tailgate, like that. I think that would look... Just kind of sit back and look at it. Don't focus on one particular thing. Try to look at the speed limit sign, and then use your peripheral to look at it. That's how I tell design. I use the peripheral of my eye to see if it looks right. Put a Ford decal on the tailgate. There's your oval. Time to open up my oh dear. See what I mean? Ford 2077. How heavy is Cybertruck? You know, I don't know. I have no idea. But see, yeah. I think that looks cherry. It looks like a warthog. It looks like I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, that would look really good. That would look really good. Well, chat, let me introduce you to the M12 LRV. I like to call it the Warthog. Why Warthog? Because M12 LRV is too long to say in conversation, son. I just basically Warthogized it. But the Warthog is a good-looking vehicle, man. I think Warthogs look sweet. Actually, my buddies at Hoonigan made one. Yeah, they made a warthog. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever saw that project, but Hoonigan partnered with Microsoft a little while back, and they made a freaking warthog. Here. Look. It's cool because they fabricated the chassis and it's got pre-runner suspension on it. So this Warthog, the Hoonigan Warthog, is cool over like compared to the other ones because it's got pre-runner suspension in it. So this thing can actually do what the Warthog does in the game. Like this thing can jump. You can take it off a ramp. You could fly over the hills on Blood Gulch and frickin' do flips with it, whatever. Like not flips, but yeah, it's supposed to. That's what's cool about that hog, man. It can actually fly. Not like fly, but yeah. It's all pre-runner. It's all pre-runner long link suspension, dude. So it can actually go off ramps and stuff. They did a good job, dude. That's really, really difficult to fabricate that from scratch. They hand fabricated it. It's up on their YouTube channel. You guys should check out that series. It's really, really cool. But can it four-wheel steer? I think they did give it four-wheel steering. I'd have to see if here. Let me take a look at the back. Let's go to the Autoblog website. Let's flip through this. If I can see a picture of it from the rear. Yep, there's a kingpin and a hub on there. It absolutely can steer the rear wheels. See the steering rack? Dude, that is a diesel freaking steering box. Look at that. So this thing right here is a rack and a pin, and those are the connecting rods, and those connect to the outside of the spindle. And notice they're offset to the main axle so they can get the wheels to. Hydraulic steering box. I'd believe it, dude, because those tires, yeah. The thing is, when you put bigger tires and wheels on your car, you know, and for most people that do it, it's not a big deal, but you will destroy your power steering because the power steering, it's hard to move that much mass. It's hard to move all that. They almost rolled, so they disabled the four-wheel steering. Yeah, I'm remembering that now. Yep. So see here. What do you think? There's that, and then there's that. That, yeah, and that, yeah. See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? It's a Warthog. I don't care. Cybertruck has four-wheel steering, dude, but it has a forward-biased steering system, so the front wheels turn way more than the rear wheels. The rear wheels they don't like, you know, if you're taking a corner, they only turn just a little bit. Ugly. My version isn't ugly. My version's cool looking. Here, we're gonna modify this even more. It's just. See? See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? You just got to clean up the lines on the back. Other than that, I like it. I think it's really cool looking. Draw a turret on the back. There you go. The barrel's broken. The barrel's crooked. Hang on, let me redo that one more time. The barrel's freaking crooked. So that shield would need to be here. Let me actually like not rush this and actually take my time. There you go. How's that? It needs truck nuts. No, it doesn't. Now it looks like it's ready to battle bugs and Starship Troopers. Damn right. When I joined the Corps, we didn't have no fancy Cybertrucks. We had sticks. 2 sticks and a rock for a whole platoon. And we had to share the rock. Buck up, boy. You're one very lucky Marine. What about the Scarab? We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do. It looks like a Santa Cruz. It kind of does. Kind of ended up looking like that. So what is the IAC 2023 SpaceX presentation? Joker, Elon was did a remote like meeting at IAC. So the IAC is the International Astronautical Congress. It's basically like E3 or CES for spaceflight. It's, yeah, basically people get together, talk about what's going on in the industry and stuff. And he gave a presentation, and it was all right. Like, I don't think we really learned anything particularly new. But, yeah, it was good. I'm still working on this damn Cybertruck. This Cybertruck edit. And yeah, we got on the subject of Cybertruck because one of the reasons why we were talking about Cybertruck is because Elon, like, one of the questions that Elon was asked was, you know, is Tesla planning on making a moon rover? And it was tongue-in-cheek, but Elon hinted at like a moon rover version, a moon rover package for Cybertruck. And I was like, So, IAC 2016 was the best one. More Starfield today? I wanted to play Kerbal, dude. I wanted to play KSP. You adding tusk winch? Yeah, well, we're not looking at the front, but the front would have, you know, tow hooks that look like tusks. And what kind of animal has tusks? Don't say walrus. Could you afford Cybertruck? No. No, not at all. Didn't I tell you to stop making up imaginary animals? Oh, that minivan would be in the way. See? How's that? Not bad, right? What, like a puma? Yeah, chat, there you go. I don't know why I'm putting this much time into this. Yeah, we're kind of well past the Cybertruck topic, but hey, you know what? Yeah, see? Pretty cool, huh? I think that looks really nice, personally. Did you know that Matt Hullum, voice of Sarge, worked on the CGI for Driven? No, that's cool though. You know what? I'll save that picture because we can. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, see? Yeah, you know what? That doesn't look bad either, though. That looks okay. It's just the line, this accent line. So the thing about cars is that your accent line usually is what you want to stand out. And I think what's screwing with me a little bit is that the roof line stands out. And that, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right to me. But then again, maybe I'm just used to what a car should look like, or like what a 6-foot box quad cab pickup truck looks like. I mean, this is definitely, it's like real avant-garde here with the design. It's that, but like, see, that's the thing. It's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to look weird. I mean, that's the whole point. Build Cybertruck at Kerbal like for real. It does get better the more you see it. Urban, I didn't like the concept versions, but I've always liked Cybertruck from the front. I think from the front it looks awesome. That looks great. Real good. But you see how... Okay, so here's a little thing on design here. You see how from the front there's not... So the lines are out here. The long lines are out here, but they're broken up by the mirrors and they're broken up by the windshield and the hood of the car, right? There's never one really long period of contrast here. You get a lot of different colors. You're getting a lot of different shapes. No line goes on for a really long time. Even the headlights are bent a little bit, like because it wraps around. And for the wraparound, you have to have those accent lines. The accent lines are cambered in and they line up with the bumper. But see how the bumper is, it's a bunch of like different shapes and stuff. That looks great. The back does the opposite of that. Like if you put your hand over the left side of the screen, so like put your hand right here and look at the front, it looks quite good. It's the back. The back does the opposite of that. It looks like two different cars. That's where I'm like, huh. Did I miss IAC? Yeah, that was this morning, lols. Yep. Here, I'll switch us over to just space news. A little spoiler might help, but it doesn't work with the concept. Well, yeah, I mean, you saw my design. My design basically cleaned up this long line because that long line really attracts your eye because the roof is a different color than the stainless, right? It draws your eye to it, and so like here's the thing that I learned actually doing like level design at school, back in the Stone Age. It was like 15 years ago. So our world isn't perfect, okay? It's not perfect, and we like subconsciously we know it's not perfect. So, long uninterrupted stuff, like long uninterrupted lines, like a perfectly straight line, that rarely happens in nature. And even if, like, don't get me wrong, there are some instances where stones are like perfect cubes, right? Like certain metals and stuff, like naturally materialize as like perfect cubes and like really straight jagged shapes, right? But in nature, usually, like on the like let's say on the surface, like if you're looking out in the woods, you're never going to see an uninterrupted straight line. So uninterrupted straight lines like that look weird to our monkey brains. They look weird, but some people interpret it in different ways, right? Because at this point it's subjective because it's art, right? Or a car, whatever. Like, but uninterrupted lines look weird to us. That's not something that you find generally in nature, right? So that's part of the reason why Cybertruck looks so weird, because there's a lot of uninterrupted lines. But once again, it's like that on purpose. It's supposed to do that. You're supposed to have a visceral reaction to it. That was the idea. At least that's what I'm thinking, right? So, like, that's a little bit on design. So, like, I learned that in a level design class at Full Sail. Like, stuff has to look natural. And in order for stuff to look natural, like if you made like a 3D environment of my computer, of like my office, right? My computer room, like if you put the table, like my desk, perfectly square to the wall, like if it was perfectly lined up, in a 3D environment, it doesn't look right. Move it a little bit. Shift it offset a little bit, just a little bit, because it's not going to be perfectly square. The computer in a 3D level designer, it'll get it perfectly square, and it won't look right. You got to like move it a little bit. So like my desk chair wouldn't be perfectly square, perfectly lined up with the monitor. It's kind of like tilted. Put it tilted to the side, because who pushes their chair in, right? Especially in a video game environment. Nobody, like there's like some uncanny valley going on with stuff that's too perfect with your eye. Like there's a whole theory about this. We had a whole class on the theory about this stuff, dude. That's why Cybertruck looks weird, and that's why some people hate it and some people think it's cool, because some people look at it's uncanny valley. It doesn't look like it belongs. You take the cars, right? Look at the cars. The cars have all these soft edges, and even cars that are boxy, like if you look at cars from the 80s, there's still not uninterrupted lines unless it's intentional to look like a certain shape. So I'll give you an example. I'll use one of my favorite cars. Like if you look at like the boxy style cars from the 60s, right? Let's look at like a Galaxy, all right? Let's look at the Ford Galaxy here. So like this is a freaking box, dude, right? But if you look at it, there's very subtle things. There's subtle things in the design on this car to make it not just look like a perfect freaking box, right? Like if you look at a Galaxy here, right? The headlight bezel overlaps the outside and it makes an accent line. But if you notice, Ford didn't make the accent line stop, like go all the way to the back. It tapers off and then it gets really small. These lines right here, look at the notch on that accent line. So that's like where the quarter panel like notches out. The size of the notch gets bigger around the door, and then it gets bigger as you go back. That accent line gets like, but up at the front, it's nothing. See what I'm talking about? There's no uninterrupted similar line that goes the entire length of the car. The bottom accent here is pretty close, but it lines up with the wheel. See that? It's right on the wheel arch, right? And if you go up to the door, it sweeps up into the quarter panel. There's no line on this car that goes the entire length. That's weird. I'm telling you that our eyes don't like that for whatever reason. The reason why I chose a Ford Galaxy is because if you look at the back of one of these things, the taillights look like jet engines. That was entirely intentional. See what I'm talking about? It's cool, right? I want one. You saw a 63 or 63 Galaxy 500 this week. Ah, Tigers, that's a nice car. But see what I'm talking about? Like, this is car design 101. No, you do not, unless it's entirely intentional, you do not want one line that stays completely similar from front to back. Every car has changing accent lines. Every single one of them, because it doesn't look right. It's something, I'm telling you, it's just some kind of missing link thing in our heads. They're like, no, that doesn't look good. It's something about like what we perceive as like good proportions or natural proportions or something. It's very strange. There's also subtle curving on the lines in that car too. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? See, it curves up. That accent line, it's weird because if you just sit here and kind of stare at it, it looks like it's perfectly uninterrupted. But once you look at it, you stare at it a little bit more, you realize that it's not. It's absolutely a weird shape. It's the accent line gets, the notch on that quarter panel gets bigger as you go further back towards the car. Up at the front, it's a little tiny notch. And then you have the headlight bezel overlapping the outside of the car and splitting the door. And I mean, it has all that cool stainless on it, which is really sweet. May have something to do with the curvature of our eyes. I mean, that or just how we perceive how we perceive our environment. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could look at any car. Any car does this. The reason why I chose the Galaxies because I like them, but American cars were known for being super boxy, like in the 60s. Like it's literally just a metal box. Like even some of the boxiest cars I can think of from the 60s, like a Continental. The Continental looks like it has uninterrupted lines the entire way, but they're not. Here, take a look. See what I mean? It looks like it's uninterrupted all the way to the back, but you see a hump right at the B or C pillar. And then that accent line changes shape. Even for a car like this that has uninterrupted huge real estate on the sides and on the hood, see there's still accents on the hood. That it would look very strange if it didn't have those accents on it. And the car would look really weird if it didn't have that hump in the like right on the rear quarter. Also, suicide doors. Hell yeah, suicide doors. Right, dude, like I said, the other reason why I'm showing Continentals and Galaxies on stream from the 60s is because I love those cars. They're so pretty. They're very, very aesthetically pleasing. Even, you know, Caddies, Chevelles, stuff like that. And I just like old cars. I mean, it's not just American cars. Euro cars do the same thing. Like, let's look at a Euro car, little mini Mustang. Look at a Capri. See what I mean? There's not one line that goes the full length of the car. They all stop or they swoosh or they do something different. Also, good to see you're still streaming. Been a solid few years. Yeah, right. I was gonna say, I remember you being in here, but yeah, I'm still here. You know, you could call me persistent, but I wouldn't. I'd just say that I'm a stubborn prick, to be honest with you. I'm still here. Said I'd be here, just stubborn. It was shaped that way for strength. The exoskeleton idea, which they had to scrap anyway, so now it's just a box. Yeah. I drove an 85 station wagon version of the Crown Vic from Men in Black. So Tigris an LTD. Or actually, well, the station wagon would be a Country Squire, right? I mean, I'm not going to say I wouldn't drive one of those around. Those are great vehicles. I like the turbine wheels that they put on those things. See? Turbine wheels. That's just a nice looking car. But see, even that, dude, it looks like a box, right? But then you realize the whole car is kind of curved, right? Look at the accent line on the quarter. It peaks right here at the first door handle, and then it starts to go down. It's like it's a swoosh almost. But you don't see it looking at it. Your eyes just go, yeah, that looks right. That's nice looking. It's banana shaped. Yeah, see? Look at it from that angle. See what I'm talking about? It is not a straight uninterrupted line from front to back. It curves. Weird, right? Actually, you know what? I still believe a car like that, 85 LTD, would be a great EV candidate. Because you have so much space in the damn trunk. You just pull the third row of seats out and put batteries back there. I think it would be great. And it would go really, really fast. Yeah, station wagons are cool, man. Bring back station wagons. Crossover SUVs are just lifted station wagons. No, I will not be taking questions about this. Heck, four-door SUVs are just lifted station wagons. Yeah, I said it. U302 had tweaks on it, as well as the suspension. Cybertruck has more look of the hearse. I'm telling you, it's the straight line that goes from front to back that makes it look very strange. If that line was curved a little bit, and this line wasn't so uninterrupted on the roof, like, see, basically what I did when I did my crappy paint drawing over it. Cybertruck station wagon would be cool. Or whatever you call that type of car. Yeah, Vasi, over here technically be it would be a Tahoe, Chevy, like a Chevy Tahoe. Here, I'll show you. I don't even know if they make these around your way, but you're talking about a Cybertruck that looks like that, with just basically a third row of seats back there instead of a pickup bed. That's basically what a Tahoe is. A Tahoe is just a pickup truck with 4 doors and no pickup bed. It's covered in the back. And then there's the Suburban, right? The Suburban is a long bed pickup truck with 4 doors and a cover on the back. Here, that would be a fully fledged bus. I mean, to be fair, dude, you could fit 7 people in there, 7 adults in there very comfortably, like, and have plenty of space. Yeah, Tahoes and Suburbans and Expeditions, they're big. They're big trucks, and that's basically what it is. It's just a pickup truck with seats instead of a pickup bed, which is why I'm like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm not really too into. I think that station wagons are a much better bet, but the thing is Savasi, you want to hear a good one? They, in like the late 80s, early 90s, they started really like mandating fuel economy for cars, right? And that forced everybody to make basically econo boxes. Like, you know, a front engine rear wheel drive station wagon, nobody, like, you, that the automakers had to make something different, right? Because they started really pushing, like, you know, it's got to be this efficient, you got to get this kind of gas mileage, etc., etc. But the thing is, trucks were exempt from this because they're work vehicle, they're utility vehicle, right? So what the automakers did is said, fine, we'll just stop making station wagons. Just make lifted station wagons. Just make the truck into a station wagon. Easy peasy. And that's exactly what they did. And that's how this stupid SUV craze got started. It's a true story. Yeah, that's how it got started, man. Like, they started pushing these fuel regulations for cars and not trucks, and then all the automakers just made a station wagon, a lifted station wagon. That's what it is. It's true. And they almost all look exactly the same. They regulated them into a box. Check it out. They're all just lifted station wagons. Lifted five-door cars. 5-door hatchbacks. That's all they are. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's pathetic. Yep. It's terrible. And then the funny part is after that, you know, SUVs had, you know, in the late 90s, because everybody switched to SUVs because they didn't, you know, couldn't make station wagons anymore, right? Everybody switched to SUVs. SUVs have a higher center of gravity. People don't know how to drive a lifted vehicle, right? So, you know, because they made trucks, these utility vehicles, they made them into road vehicles, right? They were trying to improve the ride quality, right? So, like Ford, for instance, they aired down the tires a little bit to improve ride quality and exposed the design flaw, a failure mode in the tires. And SUVs were notorious for flipping over in the late 90s and early 2000s because people don't know how to drive a high vehicle, right? So then from there they said, oh, you need to have rollover protection. You need to have rollover protection. You got to have rollover protection because the vehicle's higher up off the ground, right? So from there, they made, you had to make the vehicle safe in a rollover so you'd survive, right? So that's part of the reason why all these things look the same, because look at the size of the pillars. The A pillar, the B pillar, and the C pillar on all these cars, they're gigantic because of rollover protection. So it kind of forced the same design. Everybody has to make the same thing. I don't think those cars are all to scale. It's not the scale, Udaba, that it's trying to that it's the lines on the cars. It's not the scale that they're trying to convey in that image. You're probably right. That Mercedes GLK is bigger than most of those vehicles, right? But that I'm more talking about like the lines on the vehicle. They're all exactly the same because, you know, they said, "Oh, you got to make a more fuel efficient car," and the automaker said, "No, trucks are exempt." So they they all switched to making trucks, right? And then from there, you know, they tried to improve ride quality, so they gave these trucks car suspension. And then they were all rolling over, so they gave them better crash protection. And that everybody, like I'm telling you, everybody just made the same damn thing because regulations kind of forced them to make the same damn thing. It's crazy, right? It's really funny how it kind of came full circle. You know, we're back to station wagons. They're just lifted off the ground. We literally have a car with bigger tires that's higher up off the ground. That's all it is. So it's a station wagon that literally does everything that a station wagon should do, but worse. Weird, right? 2024 Santa Fe looks awesome. Let me take a look. It looks like a Rivian. I don't hate it. It's a nice looking. It's nice looking. But once again, station wagon. Now you can't unsee it. Station wagon. It's a lifted station wagon, isn't it? Can't unsee it, can you? Good. I hate those cars. I hate egg-shaped cars. I can't stand them. It makes me very upset inside. It makes me very upset. All right. Yeah, I'll give it to Hyundai. They're really stepping up. They're trying to make something. I give them credit. They're trying to make something that, and you know, I give Tesla credit too. They're trying to make something that doesn't look like everything else. People are tired of the same damn thing. I can't unsee the station wagon from your previous vehicle, the Kia Sorento. Yeah. Just boil the egg-shaped cars and make an omelet out of them. Minivans are the same thing. It's a lowered front-wheel drive station wagon. Actually, Tigris, I remember reading back in the day, and I'm not 100% sure if this is true. I remember reading about like a Honda Odyssey, which is Honda's minivan, and how it's a Honda Accord that's minivan shaped. It's the same thing, same engines, same suspension. It's just got bigger tires, and the body is a different shape, but all the underpinnings, it's just an Accord. Yeah, Volkswagen, same thing. I'm more annoyed at all the color being gone from cars, rather than the homogeneous shapes. Yeah, it seems like every car is gray, white, or black nowadays. Huh. Did I miss the launch? There was an IAC presentation this morning, John. Yeah. Yeah, SpaceX Elon presented at the IAC today. We didn't really learn anything new, other than future versions of Super Heavy will have 20 million pounds of thrust because of the upgraded Raptor motors, which is okay. It's not gray, it's graphite shadow. Yeah. You know what I have noticed? Pastel colors are coming back. Like pastel yellow, so like desaturated yellow, so it's like a very, very watered down yellow, and like watered down blues, and I've even seen like new Toyotas. New Toyotas are battleship gray. Like this really desaturated navy gray color. You know what? I actually kind of like the battleship gray. The battleship gray looks kind of cool. It would look really good with a red stripe. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? It would look good with a red stripe. Subaru has been doing those pastels as well. I don't mind the pastels. I think they look good. They're nice colors. They made the Prius a coupe now. Dude, hold on. Have you seen the new Prius? I can't believe I'm saying this, but that actually is a very nice looking automobile. I died a little inside saying that, but that looks good, man. It looks good. I hate saying it because frick Priuses, but that's a cool looking car. It looks great. Like I'm not a hybrid guy, fellas. Like you know me, not hybrids. All of my cars that I own have V8s. You know, I think the Prius, I'm not really a fan, but that is a nice looking vehicle. I will say it's very, 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 very eye pleasing. Very beautiful looking car. Why is the Prius disliked? The Prius is disliked because the people that drive Priuses, and this is a stereotype, it's a stigma, right? So it doesn't necessarily ring true. Some people just drive Priuses because they get good gas mileage, and that's fair. That's totally fine. But the people that it's more the people that like to drive Priuses around. The people that, if you're driving around a Prius, and once again, this is a generalization. I don't necessarily believe this. I just don't like Priuses because I don't like hybrid cars. Hybrid cars are, you either go full electric or just stick with gasoline. I'm not that big of a fan. But there are hybrid systems that I think could be better, but that I digress. It's just like stereotypically the people that drive around Priuses don't care about automobiles. So they don't drive because they don't really care about automobiles, and the automobile is just basically another appliance like a blender. I like there's a stereotype that people that drive Priuses have no idea what they're doing at the helm of an automobile. Yeah. They don't understand how to drive. Once again, if you drive a Prius and you know how to drive, that's fine. But you might not know how to drive and you might not know it. Think about that. Nice, Stoner. But, yeah, it kind of became a symbol for, like, the Prius kind of became like a pop symbol for people that have no idea what they're doing at the helm of a car. And the Prius kind of like on a more social note kind of signaled the downfall of like people's love of cars because it's just an appliance. It has no soul in it. You look at the people that drive Priuses look at it just like they look at a blender or a toaster or a microwave oven. It's just a thing. And dude, every car is just a thing. It's not like you know, a car is some living, breathing thing. Or Apple products. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people that are really smug, that think they turn their nose up at you for having a car that has a V8 in it. I don't like that. I really don't. If you want to save some money on fuel and you want to save the environment and stuff, driving a Prius ain't the solution. It just makes you feel like it is the solution. A Tesla is much more viable as an economic solution. The funny thing is that most people that drive Priuses traded them in for Model 3s. But that's another story. So it kind of signals like the downfall of like people loving their cars. I mean, I firmly believe, and this is philosophical from me, all right, that you impart some of yourself on everything that you make. That's why making stuff is good for your brain. Building things. We're much better at building things than we are. I mean, we're pretty good at destroying things, but You know, like, I would say that it's easier to break something than it is to make something. Okay? So, in that regard, I think that every time you make something, whether it's writing a piece of software, you know, or building a car, or, you know, fixing something, you know, or 3D printing something that you made, right? Every time you make something, you're imparting a little bit of yourself onto it, because that thing wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you. So, when I see a car, right, think about the thousands of people that imparted some of themselves on that car and all the stuff that needed to come into alignment to get that car in your driveway. Right? It's really kind of a like a significant thing to me. I mean, this is how I perceive things. And you know, like, the crazy thing is that, you know, I perceive it all the way, you know, from a car all the way up to like the space shuttle. It's ridiculous how many people work on this stuff, like these things, and make this stuff, right? And Erudite, treating it like an appliance just pisses me off, because it's not. It's not an appliance. Like, people worked on this. People put time and hard work and sweat into this thing, and to treat it to disregard it as just something that gets good fuel economy, or even use it as a tool to turn your nose up at somebody and think you're better than them, that really doesn't sit right with me. I don't like that at all. It really, and the vast majority of people that like cars are in the same boat as me. People have always thought that way about cars, even before Prius or Tesla. Yeah. Of course, I'm not saying that, but yeah, there was a time where a car was just like a Model T pop was just a piece of farm equipment, right? But, you know, you get into cars like from you know, Europe, Japan, and the U.S. in like the so the U.S. would be like 50s, 60s, 70s, right? Japan is like 70s and 80s, and Europe is, you know, like 60s and 70s too, right? You get these cars, and you can tell the difference when a car was made with some passion behind it, you know? Like, you can tell when it was built by people that actually freaking care. The work shows through, you know what I mean? And you know, taking pride in what you made, like, it comes through with the car. Like, look at BL cars, Pop. Look at BL cars from the 80s. It's the same thing. There was no soul put into those things. People didn't care. It's just whatever. Another job, whatever. And don't get me wrong, it's also, on the flip side of that, if you just want to build cars and make money off of it, make money off putting cars together, that's fine, right? But, like, it shows through. Like, there was a time where, you know, your work on the vehicle showed. Like, the work on the vehicle showed, and, you know, people were proud to impart some of themselves on the vehicle. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that doesn't happen today. It's just the Prius kind of represents, like, a fracturing of that whole thing in my mind. That's why people don't like them. But once again, with that all being said, that's a beautiful car. That's a really nice looking car. It really looks good. I'm not even kidding. That's why I felt it kind of weird to say it, but it does look nice. It really is a nice looking vehicle. I wish it wasn't a hybrid. The Chrysler K cars. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, the Prius kind of signifies, and it's not, I'm not trying to say that Toyota build quality is bad, because it's literally some of the best in the business, in the entire automobile business. And I say that as an American car fanatic. Like, Toyota knows how to make things. They absolutely do. But yeah, treating it like an appliance just really, something about that just doesn't sit right. It's more than that. It's all the people that worked on it. Dude, I see this is how I perceive things everywhere. Like, cars, trucks, cranes, space shuttles, battleships, whatever. You know, you imparted all the people that chose to, like, not sacrifice, but put some of themselves into this. And what it created is fascinating to me. And the Prius is kind of the Prius for the longest time was at odds with that. That's why I don't like them. But once again, that new one does look nice. But yeah, it's kind of hard to put it into words exactly why I don't like them, but that's really what it is. I decided I want to buy a Nissan Leaf, slam it and put big rims on it with underglow and all. I just want to piss off everybody. I don't think you're going to piss off anybody, Sawyer. I don't think that's going to piss off anyone. I think people will laugh at you. Yeah. Yeah, RE hybrids, I don't think I think Elon and Tesla had it right. So Elon's kind of, oversees the whole thing. But the guy that designs the cars at Tesla is a guy by the name of Franz von Holhausen. Yeah, he's American. He talks like this. Kind of very strong name though, right? Franz, the way... I think their decision to just not make hybrids and just go straight to electric, I think that's much more, like if you were going to talk about cars with like carbon footprint, that's a much better idea than doing hybrids. Hybrids are taking all the best things of an electric car and all the best things of a gasoline car and putting them together to make a thing that's really not good at either one of those things. It's not a good gasoline car because the gasoline engine is so small, right? It's so tiny. So you're taking all the good things about a gasoline car and neutering it, and then you're neutering an electric engine by attaching it to a freaking internal combustion engine. You're taking all the best things about an electric car and all the best things about a gasoline car, making them worse, and then putting them together. I think we could stay with the internal combustion engine motor and make it more efficient. Tigris, I agree. I think it's one or the other. With that being said, I do think there are hybrid systems that would be very, very useful. An electric car with a lawnmower engine attached to the back. That's just like a lawnmower engine attached to an alternator. That's just designed to make power. That's it. And that, you have a tiny little small gas tank that charges the battery. That's it. That's all. Perfect. Basically, take a generator and attach it to the back of a Tesla and put it in the charging port. That is a hybrid system that I don't mind. I think that's a much better application than trying to shoehorn an electric motor into the transaxle and having a hybrid electric direct gasoline drive thingamajigger. That's stupid. That's way too complicated. That once again, it's why have the internal combustion engine there in the first place? Why have it on the driveline? Internal combustion engines are great at generating electricity. They're really good at it. Really good at it. So why have it drive the wheels? I think that's the way we chose to do hybrid cars, putting an electric motor inside of a transmission, which is already complicated, making it more complicated by adding that, and then putting a gasoline engine in front of that. It's like an SLS solution to a fuel economy problem, right? You're taking shuttle engines, which are supposed to be reusable, and expending them. And you're taking SRBs, which are supposed to be recoverable, and expending that. Right? Why would you do that? Well, I mean, in SLS's case, it's to get people on the moon, which kind of on board with that. That'd be a good idea. But the way we do hybrids is just weird. I think the Chevy Volt was the right solution, Buck. I think the Chevy Volt was the right solution. The problem is that it was made by Chevy. So now that, it ruined that idea, because I'll be damned if Chevy knows how to market anything in this day and age. I mean, sometimes I see advertisements about Chevy products and GM products, and I'm like, what year do you guys think it is? Do you guys think it's 1997 still? Because it definitely seems like it. The Volt was more efficient to direct connect to the wheels when on the highway than to generate and drive a motor. Parax, I think the electric is good for drivetrains, and internal combustion is good for generating electricity. Not the way the industry adopted hybrid drives is just stupid. Just go all electric, or just stick to making gasoline engines. I think gasoline engines are also good at driving too. Right? But in certain applications, like if we're talking from a straight engineering standpoint, if you're driving a car around in the city, the electric motor destroys the ICE on efficiency. Like, it's not even fair. Like, why would you, it's to the point where, like, you don't even have to be an environmental nerd, right? Like, driving an electric car around in the city is just going to save you a lot of money. Like, if you just want to look at it like that, you know. The Volt had problems because it could direct drive. It couldn't be classified as a range extender because it could direct drive. It couldn't. Oh, yuck. Did you see that Jay Leno drove the Tesla Semi around with Franz? Yeah, Blue, I saw what you said before, but I was finishing my thought. I watched it. I think you were the one that recommended it to me. Yeah, I actually went and watched the whole thing. And dude, I didn't know that the Tesla Semi was kind of an afterthought. And what I also didn't know is that the carbon fiber wound electric motors that are on the Model S Plaid were not even designed for the Model S Plaid. Those are Cybertruck motors. They designed a new motor for the Cybertruck. They literally made a new carbon fiber coil wound electric motor. They redesigned Tesla's, and when I say Tesla, I mean like Nikola Tesla's original, rotating magnetic field, right? They wound the coils in carbon fiber so you could achieve higher RPM with an electric motor. That was designed for Cybertruck. And then they just said, oh, sweet, let's put this in a Model S to make it go really fast. And that's exactly what they did. I didn't know that. And then from there, they took the Cybertruck components and just put them in a semi-truck chassis. That's what a Tesla Semi is. It is a Cybertruck. It's a Cybertruck drivetrain in a semi-truck. I did not know that. I didn't know that. That's the cool stuff. That's the kind of stuff I want to hear. That's really freaking cool. That's much better. That's a really cool solution. That cross part capability like that. That's old school auto manufacturing. I like that. That's really cool. They designed it for Cybertruck and they tested it with the Semi. Yeah. Oh, it's a structural reinforcement thing. The way I interpreted what you said, it sounded like the electrical windings of the motor were carbon fiber, which made no sense. No. Okay, so with an electric motor, you have a charged copper coil, right, that's spinning inside of a magnetic field, and its spinning generates power, right? Electric motors 101, right? So the Achilles heel of an electric engine, and Synerd, I know you know this, I'm just clarifying it so everybody else can understand it. The problem with an electric motor is that if you don't have the electric motor on a transmission, and Teslas don't, Teslas just have an electric motor on a differential, and that's it. So it's like electric motor, final drive, wheels. That's simple. I like that. That's really good. You eliminate the transmission. That's a lot of moving parts that you don't need. So now, because of that, right, and because the final drive on a Tesla is like 9-to-1, it's a 9-to-1 differential, which is ridiculous by any other car standards, right? Now your limiting factor is RPM on the motor. So basically the copper coils, the copper windings on the axle on the electric motor, right? The charged copper windings, they start to basically come apart because they're spinning so fast, the centrifugal force basically pulls them apart, right? So what Tesla came up with was taking carbon fiber, a very thin layer of carbon fiber, and wrapping the copper coils so much that the carbon fiber will basically hold the thing together at higher RPMs. It'll prevent the copper coils from basically coming apart because it's carbon fiber, and when you stretch carbon fiber, it gets really, really strong, right? Kind of like a Kevlar vest, right? Because it's carbon fiber. It's wound like a quilt almost, right? That's really good for tensile strength. They made a very super thin layer of carbon fiber around the coils, enough so the magnetic field will still pick up on the charged coil. So we're talking like, not microns, but like sub-millimeter carbon fiber windings in the motor. Like, that's really impressive. And that's like what like the Model S Plaid has, and that's what Cybertruck will have, and that's what the semi-truck will have. Now your electric motor can rev way higher because the windings, the carbon fiber is holding the carbon fiber is holding the copper windings together, and that means that your windings can spin way faster. That's the type of solutions you want, not just shoehorn an electric motor into the transmission and make the transmission 1,000 times more complicated. That's the type of innovation we should be seeing with cars. That's why I like that's I appreciate that. I tip my cap to Tesla. That's cool, man. That's the kind of stuff you'd expect from like auto manufacturers in this century, right? Copper is very soft, so adding a light, high-strength shell makes it so the magnetic fields don't start separating and weakening. Yep. It's really, really cool stuff, dude. I would like to see... And Blue, there's probably a YouTube video around somewhere of like a Model S Plaid motor being taken apart. I would love to see the windings. That would be so cool. They weave carbon fiber like a sock around the coils. Very good for manufacturing. It's retrofitted so smart, dude. The fact that they got the magnetic fields to jive correctly through the carbon fiber that's a big deal. That's some really trick stuff. Very cool. It's really, really cool stuff. Oh yeah, I just did a quick goggles right here. Look at that thing. Now that's what I'm expecting a power plant for a car to look like in 2023, man. That's really, really, really cool. No, that's a Model 3 motor. I don't want that. They had the cross-sectional one at the Tesla events. There's the winding right there. I mean, well, that's just on a spool. That's the winding right there. It looks like it's just metal. There is a winding of carbon fiber around that axle, that's impressive. See that? The winding is so thin, it just looks like, oh, that's just a metal shell, right? Nope. Oh, that's so cool. What I'm hearing is that it's basically a gigantic coreless motor from an RC servo. It's a sleeved copper coil. That's what it is. Carbon fiber sleeved copper coil would probably be the right way to say it, dude. It's impressive. And so, like I said, the problem with electric motors is that, like, as a car guy, nobody liked the electric motors because, yeah, they accelerate and you have instant torque, and that's all fine and dandy, but you can't rev really high. So Tesla's top speed of Teslas was really bad for a long time. They would get smoked on the high end by like Corvettes. I mean, a Tesla could get out of the hole faster. Like if you're drag racing a Corvette versus a Tesla, the Tesla would get out of the hole. It would destroy the Corvette, but if it was a long enough distance, the Corvette has a higher top speed with the internal combustion engine, right? The carbon fiber sleeved copper windings basically eliminate that problem. A Plaid can smoke anything on the top end and on the lower end, which is cool. That's really, really cool stuff. Hey, Woody! Thanks, man. 5 subs. Appreciate that. And you continued the gift sub from All Systems. Oh, dude, that reminds me. Fellas, hey, for the people that kind of been keeping up with Twitch news and stuff, guys, I'm in Partner Plus. We got approved for it. I got the email yesterday. 70-30 split for me if you sub to the stream. No joke. And don't get me wrong, I'm not asking. If you feel the need to, do it. But yeah, we got Partner Plus. So if you subscribe to the channel, non-Prime subscriptions, I get a much bigger cut. I get a 20% cut, 20% more of a cut from that. So yeah, Woody, you actually reminded me. Yeah, I got a 70-30 split, dude. Yeah. Because I have basically I fit the criteria for Twitch's Partner Plus program, which is really, really cool. Yeah, gifted subs don't Gifted and Prime subs are still the old way that they were doing it. But Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 subs, those are 70-30 split. So, yeah, I just got a huge raise yesterday at 20% raise, which is pretty cool. Pretty happy about that. That's pretty neat. A vid for the axial electric motor MB makes. Oh, cool. Yeah, so just on a side note, dudes. Yeah, thank you. You guys, I mean, you guys are the ones that helped me qualify for it. So, yeah, I'm not telling you to say like, "Oh, you should sub to the channel" or anything. Like, just if you got it, you can do what you can do. Times are tough right now, and I can understand like people not wanting to spend money on entertainment right now because everything is expensive. Like, I get it, but also if you're feeling limber, do it. I get if if you're on a Prime sub, convert it to a Tier 1. That's more money for me, less money for Twitch. Like, if we want to reduce it to its base element, right? So yeah, this is like the only time I'm going to mention it. I'm never mentioning it again because I don't like doing stuff like that. I feel that you put the content out there. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, who am I to say, oh, you should sub to this? I deserve subs. I hate that stuff. I can't stand it. But I am going to tell you about that because I'm pretty happy. And Phil, thanks for the 57. So today I learned that the Volt actually could have the internal combustion engine provide propulsive power. It connects at a planetary gear, still a lot better than than typical hybrid. So it's kind of connected like the starter motor, Buck. Interesting. Why does every time GM comes up with a really cool idea like that, the Volt EV1, they're like, nah. Let's just keep making the things that we're known to be. Yeah, let's just do that. It's fine. Don't forget to tell us to smash that like button. Speaking of videos, I've seen Edison before, Kelly. Those things are cool. Edison's sweet. Unfortunately, my next bill is January. Fellas, don't worry about it. I'm just telling you that if you're already subbed to this channel, more of your money is going to me, which is cool. I more or less was using this as a way to say thank you. But also, if I've earned your cash, let me put it to you like that, I get a bigger cut of it. Because the public buys what it buys. I understand that, Hellfish, but if GM advertised the Volt like they advertised the Corvette or the Camaro or a Suburban or like their Silverado or anything, the Volt could have been a Prius killer. It's a better design. It is a better design. It gets better fuel economy because it's a better design. GM out-engineered Toyota and then was like, nah. Like, you know how many Priuses Toyota sold? Or how much they do sell? Like, guys, here, let's see if we can find the numbers here. Hey, Thrawn, 57 months. I guess you earned my cash. That's entirely up to you. I'm not going to ask. Ever. That's my rule. Don't ask. Dude, yeah, see? Look at some of these numbers. So, it's in thousands for whatever reason. So, anytime a car breaks into the six figures for production numbers, like if you don't know much about like car sales, if you sell 100,000 of a car, that usually means that you made a return on all your development, like easily made a return on development. With that being said, anything in the six figures is good. Look at some of these numbers. 175,000 in 2005, 125,000 2004. 185,000 in 06, 281, 285, 404, 509. That's 500,000 Priuses worldwide in 2010. 300,000, 300,000, 300,000, 240, 203, 354. Unfreaking believable. Unbelievable. You provided me with more entertainment than I have money. That's fine, Woody. You being here, dude, I can't even ask for people to be here. People being here and giving me the time of day is more thanks than I could ever ask for. Like, your time is the most valuable. And no, I'm not trying to be philosophical. The fact that you guys think of me every day and come and click on the stream makes me very happy. It's very endearing, and it really helps me get up every day and pop in and do what we do here. Man, sales dropped off hard. Tesla do be like that. That's not just 500,000, but 500,000 sold in a year. Yeah. Kelly, that's 500,000 in 2010. 509,000 Priuses. That's absurd. That is an absurd amount of cars. I mean, put it together. 500,000 cars. What does that look like? Is that a container ship full of cars? No. A container ship holds maybe 2,000 to 3,000 cars. We're talking 100 container ships. Actually, more like 500 container ships. Like, I mean, that math was terrible, but you get the idea. It's ridiculous. The numbers are insane. We are very happy that you are here. Thank you. Wait, are you saying the stream isn't automatically appearing on our monitors? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Wait a minute. That's just liftback sales. Hold on. Let's go down here. Sales of non-liftback Prius. That's crazy. 2.1 million cars in 5 years. That's ridiculous. Medium city worth of cars. My city has 800,000. That's absurd. That's an absurd amount of. That's crazy. That's like all-time best-selling cars. That's probably in the top 10 all-time best-selling cars. The Prius is, if I'm looking at those numbers right, the Prius is right up there with like the Model T, the Mustang, the Model A, Pinto, Volkswagen Bug. That's probably in the top 10 best-selling cars of all time, if I have to guess, by like if we're going by production numbers. Here, let's see. Here, let's find a wiki page. List of best-selling automobiles. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! A container ship can hold 50,000 cars. 50,000? Man, I got my math wrong, Timo. Jeez. Oh no, the Lada's in second place. They made 17.75 million Ladas. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, they produced it for freaking long enough time. Yeah, the Corolla. That's what I mean. Corolla's one of the best-selling cars ever. Ever. Yeah. Corolla's up there, Beetle's up there, Model T, Model A. Hilux is definitely up there. Volkswagen Golf, man. Great car. 50 million Corollas. 50 million. 25 million Golfs. 12.3 million Clios. That's crazy. These numbers are... And this is what I mean, dude. These numbers are ridiculous. 17 million Hiluxes. From 1960 to now. Actually, 17 million over the last 60 years. That's... Look at some of the time spans on like timelines on these cars. Like some of them are really, really short. Fiat 126. Yeah, 126 is a nice car. I mean, but yeah, this is by country. Sweden, 2.8 million from 74 to 93. See, that's not a lot, but I mean, that's 2.8 million is still a lot of 240s. Zaporizets. Oh, that thing. Yeah. Oh boy. See the Mini? For 40 years, 5.5 million. Check this out. There's my truck. There's my bay right there. 48 to present, 40 million trucks. That's nuts. Crazy, right? American Motors. The Hornet. Hornet was a good car. This is the best-selling cars by brand. Interesting. The Fiat 126 is the drunk uncle's car? I think so. Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean, dude. Look at all these damn freaking cars, dude. Coupe de Ville, 3.8. That's a lot of 3.8 million is a lot of Cadillacs considering. Checker Marathon, the Impala. Yeah, the Impala was basically a Corolla of its time, and then Chevy decided they didn't want to make cars that people want anymore. Sorry, I'm not bitter. Yep, the F-Series. Over 40 million, America's best-selling vehicle for 40 consecutive years. 33.9 million in 12 generations to May 2010. From 1948 to 2010. 40 million and counting on the clock. That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount of trucks. Here, let's go down to Toyota. It's got to be the Corolla with Toyota. Hey, Dama. 35 months. 50 million freaking Corollas from 66 to present. That's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Now, here, check this out. Look at the Model 3. So some of these cars, you know, it's like from 96. Or, you know, like the Studebaker Champion, which is a really cool car. You know, those aren't long periods of time. 1.3 million. Smart 4.2, 98 to present is 1.5. Tesla's the Model 3 is 2017 to 2023. That's 6 years. That's 1 million cars. Actually, well, they said by June 2021. So that was 4 years. 1 million cars in 4 years is absurd. That is ridiculous. That is an insane industrial effort right there. Like, so, you know, like the Golf is 35 million cars, but it's 74 to now. So that's 50 years. Well, 49 years. 35 million over 49 years. That's done 1 million over 4, which is crazy. Zaz is there. Zaporizets. That's funny. Classic bestsellers. See, the Model 3. They're class bestsellers. Model 3 is already nuts, dude. That's crazy. 250,000 units each year seems doable. Zintas, it's doable. It's obviously doable. Tesla's doing it, but I'm telling you, any car production that gets into the six figures, so like if you make 100,000 of a certain type of car, that's really, really good. Really good. That's really good. Tesla's well into the six figures. 250,000 cars a year. That's a lot of cars. What is the best-selling station wagon? Don't know. The Mirai. Interesting. Full-size car. The Impala. Impala's 1960s Impalas are really nice cars. Full-size luxury. Caddy. I'm surprised Maybach and like a BMW 7 Series or a Mercedes S550 still hasn't beaten Cadillac's numbers. That's pretty nuts. Ah, I saw the hydrogen-powered car. The River Simple Rasa, where they insert hydrogen fuel cells into the rear end bumper and cannot help but go boom. Remember the Pinto? That thing just scares you. Not against hydrogen fuel cell cars, but they need a more secure way to store the fuel cells. Yeah, other than in the rear bumper. Yeah, I saw that, Toad. The design was kind of cool, like how they could put the COPVs in there, but yeah. Yeah. You know what the funny thing is, dude? The Pinto is actually one of the best-selling American automobiles of all time. Seriously. Here, let's go Ford Pinto. Seriously, look at the numbers. The Pinto is one of the best-selling cars. In 9 years, they made 3.1 million cars. It is, once again, you wouldn't think, but it is one of the best-selling cars of all time in the United States. And unfortunately, the Pinto got McDonald's coffeed, if you catch my drift. You guys know that lawsuit about McDonald's coffee where the lady sued McDonald's coffee for it being too hot? I mean, it was too hot, right? And she needed, like, medical surgery because it gave her a third-degree burn. But does that mean all McDonald's coffee is bad? No. McDonald's sells a lot of coffee, right? Pinto is not a bad car. There was just a case circumstance when it gets hit, when one or two of these three-door liftbacks, or these three-door liftbacks got hit in the exact right spot at the exact right time in the exact right temperature and conditions that it could cause a fire. It only happened once or twice. Fun fact. But nonetheless, Pinto's got a reputation for being rear-ended and exploding. The reality of the situation is that they're a pretty damn safe car. It's just that two-door coupe getting hit at the right angle, in the right temperature, and the right conditions will cause it to catch on fire. But here's the thing: most internal combustion engine cars catch on fire if they get into an accident. But this one was kind of like a fender bender isn't gonna catch a car on fire. It's like a serious accident, right? But like that's the thing. The Pintos that did catch on fire weren't fender benders. Like, this is like a car getting hit in the back from another car going like 30, 40 miles an hour. Most cars will catch on fire getting hit that hard from another car. But yeah, the Pinto got a bad rap for it. But it's actually one of the best-selling cars of all time, which is really funny to me. I saw the Wedgie lawsuit, Toad, yeah. What's crazy is that we still have the fuel tank in the back. Yeah. I like how people think Teslas will nuke explode if poked because battery. Fun fact. You have stuff inside of your electric or gasoline car that has high energy density, meaning there's a lot of freedom inside, and if you hit it in the wrong way, the freedom comes out really, really fast. You don't want that. But it doesn't matter if it's electric or gasoline. Most things that have energy density, when applied kinetic energy gets applied to said thing, catches on fire. Like, I don't know why people think this is a shocking revelation. Well, Kelly, we talked about that the other day, electric car fires. I don't think it's so much that electric cars catch on fire more or less than any gasoline car. I think we don't know how to fight an electrical car fire because it's not a gasoline fire. It's a lithium fire. Differences, right? Big differences. So, because there's no way to fight it, electric cars, like with a gasoline car, if it's on fire, you just spray water on it, it's good to go, right? Well, a good amount of water will put it out. Not with a lithium fire. In fact, pouring water on it actually probably makes it worse. Yeah. Because lithium, the cells in a Tesla battery are lithium. And when lithium makes contact with oxygen, it likes to pop. Foam it? Yeah, well, Zintas, how many fire trucks have foam on them? You know what I mean? It's so I think Teslas get a bad rap because you deal with a lithium fire differently than you deal with a gasoline fire. So the Tesla's allowed to sit there and burn for longer periods of time because sometimes that's what you do. Sometimes the best type of firefighting is not fighting the fire at all. Just let it do its thing and just keep it contained. Like a forest fire, for instance. You're not going to put that out. You're not going to put out a forest fire that's like 100 acres or 1,000 acres. You're not putting that out. No one's putting that out. So just contain it. So think about it, dude. They just contain that electric car. The electric car is smoldering and popping everything. And that's time for like a news truck to get there and film the Tesla exploding. You know, if it was any other accident, right, then, you know, by the time the news gets there, gets on scene, right, they would have put out the fire on an internal combustion engine car. Right? But no, you know, oh, look at this. This thing's big and on fire. We like bigger things on fire. Show on the news. Like the rap the Yugo got for going off the Mackinac Bridge. Oh, I forgot about that, Dustin. Yeah. TLDR on the IAC. Some new info? Nothing really new, lols, except that Raptors plan to be scalable to make 3 times the amount of thrust that like Raptor 1 did. Elon said that was the big news. I hadn't heard that before. The big news was that they were basically trying to get 20 million pounds of thrust out of a Super Heavy, which is 3 times the thrust of a Saturn V. Yeah. Tigris, the RE, the Yugo thing, I'm pretty sure a Yugo the wind blew a Yugo off the Mackinac Bridge. Yeah. Because the car was so light, because it's designed for fuel economy, I'm pretty sure somebody was driving it over the Mackinac Bridge and it got too windy and it blew it off the side of the bridge. Man really said, fine, I'll do it my damn self. Yeah, crazy, right? Is Elon overreaching again, or does the math check out? Yeah, of course it could check out, Repairy. He talked about engine compartmentalization on Super Heavy and stuff. Yeah. You go, but the car doesn't. Yeah, you go means you better go get on the bus. You better go get bus tickets. So, yeah, erudite. I guess if you want to say it that way, Super Heavy is going to try to take off with the same amount of thrust that a 3-core Saturn V would have. Saturn V Heavy. That's what Super Heavy is aiming for in the long term, which is that's a lot of get up and go. Raptor 3 must be one insane melon farmer of an engine. It's Buck S-Master was telling me that it's not even 3. 3s are already being deployed. It's Raptor 4 or something, which is that's news to me. Just got here, but I saw that there's a new KSC flyover if you haven't reviewed it yet. No. I haven't. I'm looking at pictures of Pintos now. I'd drive one. See, that's the Pinto I would drive. 2-door wagon. Estate Coupe. That's cool. I'd drive one of those. Look at how brown it is, guys. Look at how brown. It's so brown. How many shades of brown do you want? Yeah. 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 Look at hubcaps, brown. Interior, brown. Dashboard, brown. Car, brown. I love it. It's so ridiculous. Like, what other color can you do that with? Spoiler, brown. Spoiler alert. I love it. I love those weird cars from the 70s where they're just like, how much brown should we use? All of it. Brown. White? Yeah, that's right. Would you name it Von Braun? Yes. Brown. The fuel cap is a different shade of brown. It is. That's awesome. I'd drive that. Two-door wagon. Cool car. Henry Ford alternative reality, brown. Actually, Poison, everyone did that. That was like the style, the malaise era. That was the thing, just natural, all different natural shades of brown because nature, because it's weird, man. Ford Dark Midnight Blue Metallic. I know what that is, Tigris. What would make it as if the license plate had brown on it? Well, some states have brown plates. I don't know. I forget which ones do. It was a deep blue. Yeah, and it's got not flake, but it's sparkly-ish paint, Tigris. I know exactly what you're talking about. The girl I was dating like 10 years ago had an Explorer, and I did some touch-up paint work on it, and I still have the blue spray paint. Yeah, Explorers were painted that deep blue color. I know exactly what you're talking about. If I ever get my license to drive a car, my car will be Twitch colored. Purple? Timo, there's a Chrysler color from the there's a Chrysler color from the 60s called Plum Crazy Purple. Some Chryslers are still painted that color, but yeah, dude. You wouldn't think. But that's almost Twitch purple. It's pretty close. Look at it. It doesn't look bad either. It looks really nice. You wouldn't think a purple car would look good, but that looks real nice. It looks real good. Yeah. A lot of Mopars from the 60s. Plum Crazy. It looks great. It's a really nice color. Even on the new car. Still looks real good. Yeah, see? Chrysler still paints Chargers and Challengers that color. Yeah, Plum Crazy Purple. Yep. Plum Crazy is beautiful. It's a beautiful color. Yeah, I agree. Chrysler had all kinds of... See, Chrysler was always playing second fiddle to Ford and Chevy in the 60s. So they did whatever they had to do to try and make their cars stand out. They gave them the most powerful engines that they could build. They painted them in crazy, ridiculous colors, gave them these crazy design looks because they were trying to sell more than Ford and Chevy. They were trying to make themselves stand out and not just make a Mustang clone, right? So, like, if you look at, like, Chrysler cars from the late 60s, all the colors that they offered were ridiculous. Like, banana, like, bright banana yellow, Hemi orange, plum crazy purple, like, B5 blue is what they called it. Like, all the colors are really, really, so they have really high saturation. That's what it's called. They're really highly saturated. So they're super bright. Like, here, check out this Hemi orange 71 GTX. Look at that thing. Like, they put all these cool racing stripes on it. They did anything that they could to try and stand out and make people buy their cars. It choose like a Mopar, like a Chrysler product over a Ford or a Chevy. So they painted these cars all different colors. They blacked out the hoods, gave them crazy hood scoops. I like that car, Serge. That's cool. Yeah, they did whatever. Like, dude, even the mint greens. Well, mint green is a Chevy color, but I forget what the Chrysler green is called. Like, well, that one was crazy and over the top, but for homologation reasons, so Chrysler could actually build something with aerodynamics for NASCAR and end up going faster than everyone else. But, yeah. That's beast, man. You know, a lot of people say, like, oh, the F40 and the Porsche 959 were the first production cars to get over 200 miles an hour. Superbird could do it. It could do it. You would just have to tune it a little bit, but it could do it. Yep. Seafoam green on a Buick with a white roof. Metallic mint green paint. It's sublime. Oh. That's what it's called? It's called Sublime? That's good. That's real good. It's a stroke of marketing genius. What was Chrysler's equivalent to Mustangs and Camaros? Well, that would be an E-body. Tars. So Chrysler had a couple in the 60s. They had different chassis, right? They had the D series, which was the truck, the W series, which is heavy duty truck, right? And then they had A bodies. A bodies are, well, compact, but compact in the 60s is a mid-sized car everywhere else. So they had the A body, they had a B body. B body is a full size, so the B body is a Dodge Charger, Plymouth Roadrunner, Plymouth Satellite, Plymouth Belvedere, which are just trim levels for different B bodies. And then there's the Dodge Coronet, like what I have. And then they had a C body, which is their full size. So that's like Furies, Plymouth Furies, Dodge Polara, Chrysler Newport. And then because Chrysler couldn't do R&D as fast as Ford or Chevy, Chrysler released their pony car in, 68? So their pony car at first was a Plymouth Barracuda, but the Barracuda was just an economy vehicle. And then, in the late 60s, they switched the Cuda from an A-body to the E-body. The E-body, which is Challengers and Hemi Cudas and Barracudas, these things, that was Chrysler's answer to the pony car. That was their answer to the Camaro and the Mustang. But because Chrysler couldn't do R&D as fast as Ford, they didn't have the resources. They didn't have the resources that Ford and Chevy did because, they were always playing second fiddle because they weren't as big. They had to. It took them basically until what was it, guys? 68. Actually, let me take a look. Yeah, so that was the Barracuda there, and they basically took this compact car and they gave it a fastback roof, and they tried to make it compete with the Mustang, and because that's what was already existing, their compact car. And those 69 Barracudas are cool cars, but in 70, their actual R&D answer came out, and that was the answer to the Mustang and the Camaro. Just in time for the early 70s and the oil crisis. Yep. Whoops. I mean, they are beautiful cars. They're just... the lines on it, once again, we're talking about accent lines. The lines are perfect. So Chrysler pioneered in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, they pioneered what's called a Coke bottle. It's called a Coke bottle design. Because if you look at a 68 Charger, it's a Coke bottle. Look at it from the side. So here's the top of the bottle. It bows out, and then in, and then out again. It looks like a Coke bottle. See? Now you can't unsee it. See that? Pretty cool, huh? And that's Dominic's Charger from Fast and Furious, so everybody knows what those things are. But yeah, Coke bottle finish. Or Coke bottle styling. See that? Yeah, that became super popular. The funny thing is that Chrysler was the first one to do it. Family. 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 Yeah, and then by the 70s, everybody was doing that. It is a really nice looking car for what it's worth. Like, Chargers are... Hey, Striker. Thanks for the bits. And then Dama had a 35er in there, too. We don't need sides, we need family. But see, Chrysler was doing all this crazy stuff, like hood scoops, these big, ridiculous, uninterrupted grills. They're doing anything to get people to buy cars. So they... Oh, there's Weston's Charge. That has a big motor in it. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Okay. Hope you're doing great. I'm doing fine, Striker. Are clean Chargers still like 250K? If it's clean, unrestored, matching numbers, yeah, sure. Why not? The shells are just... Dude, you can't even find like the chassis for a Charger for under like 5K. Even any two-door Chrysler B-body, that's the reason why the Coronet has 4 doors, Selfish, because I paid $1,400 for that car 10 years ago, right? Even 10 years ago, a Dodge Coronet Coupe in that same exact condition would go for 10 grand in the same unrestored condition as the Coronet. 10 grand all day. Matching numbers, unrestored, even though it's ratty. A good one, matching numbers totally clean, would be like 50, 60K. And this is 10 years ago. Nowadays, it's even crazier. Can you tell me which engine would be best for my Skyline? Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24? Pepperoni. I didn't know pizza places made motors. And you're composting it. Bruh. I'll still take a Challenger and I'll take it in white. Vanishing point. Good man, Urban. Good man. I hear Hazard County has a lot of crash Chargers. Split window vet, please, and thank you. You can take the money that you'll spend on that 63 vet, and I'll take the same amount of money and buy a bunch of other cars that we can have fun with and not just keep on a trailer all day. You forgot about the darts of the 70s picking up where the Cudas left off. Yeah, there was the Dodge Duster, Plymouth Duster. Yeah, those are cool cars, man. 340, like the 340s and 360s. Yeah. I mean, Chrysler thought that the oil crisis was a fad, and they tried to weather the storm. Oil crisis happened in 1973. They went bankrupt in 1978. Oops. Your Charger RT has been a great primary car. Yeah, Doom, they're nice cars, dude. The new ones is just a Mercedes. It's a Mercedes E-Class with a different body. Then the 2014 oil crisis happened? What? Firework? What are you talking about? 2014? It's news to me. Oil crisis. Are you just saying stuff again? Anyway, good impromptu space news, guys. It kind of turned into car talk at the end, but hey, whatever. That's fine. I guess, Tigris. I mean, that I would call that a little blip on the radar compared to the 73 oil crisis. I mean, that 73 oil crisis kind of ruined our entire automobile industry. Yeah, I understand firework. I've just never heard anybody refer to it as an oil crisis. And without the oil embargo, we would have never known the joys of the Corolla. I mean, I'd prefer the Chevy Impala to still be the best-selling car, but, you know, Corollas are nice too, I guess. Microprocessors. All right. Interesting concept, Doom. You have a PET scan today? All right, man. You served America and humanity well. Farewell, Saturn 1. I'm not clicking on that, Erudite. And it wasn't today. I saw what you said earlier. It wasn't today. It was 2 days ago. I covered it for Space News. But yeah, that's really annoying.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, I just got an email. The Intrepid Sea Air and Space Museum has just been renamed the Intrepid Museum. I wasn't around for the presentation. Was there any new information? Yeah, Ernak, I knew about Edison Motors before you linked that. I've been watching it on stream from time to time. Yeah, those trucks are cool. I mean, I like what they're doing. It's pretty neat. It was already linked again in this electric car conversation that we had. Somebody already linked it. They're cool. I like that they take old stuff and, you know, do that. I think that's really neat. All right. I'm just looking through this stuff here. Guys, I want to... We played Kerbal on Monday, and I want to play Kerbal again today. I did a shuttle mission, and it went okay, but I want to get kind of back into the groove of doing this, so I want to practice shuttle flights in KSP-1 here. I want to make sure we get the separation mechanism and everything working correctly, because I want to go back to basically finishing or keep playing the mission mode 3 save that we did the kind of save that we did right up until KSP 2 came out, where I used the shuttle to build a station, kind of the old school syndicated mission mode where you don't have to make a launch pad and just launch stuff. I mean, I still kind of want to make a launch pad, but that's another story. Not to pry, but you didn't answer. I didn't answer your question. I wasn't around for the presentation. Was there any new information? There wasn't much, Hellfish. There wasn't much, dude. Elon said that they plan for Super Heavy to eventually have 21 million pounds of thrust. So they're working on scaling up Raptor thrust, like 350 bar chamber pressure, 20 million pounds of thrust from Super Heavy, which, I mean, I don't know, divide that by 33, and that'll get you your thrust output for Raptor. So we're talking like 350 bar, like, whoa. Okay, chat, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if we wanted a Super Heavy with 33 future Raptor engines in it making 20 million pounds of thrust, we're talking about a full flow stage combustion cycle engine that makes 382nd specific impulse at like 6,000 kilonewtons of thrust, which is like, what is that, like 1.4 million pounds of thrust per engine? Two of your dad's favorite cars, goalie, is the 70 Maverick Boss 302, and then my dream, the 70 Torino 429 Super Cobra Jet. That second one is worth a pretty penny, dude. Super Cobra Jets are one of the coolest cars ever made, dude. SCJs are insane. Semi-Hemi, yeah, it's rated at 375 horsepower at the wheels. It makes 600 horsepower at the crank. It died to a tree. Understandable. Have a nice day. Laughs at Sea Dragon. So you know each Raptor is 6 RS-25s. Goes all black. Nice. Rocket Guy, is it? I'm sitting there thinking about those rocket stats. So we're talking 382nd specific impulse, 350 bar chamber pressure, and in order for Super Heavy with 33 engines to make 20 million pounds of thrust, you'd be pushing like 6,000 kilonewtons per motor. Dude, I know a lot about propulsion, more than the average person, I would say. I'm not entirely sure that that's doable. Actually, let me rephrase that. I don't know enough to say if, like, that's a thing. Is that a thing? That's 3 times the scale in the current Raptors. I'm not sure if they'll scale like that. You might need to clean sheet if you're trying to get those specs. Like, I don't know if you can stretch Raptor to those numbers. That might be a clean sheet design. Whatever that motor is. I mean, 382nd specific impulse, 6,000 kilonewtons of thrust, 350 bar chamber pressure. It's definitely Elon reaching. I mean, it's a tall order. That is a very tall order, dude. That's... Oh, you guys want to see the NSF flyover video. Okay. Yeah, we could put that on. I suppose that seems to be Elon's go-to methods. So Rocket Guy, an honest question that I have, and I'm not doubting Starship's design or anything. An honest question that I have is why? Why? What's your stakeholder expectation that requires Super Heavy to have that much thrust? Like, the only thing I can really guess, dude, is duty cycle on the Raptors per flight, because they're going to be seeing a lot of time. Like, a Raptor engine performing at 100% of rated thrust for an entire flight regime 10 times a day is going to break faster than one working at 50% thrust 10 times a day. You're going to extend the duty cycle. And obviously the duty cycle of each engine probably doesn't scale linearly, right? So, you know, say you have a rocket engine, and Rocket Guy, you know this, I'm saying this for everybody else. Say you have a rocket engine that can survive 2 firings at 100% thrust. Just because you operated at 50% doesn't mean you're going to get 4 firings out of the motor before it breaks. That's rocket reuse and duty cycle on engines. So like how often you use it and how often you can fire it before it breaks. It doesn't scale linearly like that. It's logarithmic. But it actually might not even be logarithmic. I don't know. It really depends. Aim high and hit the number he really wants. Yeah, he highballs his engineers on deadlines and specs. Everybody knows that. But he might be highballing himself, you know, like, I mean, he does have a lot of input on that. How about 10 smaller chambers feeding into a single throat? Why not just, firework, why not just have 10 engines? I mean, that's the reason why we see clusters of engines in the bottom of rockets. It's easier to make clusters of engines. The more super heavy thrust will allow them to use less fuel in the second stage for in-orbit refueling is your guess. I mean, 150 tons LEO is insane stakeholder expectations with full reuse to begin with, dude. That's just... I mean, it's truly ridiculous that Starship exists. Starship is one of those things that we should be reading about on NASA technical reports as, oh man, it's one of those things, oh man, they really should have done that. But it actually exists. It's like Venture Star crazy or Saturn Nova ridiculous. Like, it's still ridiculous that that thing even exists. Anyway, let's check out this NSF flyby. Let's take a look.
Busy with launch activity, but when you get to fly over it, you realise there's much more than meets the eye. We are able to spot new rocket hardware arriving, new structures arising from the ground, intriguing movements from Blue Origin, and a whole lot more. We'll also take a look at what's coming up with Starship activity at the Cape, which may surprise you. As usual with these flyovers, it's not just my face you get to look at. I'll be going over the latest with the arrival of Artemis hardware. Sawyer will be taking a look at SpaceX, but first up is Adrian with Blue Origin.
At Blue Origin's Exploration Park campus, it was fairly quiet, but since we flew on a weekend, that's to be expected. Due to this, we sadly didn't catch any peeks at hardware through open doors. But that doesn't mean there isn't some cool stuff to look at. We caught some great close-ups of the large amounts of hardware that has been growing outside of the main production building over the last year or so. While this isn't actual rocket hardware, it's cool to see all the different things that go into the process of making the rocket hardware inside of the factory. Down by the Reef Pathfinder building and the warehouse, there are some frame segments for a new fabric tent. Once this tent is erected, it may be used as a quick extra storage space or maybe even to aid the construction of new facilities. Before moving on to other places, perhaps we should mention the large amount of construction going on along Space Commerce Way, which goes right alongside Blue's property at KAC. The Buzzy Road is in the process of being widened from 2 to 4 lanes. This is an important update for the infrastructure around the Space Center as it grows busier and needs to support more traffic. But if you want to see lots more infrastructure, let's take a look at this. In mid-September, Blue Origin submitted plans for a new facility within Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Adding to the already impressive spread of facilities, the new site will cover nearly 60 acres and have a purpose to provide a building and associated infrastructure for the refurbishment of launch vehicles and reuse of existing large and small components for rocket launches. From this, we can assume this to be the home of a refurbishment facility for New Glenn hardware. Primarily first stages, of course, but down the line, maybe even second stages? However, an interesting note is that of the 60-acre site, only 24 acres are currently dedicated to the refurbishment facility. The remaining 35 acres of the site will be developed in the future. This may leave room for an expansion of the refurbishment facility or be for something entirely different. At LC-36, we were able to spot a large piece of hardware that we haven't seen in a very long time. The New Glenn First Stage Simulator, or GS1 simulator, has been rolled out of the hangar and is now led next to the Second Stage Simulator. As a reminder, Blue had the simulator built so they could practice operations with something the same size and weight as a dry New Glenn First Stage. A similar process happened for SLS. A core stage Pathfinder was built with the same size, shape, weight and balance as a real flight stage. Sure. This allowed operators to rehearse operations before doing so with a real flight article. While unclear why the GS1 simulator is outside, with it on cradles and set aside from the ramp, it doesn't appear that Blue are in a rush to take it out to the pad, if at all. Could this mean we will see actual New Glenn hardware on the pad in a not-so-distant future? Well, you can now figure that out, thanks to our new camera views on Space Coast Live. From these views we can now see LT-36, and whenever they roll out something like this, you can bet we will be watching it closely. Near the two stage simulators, Blue's SPMT system, which is used for ferrying the two transporter erectors between the hangar and the pad, is seen sitting on the ramp with counterweights on board. With the Mini TE still vertical on the pad, this may be a sign that Blue are getting ready to lower the TE and roll it back to the hangar. At the northern end of the pad, we were able to spot both existing Jarvis tanks by the tents. Last year, Blue moved the original Jarvis tank to LT-12 for storage. Now the fact that it's back at the tents may suggest that it's going to be scrapped. On the topic of Jarvis tanks, a 25 cm per pixel synthetic aperture radar satellite image from Umbra in late September allows us to see through the fabric tents and see signs of hardware being staged inside. It's very likely that these are domes and barrel sections for future test tanks. Also, it's a very cool example how SAR imagery can be used to peer through fabric structures.
They can see
you. Can probably also guess which writer made me say this in the script. Now, you may be wondering, what's going on with SpaceX? Well, here's Sawyer to give you all the latest on SpaceX at the Cape.
Well, Adrian, let's see. The latest on SpaceX at the Cape is that they're launching a lot. So much that it's almost becoming common to see boosters going around up and down the Cape these days, and that's what we saw during this flyover. Right outside of SpaceX's Hangar X building at Roberts Road, we saw this super sooty booster, which may have been B-1060. This booster flew for a 17th time, landed, and is now back to the hangar for what we hope will be another few weeks of refurbishment and preparation for more flights.
17.
But that's not all that's happening here at SpaceX's Roberts Road. You might see that, compared to our previous flyover, some hardware is missing. 3 of the 4 sections for the new crew access tower have already been moved out of here and transported to Space Launch Complex 40. We'll talk more about those a little bit later. All that remains is the 4th section of this tower, the topmost section, and it looks well outfitted with all sorts of hardware. Conduits, stairwells, elevator shaft, air conditioning, you name it. It's very likely that SpaceX may roll this out in the next few days or even weeks to complete the tower, so perhaps by next flyover, it'll look similar to how it did just a handful of months ago with no Dragon components. Of course, a few meters north remains another set of tower sections for a completely different rocket, Starship. You probably remember, but building started back around the middle of 2022, and then, after building 7 of these segments, SpaceX stopped construction on them. Well, not much new to report as far as we know, but a good reminder that these are still there and have been left untouched for quite a few months now. And we actually have had a bit of insight into Starship's future in Florida. Since our last flyover, NASA has released the Draft Environmental Assessment for SpaceX's expansion at Roberts Road. Under this plan, SpaceX wants to expand its area footprint at the Roberts Road complex. According to this draft, SpaceX would take 100 acres of land directly north from where they are now. This land would have buildings there totaling no more than 1.5 million square feet. That's about 140,000 square meters for those in metric land. And no taller than 400 feet in freedom units, aka 122 meters. In this document, there's a conceptual site plan for this expansion showing a building with a massive footprint taking up most of the land there, and then another one much smaller in footprint right up to the north of it. The footprint of these buildings is very reminiscent of that of the Star Factory building and mega bays at Starbase. If you remember, SpaceX already started building out a similar pair of Star Factory and mega bay buildings here at Roberts Road, but decided to use the Star Factory buildings as some sort of Hangar X2. Yes, that's actually the name of the building now, by the way, to support Starlink processing for Falcon 9 launches. As for the Mega Bay, while its foundations were built, all of the material for it went to Starbase to build a second Mega Bay down in Texas. It would seem as if SpaceX wants to return Starship operations back to KSC at some point, and they're already getting the paperwork in place. There are other things mentioned in the document, like the desire from SpaceX to consolidate operations at Roberts Road and abandon certain other facilities, such as Hangar AO at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. In fact, they're already doing this. by operating a brand new and shiny Launch and Landing Control Center located on the north end of the Hangar X building. The draft also talks about expanding the Saturn Causeway by an extra 8 feet, or 2.4 meters, for transportation of loads of larger size. I can imagine a few things that SpaceX may want to move down that road that are a large size. Now, back to those tower segments. In the month and a half since our last flyover, they've not only moved to Slick 40, but have actually been stacked. Keep in mind, this is right next to where Falcon 9s are already launching at least twice per week. Definitely looks like we might have a fully finished tower in the very near future. Over at SpaceX's other launch pad, Launch Complex 39A. Here, SpaceX is preparing its next Falcon Heavy rocket for the launch of NASA's Psyche mission to explore a metal asteroid.
Yeah, baby.
No, not that kind of metal. Actual metals. SpaceX released pictures of Falcon Heavy's mission preparations.
Sawyer!
When we flew, it wasn't actually inside the hangar, but vertical at the pad, having just conducted its static fire only hours earlier. The rocket was then rolled back to the hangar for final payload integration. The launch of this mission was previously scheduled to occur on October 5th, but was delayed 1 week to no earlier than October 12th due to issues with the thrusters on the Psyche spacecraft that needed to be tuned ahead of launch.
Yep.
When the time comes, we'll be going live around 90 minutes before the launch, so be sure to click that subscribe button, ring the notification bell, and you know the drill. All of that so you don't miss the launch. Now on to port operations, where it looks like, just read the instructions, one of SpaceX's booster recovery drone ships took the worst beating I've seen in a very long time. And honestly, Alex too, who wrote this. You can see the deck is all charred, and the poor Octograbber is all blackened out from the onslaught of soot and exhaust. That is quite the testament to SpaceX's launch cadence these days. No need for fancy paint on the drone ship or cleaning up the robot stabilizer. I mean, you know what they say. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. SpaceX isn't the only one, though, talking about more interesting buildings and rockets arriving back to the Cape. So I'm going to throw it over now to Ryan.
Well, Sawyer, I heard you like buildings, so here's some more. Up at the launch and landing facility, the structure of Amazon's payload processing facility continues to grow. The walls and the roof are now starting to come together. It's starting to look like a proper building. As a reminder, this facility will be used to process Amazon's Kuiper Internet constellation satellites and integrate them with either Vulcan or New Glenn fairings ahead of launch. At the northern end of the complex, we were able to spot an interesting set of freight carriages that have been parked at what is called the suspect siding area. Believe it or not, these hold the segments for the solid rocket boosters of the SLS rocket set to fly Artemis 2.
Do not hum.
But you might have noticed that instead of 10 carriages, we can only see 8. SLS features 2 5-segment SRBs, so where have 2 of the segments gone? Well, they are actually already near the vehicle assembly building. Not exactly at the VAB though. They are right outside the Rotation, Processing and Surge Facility, or RPSF. These 2 sections are actually the aftmost segments of the solid rocket boosters, and inside of this facility they will gain their skirts and nozzles. Once these are installed on these segments, the complete pair of aft segments will be brought to the VAB, which is just a few hundred meters away, and then be installed onto the mobile launcher to begin stacking operations. This shows that we're already well underway with Artemis 2 launch preparations, and we should see another SLS fully stacked relatively soon. Currently at Launch Complex 39B, Mobile Launcher 1 is undergoing all sorts of testing, from swing tests of the crew access tower to water deluge tests, and also including rehearsals with the crew of Artemis 2.
Yeah, we watched that.
The other mobile launcher, the one for Artemis 4 and beyond, is well underway in its construction, and we can already see a good chunk of the structure that will make up its platform and where the new SLS launch tower will be erected soon.
Hang on, I want to see a big shot of that. Oh, wow. That's gonna... Huh. Huh. Okay. It's for... No, that's for 1B. Jim. Look at the bracing. See the bracing right there? So... See that? See this? That's a corner post. Okay? One of the reasons why they needed to build a Block 1, another mobile launcher for the different version of SLS is because it's too heavy. It's too heavy. The other mobile launcher that Ryan was just talking about, that one was designed for Ares 1, and they reinforced the design for SLS Block 1, and that thing, it bends. SLS is really freaking heavy because 5-segment boosters, right? It's really, really heavy. Like, I think we did the math out, and we figured out that, like, one fully loaded SRB segment has the same mass as the SLS core stage, empty, which is okay. So if you want to get a good idea of, like, how much weight that thing needs to hold up, well, 11 SLS cores worth of mass. Yeah, because 5 segments, 2 boosters, 1 SLS core stage. That's a lot of, that's heavy. That's very heavy. So they needed to, if you look, like this mobile launcher down here has 1 deck. See the deck right there? It's, you know, rectangular, and it has a flat deck. But if you look at that other picture that Ryan showed here, it reminds you of the RSS. Oh. Look, see, there's the flat deck if I'm looking at this correctly. And there's bracing on the sides. So the rocket in relationship would be like right here. This is the side of the mobile launcher. I know it's the side because of how the launch pegs are holding up. So see the peg right there with the diagonal on it? 1, 2, and then there's a third one that's behind that crane boom right there. You could see the opposite ones, 1, 2, and 3. In past designs, there's another set of pegs right here, 1, 2, and 3. If you look, the middle peg is kind of biased towards one side. The reason why it's biased towards one side is because that's where the tower is. So if we go back over here and we take a look at the shot stretched out of the ML, you'd have the one peg here, one peg there, and then the other one's way out here. There's a huge stretch right there, right? Because the tower is super freaking heavy. So they, you know, the mass is slightly biased towards the launch umbilical tower, because as heavy as the damn rocket is, the launch umbilical tower is also very, very chunky. I don't know if you could tell. It's only designed to withstand a rocket blast right next to it. It's pretty heavy. So if you go and look back at the, I like Ryan's shirt, convergent, divergent. So if you go and look back at this, this is clearly the side, right? Because you can see the peg location. One is there, one is right there, and then there's going to be another one back here somewhere, right? But the interesting thing is that the Block 1B mobile launcher has an intermediate peg right there. So this one seems to be more biased over here. There seems to be 4 on each side that's of equal spacing. Now, the reason why you don't see 4 pegs right here is because they're going to build it on that, and there's never going to be a rocket sitting on this. But I do know from looking at past SLS documents and stuff that the launch pad actually has 4 pegs on it. 39B has the provisions for 4 pegs on each side. Believe it or not, it's the flame deflectors. The flame deflectors have 2 additional bits of structure built into them. So to hold up SLS when it's sitting on the pad, especially when it's fully fueled. So I know that the mobile launcher here has an additional carry point to hold it up over the flame trench. I'm trying to see if we can get a picture of them. Oh, that's Ares 1X. This is just going to show the flame deflector inside of the trench. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. So there's 2 flame diverters or flame deflectors that they roll in underneath here. They're on either side, and you can see the rails for them actually. I'm trying to find the right refurbishment picture. Oh, there's one of them. That's a space shuttle flame deflector though. So those two deflectors are basically because an SLS booster, right? Here, look at this is a good picture. That would be a good picture to show. That one looking isometrically down the flame trench. Oh boy, an ad. That's nice. I mean, that's a Bill Harwood article. Let's see if I can find another one. That would have been a good picture, but so these things right here actually go on the sides. They roll in on tracks, and yeah, see, you can see them. You can see the tracks form right in this picture. This is right off NASA, so it should be easy to spot. They roll in on tracks, and they kind of mount up right here. And when the rocket is not there, the flame deflectors go that way. They go actually towards the flame trench. They don't go back on the crawler way. The reason why is so they can vacate when the crawler comes and puts the mobile launcher down. The SLS flame deflectors, the upgraded ones, have supports built into them. They have provisions for more pegs. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the Block 1B mobile launcher, you can tell just from this picture that they're building in extra provisions and structure into the ML design, into the Mobile Launcher 2 design, to take into account the extra weight of a Block 1B SLS. That's what all this crazy truss structure is right there. See that? It's not like one concurrent like line. It looks like a trestle. They put bigger triangulation in there so the mobile launcher isn't susceptible to torsion under heavy load. Rocket, a triangulation like that would be to make sure that the ML doesn't deflect. But yeah, the SLS, I really wish I could find a picture of the flame diverters, but the diverters basically have to be there because the mobile launcher wouldn't be able to hold SLS up, fully fueled SRB, fully fueled upper stage and core stage. It can't hold it up. Heck, it can't hold up the Block 1. I'm really annoyed that I can't find an exact picture of one. They're here, they're around. Let's try SRB flame deflector. No, all we get is a shot of the main diverters. That picture's good enough. Here, this one. Oh yeah, Alarmy owns this picture that was taken by NASA. Lovely. See the extra pegs right there? 1 and 3. See that? They're on the back of the flame diverters, and they move with the diverters underneath the ML. So basically, the mobile launcher will come in here, set down the ML and SLS, and these things will roll into position, and these things work like a spreader jack. They roll into position, and they help hold up the sides. Rocket, it's no secret that those pegs line up exactly with that triangulation, because they do. They line up exactly with it. Yeah, bingo. There you go. Thanks, Mutter. See? See the holders? 1, 2, 3, and 4? Those things, I guarantee you, right here, those two line up right with 1 and 2, right there. It's definitely extra load. Yeah, grippy panels in real life, yeah. And Mutter, thank you very much. Yeah, see, they're using little airport tugs to move these things. Yeah, those are the SRB flame deflectors. Because, once again, so SLS is just wide enough to fit in this flame trench, but as the plume comes down out of the SRBs, the plumes are conic, right? The rocket exhaust goes out in a cone. And they didn't want to basically nuke the crawler way. So these flame deflectors like this idea goes back to the shuttle program. They started doing them with the shuttle program. They weren't there for the Saturn V as far as I can tell, but I could be wrong. You got another picture of them, Mutter? Yep, there you go. See? Right over the flame trench. Or right over the hole in the ML where the explodey bit happens. See, they're holding up the mobile launcher. And once again, I don't think it's any coincidence that that triangulation just happens to line up exactly with the peg points. Pretty cool. So in this design right here, those 2 extra peg points, actually, you know, it wouldn't be 4 pegs across. It would be 5. So you have the corner, and then you have the mid biased right, and then you have the other corner on the right, and then because the trench would be right here in this, the one peg would be here and the other one would be right there. They're spanning that gap right there. Is this how they flash broil snacks for the astronauts? Yes. Oh yeah, Nodders. Yeah. Dude, it's still there. What the heck? Huh. Okay. Wait a minute. I need to check something. To Google Earth. Not to change the subject, but how much settling did the launch pad do, and is it still settling? Serge, they started building those launch pads in '64, and Saturn V's started getting put out there for integration and mass simulator testing in '67. So how much? Yes. They were there for a couple years. They had them graded in '65. So a lot. Dude, they, like, if you look, so you can see exactly here. This is the cool thing. Like, okay, look, clearly some dredging was going on here. Clearly they dredged up some soil at some point, right? This isn't natural. It looks like somebody in MS Paint was like, oh yeah, water should be here. It's because they dredged out all the soil. Now, what are they dredging the soil for? Well, 2 things. They dredged the soil right here, and this is all man-made. That was never there. They dredged out and cut a channel in here for the turning basin. The turning basin is how they delivered Saturn V, Space Shuttle external tanks, SLS core stages. That's how they delivered them to the VAB, right? The Pegasus barge docks right here, and then they basically can roll the thing around and put it into the VAB transfer aisle so you can stack it, right? But going back to grading and settling in dirt, it's no secret that the turning basin, the size of the turning basin, is about the size of the footprint of the VAB. That's not a coincidence. Look at it. You take the turning basin and you take where the crawlerway is surrounding the vehicle assembly building. They're pretty much the same size, because all this dredging was settling all the dirt, like what you're talking about. And yeah, it took a couple of years for it to settle. But the thing is, and I know about this from reading about Roberts Road expansion plans for SpaceX, this soil down here, the topsoil is sand and limestone chunks. And then under that, you have actual, not bedrock, but you have sand. Or, not sand, it's stable. You don't, basically the topsoil in Florida, like the first couple of feet around Merritt Island, so like maybe this much soil, is terrible to build on. Limestone is porous and it absorbs water, right? So what they did and what they still do is new construction down here, especially for something with a heavy footprint like this, they scrape off the topsoil. They scrape it off completely. In fact, that happens most places. You scrape all the topsoil off because it's usually not structural. And that's what they did. They scraped off a good deal of that topsoil and probably threw it in this river over here or something, knowing 60s engineers, right? Or just put it somewhere and made a mound of dirt somewhere. Like if we look at the topographical pictures here, is there a big mound of dirt anywhere? Actually, it looks like there kind of is over here. Just saying. Like, see this? This levee or whatever? That doesn't look like it was there. That looks like it's man-made. They probably did that. And then, so once they got down to quote-unquote bedrock, that's when they started dredging out this. So when they built something like this here, they scraped off the topsoil again, and then they started dredging out the canal. And because they scraped the topsoil off, again, this is good dirt to build on. And then they basically put the entirety of 39A, it's raised up off of, like, sea level. It's, the whole VAB is sitting on a huge mound of dirt that's probably, dude, if I had to guess, it's probably 15 to 20 feet above sea level, right? Comparatively to, like, just the natural ground, which is probably, like, 2 to 3 feet above sea level, which is why, you know, it's Florida. Swamp. Like, it's not, sea level and ground level are very close here. It's pretty obvious because swampy, that's what a swamp is. So, the entire, like, VAB is built on a dirt pyramid, believe it or not. And so is the crawlerway. Once again, it's no secret that the dredging canal right there just happens to be the exact same width as the crawlerway. Look at it. Because the entire crawlerway is elevated off of the ground. Like, if you're driving on the road right here that goes down the crawlerway, or if you've ever taken the tour bus down here, from here to here is about a 15 to 20 foot downhill. Or about, I don't know, 5 meter. Maybe not 5 meter. It's a little less than that. But, like, you can kind of see it with the shading right here. The entire crawlerway is lifted up. So are the pads. The pads are the same way. If you look right back here, you know, where the entrance to the turning basin is, there's a fork in the canal. And look, they just started dredging out Pintail Creek here. And guess what? Guess what they used that for? They used that for the pad. 39A and 39B are also way above sea level comparatively to the surrounding terrain. They're a good deal above it. Yeah, because they needed, not because, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and, like, think that they, you know, they didn't want the pad to flood. You definitely don't want the pad to flood if a storm comes through. But they did it to disperse the load because rockets, heavy things in swampy terrain sink into the ground. So they dredged out all this stuff, right? And once again, if you know this already, cool. But I know some people don't know this. Like, so Pintail Creek, they dredged it all out, and they scraped the topsoil off here, and they probably, I don't know, the topsoil, they probably threw it over here somewhere, right? Once again, you see it, there's like a levee right here around Pintail Creek, just like there's a levee like this near the VAB. I'll bet you that had something to do with it. Because that looks man-made. That doesn't look like it should be there. Because, it has a road on it. See? There's tracks. I'm pretty sure we made that. Right? But they dredged out all this terrain, and then they needed a footprint that big to help disperse the crazy weight and load from the rocket. That, and you don't want the pad flooding. You don't want saltwater intrusion on this stuff. You're already going to get it because you're right by the water, but that's another story. But you can definitely see that the interesting thing is that they graded out 39B first because there was a dredge. This is a dredgeway right there. See that? That's man-made. You know why? Because it's straight. It's a straight line. Rivers don't usually straight line like that, right? You could see what we did and what nature did, right? And then over here, if you look at Gator Hole, they did the exact same thing. They dredged it out to build 39B. Pretty cool, huh? So how long was the dirt settling? 3 to 4 years. Actually, it was more like 2 to 3 years. But yeah, it took a lot of time, and that, dude, even building, like, dredging out the crawlerway, we're talking like playing City Skylines here in real life and moving the ridiculous amounts of dirt that you need to grade these pads and make sure that the pads don't sink into the ground. Those pads are never getting flooded. Even if, like, the sea rises, like, 15 feet, still not getting flooded. Like, these are all built on a gigantic mound. They're way up off the ground. Yeah, the plans for these, Toad, dude, it is like a civil engineering Herculean task. Not to mention the rail lines, too. Yeah, the railroad tracks. So, the railroad lines used to, the original Complex 39 railroad tracks went here. They went all the way out here because they would use trains to fuel up the kerosene for the pads. And you can see that right here, the tracks go down there, and I don't know what that service road was used for. That looks like that's been there for oh, I know what that is. It's old A1A. Never mind. Scratch that. That's before the Cape was the Cape. So they made the tracks go down here, and they meet up with the beach at Playa Linda right here. Right? And the tracks used to go down here. Used to. And then they used to loop in to the fueling depots on the pads. So you could fill up, well, if I'm looking at this right, it would have been kerosene for the Saturn V was there. Kerosene, hydrogen, and then oxygen would have been over here. Or is the hydrogen on the left? No, that is the hydrogen side. So yeah, they were moving in liquid hydrogen by train. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, the track lines up with those two fueling depots. This is where the kerosene was for the Saturn V. That's kerosene, and then hydrogen was over here. And then the LOX is as far away from those as possible. Does the facility have a big dock? Which facility? And then, what? But anyway, which one, sister? And then the tracks went all the way down here to 39A, and they built another loop in. Now, if you notice, tracks ain't there no more. Why? Why aren't the tracks there anymore? Well, tracks aren't there anymore because they don't train in commodities anymore. They don't bring the commodities in by train. It's all done by a truck. Second part about this is, well, you guys know how, with Starship, it keeps getting, kind of, not bogged down, but they do all these environmental reports for it, programmatic assessments, environmental impacts, etc., etc. Yeah, the reason why they do those isn't to just appease tree huggers. This is a good example of why an EIR is probably a good idea, because building a railroad line on a sandbar that's super susceptible to erosion from hurricane forces, yeah, probably wasn't a good idea. And yeah, hurricanes came through, and nature decided that it didn't want a train track there anymore. Yeah, that's why you do environmental impact reports, because that's not a good idea. Cape Canaveral. Does Cape Canaveral have a dock? The turning basin. The turning basin is a heavy dock. Like, you can pretty much unload anything here. Like, yeah, turning basin. The turning basin is also really deep, because they needed all that dirt to make the mound that the VAB is on, sister. So, those tracks were made as part of the original Apollo program, but check this out. Another crazy infrastructure project is in the 80s, they made a spur line here off of the FEC lines that go into the Merritt Island Parkway, the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. They made this. Anybody know what those tracks are for? We saw something about them, about this train line and where it goes and what it does. We saw something about that in the NSF video. Yes, Funsister, the train track is used for trains. I want to take a better look at what Toad is saying. He shared something insane. I'm trying to finish this. The VAB? Well, it's for stuff that goes into the VAB. They reinforced and built out these train tracks. They were there as part of the original Apollo program, but they needed to build out and reinforce them. You know why? They're moving stuff that's extremely heavy. You know what they're moving? Solid rocket booster segments. That's why the RPS, the rotating and processing facility, RPRSF, is there. They built that as part of the shuttle program, and that's where they bring the SRBs in. They take the SRBs off the train cars, they rotate them into the vertical position and put them on a specialized transporter that goes across the tracks down here, takes a left, and then goes inside of the VAB transfer aisle for stacking. That's what they did during the shuttle program. But these tracks needed to be reinforced because SRB segments are extremely freaking heavy. Heavier than anything you'd be moving on the tracks. That's why if you look at a picture of the SRB train, right, they have, like, when it's being transported, you have an SRB casing car, a box car, and then another SRB casing car to spread the load on the tracks, or else the train would sink the tracks into the ground because SRB segments are so freaking heavy. And yeah, Ryan in the NSF video, there's a spur line over here, or just an extra line here, and that's where they store SRBs that have yet to be processed. Yep, they're down there. Yeah, it's a crazy feat of civil engineering up here, dudes. I remember telling stories that in the ground level of Disney, that tourists go on is actually 2 stories above the underground dirt works. That's right, Toad. The funny thing is that the Magic Kingdom was being built at the exact same time as the VAB. I'm honestly wondering if we could go back and look at the contractor that did that. I'll bet you it was the same contractor because it's the same idea. The entirety of Walt Disney World is built like probably about 20 to 30 feet above sea level, right? That's not because they were worried about flooding. That's because Disney World listen to this. This will sound familiar if you've watched my city streams. Disney World has what's called utilidors below it, where all the extra stuff that you need to run a theme park, instead of just moving it around on the same level that guests are, all the utilities and infrastructure, wiring, HVAC, plumbing, all that stuff is underneath the Magic Kingdom. And utilidors are used for, like, the Disney people that go around in, like, the costumes for all the Disney characters. That they use the utilidors to move around the park really quickly. All the food gets transported in underground, right? So basically, at Disney World, it's a fully immersive theme. You're never going to see like somebody trying to move in a huge truck of cotton candy in the theme park. It's all underground in the utilidors. If that sounds like Epcot, well, yeah, guess what? Magic Kingdom was a prototype for the original Epcot city. It was a prototype. Just like Falcon 9 is a kind of a prototype for Starship. Like, it's an interim thing that you needed to do to figure out how you wanted to get to the end goal. Yeah. For whatever reason, Walt Disney was obsessed with civil engineering. He's a huge civil engineering nerd, which is... Alright, cool, sweet. It was your grandfather's company. No crap, dude. No crap. How's that for 2 contracts to have? But it's the same idea. It's the same idea, but for different reasons. They needed to build up a mound of dirt for the VAB so it doesn't sink into the ground. They needed to build up a mound for Disney World because... So, I've talked about this on stream a lot, Toad, which is really cool. It's really interesting that you brought this up. Because I love Epcot. I think the original Walt Disney idea for a city is genius. That's one of the coolest, like, urban design things ever devised. I think it's amazing, right? Walt Disney, when it comes to civil engineering, wanted to take everything and separate it out. So he wanted to use the Magic Kingdom and the utilidors as a prototype for what he wanted Epcot to be. He wanted Epcot to be a prototype city, not just a prototype world showcase like what it is now. And with Epcot, they would have had separated levels. One level for only trucks. Every truck driver here just said, dedicated trucking lanes? Oh, please. And then on top of that, you'd have only cars, so light vehicle traffic. And on the bottom level, you'd have warehouses with elevators that go up to upper levels. And then the cars would have a huge parking lot above the warehouses. And then on top of all that, you'd have the pedestrian level. The pedestrian level is where all the stores are and where all the walkability is. The idea is that people walking around, cars and trucks, are all on different levels. And then above the people, the walking level, you have trains, monorail and people mover. The monorail at Disney World and the people mover at Disney World are prototype civil transportation mechanisms for Walt Disney's planned city that he wanted to make. It ended up never happening. Think about that. Using a theme park to prototype civil engineering transit systems is actually like that's like a 5-head move. That's really smart, actually. He said they used the same lessons learned in 62 for pads 39A and 39B and the VAB buildings as they did for Disney in 67 when they started the first dirt works at Disney. God damn, that's cool. I still think that making a walkable city with parking lots and cars underneath that, trains above it, and trucks below everything is probably one of the smartest ideas ever devised by any civil engineer ever. And the funny thing is, it wasn't even civil engineers. It was a bunch of Imagineers from Disney. Yeah, see? If you look, we go over here, we go look at Walt Disney World. Check this out. So when they made the Magic Kingdom, like I said, the entirety of the Magic Kingdom is up on a gigantic mound. You can actually see, the mound. It's right here. Actually, if we want to be very technical, it's right. The train track is the outer circumference. The railroad that goes around the Magic Kingdom. That's the outer circumference of the mound where the utilidors are, right? And if you look, like right here, you're looking at it this way. From the Seven Seas Lagoon water level to Main Street, USA, it's probably 2 to 3 stories, right? Because the utilidors are underneath that. But the crazy part about that is that you see the Seven Seas Lagoon right there? Didn't exist. There was no lake there. It was Reedy Creek and Bay Lake. Reedy Creek and Bay Lake. That never, the Seven Seas Lagoon is artificial. It's not natural. It was man-made. Because, like what you're saying, Toad, they dredged all the soil out of here and used it to make the mound that they built the theme park on top of. And you could see that the Seven Seas Lagoon is almost the exact same footprint as that mound. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it was Reedy Creek. I built in a city simulator game called City Skylines, dude. I built the prototype city. And in order to do it, I needed a map of the area that Walt Disney World exists on. So it's Reedy Creek. And what I did was I went and looked at United States geological surveys of the area from the late 50s, basically what it looked like before Disney bought it. And I made a map that has I-4 and that's not 532. I forget what state road that is. Because that road right there and I-4 were the only roads here when Walt Disney started when they started breaking ground. Reedy Creek is right here. Right? And yeah, they dredged out the entire theme park. They dredged Seven Seas Lagoon out right there. It was all marshland. They dredged it out to make an artificial lake to build the mound. And what Walt Disney wanted to do was World's Drive right here. The Epcot, the prototype city of tomorrow, was supposed to be right here, basically where Epcot actually, the theme park actually is. It was supposed to be right there. And what Walt Disney wanted to do was basically dredge out Bay Lake and build a gigantic lake that went all the way down to, hang on, basically all the way down to here for the most part. And then the north side of where the prototype city would have been, on the north side, there would have been a huge beach resort. That's what he wanted to do. In fact, you could see they started dredging it out. See right there where it says Golden Oak? They started dredging out the outer circumference for Bay Lake, but unfortunately when Walt Disney passed away, his brother Roy finished the first phase of the prototype city, which was the Magic Kingdom, and then he passed away, and then Disney kind of started going down the path of the Disney that we know today. So they stopped doing that, and they said, oh, take all the cool parts about Epcot, like the multi-layer design, right, and just get rid of it, and just make the city center into a theme park right there with the World Showcase, and that's exactly what happened. Pretty crazy, right? You built Mob Slayer, you built KSC in Minecraft to scale. Many hours on Google Earth for sure. Yep. Sometimes I just pop in on Google Earth. Just look at stuff. But yeah, you could see right there. There's the original dredge canals for where they wanted to expand the Bay Lake to. See it right there? And over here? The lake was going to go all the way down here because it was going to go around Epcot. Epcot was supposed to be right here. Actually, technically it was supposed to be like right there. The city epicenter was supposed to be basically right there. Right where this swirl is. Yep. Yeah, but, you know, that didn't happen. Unfortunately, Walt passed away. But yeah, that whole Epcot project is some of the most Chadley civil engineering ever. And it's actually super cool to know that, yeah, the same people that did the VAB, that did the dirt moving and excavation for the VAB, did it for the Magic Kingdom. That's really freaking cool. That's really freaking cool. Anyway, yeah, a little bit on construction and civil engineering for building launch pads in theme parks. I hope you enjoyed this tangent. It was a pretty good one. At least I thought. You like it? Yes, no? Want me to shut up and go play Kerbal? I can do that too. This was good? You liked it? I missed some of his earlier posts, which are pretty interesting. Yeah. It's hard to read and explain at the same time, Ty. That's one of the... I have to find the balance. Sometimes it's hard to. I remember his general contracting license was the 482nd GC license ever in Orlando. That's cool, man. That's real cool. So, Phil, what is this? National Security Space Launch Phase 3 request for proposal came out today. 3 providers about to have fun with all these missions. Phase 3 is the extension missions post Phase 2 launch services procurement, right? This is the launch service requirements and available missions for Phase 3. Holy crap, that's a lot. Now the license numbers are in the 9 digits. Yeah. I mean, Florida wasn't that built up in 58, 59, 60. There's nothing there. It's just swamp. It was swamp and the logging industry, believe it or not. And this is just lane 2 payloads. There's another 30 or 40 for lane 1, which anyone can take. That's crazy. I thought ACOE would do all of that work. The Army Corps of Engineers designed it, dude. ACOE did a lot of the design work around Cape Canaveral, Serge. Not so much for Disney World. The Army Corps of Engineers engineered all of this. They had contractors do it. I know that the ACOE, so we were looking at the turning basin and the Banana River right here. You can see they dredged all this stuff out. The Army Corps of Engineers built the roads. The NASA Causeway, the ITL Causeway, which is right there. This is all Army Corps of Engineers doing this work. And then if you go down the Banana River even more, you get to the Port Canaveral locks right here. The Port Canaveral locks, and frankly the entirety of Port Canaveral, was all engineered by ACOE. Army Corps of Engineers. They're the ones that designed all this. Yep, all the causeways, the locks. So the locks are basically how you get ships into the turning basin. He did a ton of government contracting, buildings, and dirt works all over the state as it went through. ACOE contracts are needed and a Florida licensed general contractor, and he was a licensed engineer. There you go. So that's really cool. Thanks for sharing with us, man. That's awesome. Yeah, all the bridges, all this infrastructure. Yeah, all Army Corps. Yeah. What are those weird islands? Those are naturally occurring, believe it or not. Yeah, that's all natural. I'm pretty dang sure. I don't think we made those. They were... I mean, we may have. I don't know. If we did, I'm not sure what they're there for, because you see them again over there. So that, you know what that could be, when they were dredging it out, they just dumped the dirt right next to it. That could be just artificial islands that we made when we dredged all this stuff out, because if you look at it, right, those do follow the dredging paths almost to a T. That looks like the places where they dumped the extra soil that they didn't need. Because they did it over here too for the causeway here as well. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that that's exactly what that is. That's a byproduct of dredging. I don't think those are natural. Scratch that. That was wrong. Yeah, that's just where they dumped all the sand from dredging out the canals. I think you missed above where he had to fire his dad who ran the carpentry crew on the VAB, and when they finished, his dad rode the wrecking ball on the crane down in front of all the top NASA people, so he had to fire his dad for it. Oof. Oof. Yeah, see, this dredging right here, all that was for the ITL, the Integrate Transfer Launch Complex. So that was for 41, 40, the solid rocket motor fabrication facility and the solid rocket motor assembly facility, and then all this down here, all that right there is that's all filled in. Cape Canaveral's a big spaceport. Oh, it's huge, man. It's huge. Dude, you want to go from, like, see where it says Wilson right there? That's the top of Kennedy Space Center. You want to go from Wilson all the way down Kennedy Parkway to the bottom part of, like, Cape Canaveral Space Force Center in Kennedy, down to Port Canaveral. That's a long drive. It's a long way. It's probably, like, I don't know. Here, take a look. What is that, 16, 17 miles? Yeah, 27 kilometers. That's in a straight line. You'd have to drive down all this stuff. It takes a while to get from one side to the other. It's a big space center. What did you say about induced demand? Now that the prices have dropped enough, people with money will find uses for its capability. Yeah, you got to make the market, dude. Yep. Yeah, with the NSSL stuff. That's just all the stuff from Phase 3. That's ridiculous. That's an insane amount of missions. How many missions we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 39 missions? That's a lot of launches, man. Do they move things around the Space Center with heavy lift helicopters? No. No. Why? Why would they need to do that? You already have the heavy infrastructure built in. Because the heavy infrastructure around here was built to move Saturn V parts around, dude. Yeah. Nope. Actually, Ponzister, interesting thing. I haven't really heard the need for a helicopter to move stuff around ever. They could. The funny thing is that if you look at the Banana River and the causeways, they didn't make the causeways. The causeways are light duty. They're just designed to move light traffic around, so maybe a decent sized truck and mostly cars. The reason why is because they said, well, all the big heavy stuff is going to be moved on the canals, so why make the causeways bigger than they need to? interestingly enough. So the causeway is actually the NASA causeway right there. That's what it's called. And the ITL causeway are just designed for light traffic. Because at the time, they thought everything would have been brought in by a train. Or via boats and trains, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Most of the main roads are over 2 meter thick reinforced concrete base. Yeah. Yeah, Toad. I've done many talks about heavy infrastructure and how heavy infrastructure roads are really easy to spot. So like it's really easy to spot something to spot rocket stuff that's designed to move rockets around because the road basically looks like it doesn't belong. So, if we look at Kennedy Parkway here, right? So, we have a 5-lane highway. 2 lanes north, 3 lanes south. A 5-lane highway. Why a 5-lane highway? It's not like you're going to get traffic here, right? This is on base, right? So you're gonna be like I said, you're gonna be dealing with light duty traffic. So why build a 5-lane highway? Well, you build a 5-lane highway so you can move rockets up and down it if you need to, move heavy infrastructure back and forth. It's really easy to spot where there's infrastructure for large rockets. Very easy to spot it. Can't wait to see the day where we go back to using the canals because that's how big the rocket parts are. Agreed. I mean, another blatant example is right here. And Jim, you talked about the OPF. Starliner is made in OPF 3, by the way. Right there. I mean, here's another blatant one. Why do you have an on-ramp that's 5 lanes, or like 6 lanes wide right here? Well, and it's made out of concrete, right? It's definitely not asphalt. That's concrete. Well, if you follow it, where does it go? Where does that heavy road go? Okay, it splits right here, and the road goes back to light duty, right? You just get 2-lane two-way right there. So where does this heavy concrete road go? And also, it's up on a mound. You can see they dredged around the sides to pack down the dirt because you're moving something heavy. Well, what are we moving? Okay, there's a couple of hangars. Oh, look, shuttle landing facility. See? Spotting the heavy infrastructure on Google Earth, it's really easy to see it. You know, like, you look around at certain roads and you can see which roads have a deeper subgrade for heavy traffic, like the turning basin roads. See that? That doesn't look like that. Those are 2 different types of roads. That's a light duty road right there. This is a heavy duty road. And then when you see radiused intersections like this with these big open areas, well, that's designed to move rocket parts in there. That's designed to move big equipment in. And a 4-lane boulevard here? Why a 4-lane boulevard going into a parking lot? Well, it's because it lines up with the VAB's transfer aisle. Because they didn't build it because you needed 4 lanes there. They built it because you need to make a big road to spread the load of gigantic rocket stages. Also for drifting, yes. And it's not just KSC where you can spot this kind of stuff. See these big radiused roads? These roads with these weird freaking radii on them? See all that? That doesn't look right. That doesn't look like a regular intersection because it's not. It's designed to move rocket parts. It's not just here. Here, let's zoom out. How about we go to the other end? Or where the rockets that use those canals in the past, where they're made. Let's go over here. How about we go over to New Orleans, right? So there's Michoud right there. They make big things in Michoud. I don't know if you can tell from the pictures. Damn, Pixar. Oh, damn. That's messed up. How many lanes for 15-meter diameter booster stages? Well, what you're looking at here is designed for 10. There's the original transfer avenue for Saturn V stages. They since paved over that and replaced it. But if you look, oh look, that's a weird looking intersection. Why have such big radii here? And why have differential radii? Why is that one the same size as this one, and that one's tiny? Well, if we follow this road here, then we got more big radii here, and that leads to those, so that makes sense. And then where does this road go from here? Oh, up here, and then it's kind of blocked off, and then it goes to a light duty road. So that's kind of a dead end. Let's go this way. Let's follow it this way. Well, that leads to some warehouse there that looks like a test facility, and whatever that is, whatever that hangar is, some kind of testing facility or whatever. Okay, so this way obviously leads right to the factory floor where they roll rocket parts out from Michoud, Saturn V first stages, etc., etc. And then from there, that road goes all the way up here. Oh, look what's sitting there. It's not there anymore, but yeah, huh. All these roads were designed for that. Okay, so weird intersection. We've gotten 3 out of the 4 ways, so where does this go? And see, that's the original transfer right here. It's a helicopter pad now. And what they would do is they would tow that thing with the dome first, engines backwards. They would tow it out of the hangar this way. And why you have this weird thing right here is so they could turn it around and back it up down this road. Now, why would they back it up down this road? Let's follow it. It's a 4-lane boulevard again, and there's clearly reinforcement built into it here. Lots of reinforcement. There's concrete all over it. It's got a concrete subgrade, so it's really strong, so it can hold up something really, really heavy. It looks like the road originally crossed there, but that bridge has since been replaced with that. And where does that... Oh, look at that. Also concrete with asphalt on the top. Where does that go? Oh, it goes right to the heavy dock where they unload SLS cores, and where they load up SLS cores on the Pegasus barge. See? Heavy infrastructure. Is that a Chrysler? No, that one is a Boeing. See that? Heavy infrastructure road. Easy to spot. There's more. If we go just northeast of here, you go up here and you go up the Pearl River right here. We know that dredging is a thing that we saw a lot around the Cape, right? So, you go up the Pearl River here. That's weird. Why would it? Okay. Okay. It seems to be very... Seems to be very uniform here. And it seems like they cut parts of the river out. Okay, let's go a little bit further. Yeah, okay, they definitely cut parts of the river out. You could see the Pearl River originally went like this. There was an S-turn here because rivers naturally do that because of how water propagates when it flows down a river. It kind of swirls, believe it or not. And then eventually it straightens out again, but that's all man-made right there. So go a little bit further. Okay, again, blatant dredging right here. See that? Okay, let's go up the Pearl River even more. Again. That's human-made. That's the natural river. Keep going. Again, you get another cut right through, and then another cut right here, and then it forks, right? The Pearl River goes that way. Where does this go? Okay, so we got some locks right here, heavy-duty locks, and a drawbridge. Okay, where does this go? We're at Stennis. Heavy infrastructure testing. This is where they tested Saturn V first, second, and third stages. See? The heavy infrastructure leads you right... You could just follow it. It leads you right to the test stands. Like up here, you have the A1 and the A2 test stands. A1 and A2. And believe it or... Actually, one of these test stands should light up today, if I'm remembering that right. Hang on. Oh, they rescheduled it. That news just happened. They rescheduled the test. It was supposed to be basically right now. Oops. Actually, right here. This tweet from Stennis. Take a look. Beep. See? NASA tugboat. It moving barges. That's that exact canal that we're looking at. It's moving structures that looks like it's going to be installed on the B2 stand. So that's over here. That's this canal up here that leads over here to the Saturn 1 first stage test stand, or former Saturn 1 first stage test stand, which is a twin cell test stand. It has 2 cells on it, B1 and B2. Yep. You could test. You could do processing and testing on 2 Saturn V stages right there simultaneously. First stages. They use it for SLS testing now. And then the A1 and the A2 test stand are used for shuttle engine testing. Former Saturn V second and third stage test stands. Yeah, see? Saturn V first stages, second stage, third stage. Pretty cool, huh? All the heavy infrastructure. It's really easy to spot. I can do one more if you want. Actually, 2 more. Heavy space infrastructure. If you guys like this, just let me know. Last one is over here. Or one of the last ones I can show you. That's really... Actually, there's plenty. I could think of a bunch of them. But if we go down here and look at Los Angeles, right? So Douglas, the aircraft manufacturer, made the third stage for the Saturn V. They made the S4B. Douglas was down here in Seal Beach. So check this out. The S4B factory is since been demolished. It was right there. But here, take a look. This is where they made Saturn V third stages. It's not there anymore. They demolished the buildings. But yeah, see? Heavy Apollo infrastructure right here. This is where they built and test third stages for the Saturn V program. For the Apollo program. They were all made right here in Seal Beach. Right? Yeah, they demolished all of them, which is just obnoxious. But, okay, so how do you get this to water? Alright, well, let's take a look. Look at the entrances for the complex, right there. Okay, that's really wide. Not entirely sure why it's so wide. Well, and look at this. There's a road there that's just painted on what looks like a parking lot. And look, concrete. Again, lots of concrete. Concrete roads are a really easy way to spot something that's moving something really freaking heavy. So you see that wide opening right there? There you go. Also concrete. Alright. So that means they were moving something onto this road. And because of the radius right there, see the radius? How it's really wide on this side and it's really steep on that side. That means it was going this way. That's just to give clearance so a truck towing something, third stages, could go down this road. Okay, let's follow this road then. Let's look for something weird. Look for some heavy concrete infrastructure that goes off in a direction that doesn't look like it should be there. Well, maybe this road right here? No, that's just a dead end. It is a heavy road. It has parking spaces on the side, which is weird for Los Angeles. Alright, let's keep going. Keep going. Okay, there's heavy infrastructure right here, but that's the entrance to a military base. Which there would be heavy infrastructure in there anyway. Okay, so it's not that. This housing development probably wasn't there in the 60s, so it's not that. Let's keep going. Yeah, Pooper, it's for the Naval Weapons Station. That's what that gate is. So that housing development probably wasn't there in the 60s either. So keep going, keep going. Let's just look. Oh, wait, what do we got here? Something that's used for something, but it's not connected. But there is heavy infrastructure. There was heavy infrastructure here at some point. Let's keep going. Okay, let's go down this road here. Let's take a look. Okay. Here is the dead giveaway that it's not going down this road. That's not a heavy duty bridge. It's not. It's not designed for heavy things to go over it. You could tell. You could tell because of the way it is. No, it's designed to move trucks and maybe highway traffic, and that's about it. Because, you know why? Because it just looks like a regular bridge. So you know that's not moving something special because it literally looks like every other highway bridge ever. So let's go down here. You're definitely not moving something heavy over that. The span is way too long. So it's not there. Let's go over here. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything over here. Okay. Once again, light duty traffic bridge. Not moving anything that way. Not anything big and heavy like a Saturn V stage, that's for sure. Okay, so let's go down here. Oh. Oh. Radiused corner. Concrete. Heavy duty. In a weird freaking intersection. So much so that the spillway next to the road needed to be diverted to make this thing. So, now we're talking. Okay, where does this go? Right? Follow it. Okay, so we got a couple things here and there. Right? Let's keep going. Oh, look, a turning area. So you could tow the stage in and then back it in on a heavy dock. Bingo. Right there. That's where they loaded S4Bs up. Saturn V third stages got loaded onto a boat right here. I already knew this, but I'm showing you the thought process that it took to figure us out. I spent like 6 to 8 hours on stream one time trying to figure this out. Yeah, and that's exactly, Thomas. It's interesting. During the Apollo program, they took old ex-U.S. Navy stuff. Ex-U.S. Navy logistics ships left over from World War II, and they made them they converted them to transfer the stages around. So this is just an extra transport ship that the Navy had lying around, and NASA's like, hey, can we use that? And they're like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Take it, please, take it. See that? There's that dock right there. That's the heavy dock, and there's your infrastructure for loading up the stage right there. See that? Same place. And look, once again, see, they diverted the spillway all the way over here. Actually, no, it's in the corner right there. See? Cool, huh? And the funny thing is that, well, the entire harbor of Seal Beach right here, and well, it says Anaheim Bay. This whole thing was made by the Army Corps of Engineers because this place was a munitions depot. What is it called? What's the name of the base? The left test cell is open for business again since Aerojet ended the agreement due to no more RS-68 testing. Cool. I didn't know that, Thomas. So yeah, this is a munitions facility. I don't know if you guys know. Anybody that served probably knows this. Ammunition is heavy, very heavy. Bullets. Lead. Bullets are made out of lead. Lead is very dense, like me. Munitions are very, very freaking heavy. So look, you have canals. Once again, freaking canals for loading and train tracks for loading up in the old weapons depot. These are all munitions bunkers. See? Freaking canals, though. Not a coincidence. See? Same kind of dredging going on. All Army Corps of Engineers for loading and offloading ammunition. That's what this dock is for. And that's how I ended up knowing that this bridge right here is a light-duty bridge. Because the heavy-duty road is underneath it. Yeah. If anybody was wondering how I knew that that bridge was designed for light traffic, well, that road wasn't there in the 60s. But the munitions loading depot absolutely was. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? I love doing this kind of like space infrastructure exploratory work. I think that's really cool. S2s were built in Michoud, Novaraptor. Yeah, I can actually show you. I didn't actually cover it. I don't think I covered it enough. But if we go back over here, take a look. Go back over to Michoud. Now, I showed you the heavy infrastructure that leads to the barge, leads to where the Pegasus barge loads up, right? Right here. But I don't think I said it. I don't think I clarified it well enough. This road has 4 radius, right? And this is a heavy-duty road. We went down this road, and we noticed that this road leads to nothing. It leads to a light-duty road. But there is a radiused corner here with a 4-lane concrete road that goes into the back end of Michoud. If I had to guess, this is just a guess, I'm not 100% sure, but if I had to guess, the S2s came out of this side of the factory and went down the road this way, and the S1Cs came out this side of the factory and went down the road that way. Just a guess. That would explain why this is a heavy-duty road that's radiused in 4 directions. Hey, what's that up by Culver City? Let me see, Aqualux. But that's my guess. I'm pretty dang sure. Yeah, depleted uranium rounds. Culver City. That's Marina Del Rey. That's all civilian, and that's a river. I forget which river. It's not the LA River, I'm pretty sure. Never mind. Yeah. So, I actually heard a story, dude, when I was in Marina Del Rey one time. Actually, well, not Marina Del Rey. I was by LAX. There was I was talking with a couple buddies because there's an awesome plane watching spot right here in this park, and there's an In-N-Out across the street right there. So you could sit here, have In-N-Out, and watch A380s fly over you and land.
Discovery, go
Really
and
cool.
up.
I was talking to a dude there one time who told me, just on a side note, like if you look, the river, right, goes all the way, it goes that way a little ways, right? But obviously that's Marina Del Rey's blatantly man-made. It looks like it was a natural cove, but they built docks out and built all this stuff there, which is fine. That's cool. But if you look, the river was blatantly, they built up seawalls for the river, and there's a levee here, right, for the creek, or whatever this is, the Bologna Creek. I'm probably not saying that right. It's not a campground? I don't know. Maybe. Might be a campground. No, those are houses. Bologna Creek. You said it right? Yeah, so at one point, this breaker wall wasn't there, and the guy I was talking to at the In-N-Out said that surfers would people that would be surfing right here in Playa del Rey would ride the waves basically up the river and see how far you could ride a wave going down the Bologna Creek River. See how far you could ride that wave inland, which, yeah, that's a quick side note. That's I thought that was really friggin' cool. Oh, it's Spanish. If it's Spanish pronunciation, it'd be Bayona. Bayona Creek? Yeah, 2 L's makes a Y in Spanish. Yeah, people would surf that thing all the way in there. But yeah, that's cool. Actually, down here, there's a huge oil depot. Just on a side note. It looks like they did have sea access at some point. That's what that seawall, the breaker wall right there is for. But yeah, there's a huge hill right here going down here. But yeah, a lot of oil infrastructure in that part of California. There's more of it over here. See all the oil infrastructure? The funny thing is that at one point the oil infrastructure was the only thing out there. But yeah, I digress. And then, actually, just on a side note, not far from here is SpaceX's headquarters. I don't know how... I don't know if you could tell that that's SpaceX's headquarters. I'm not sure what gave it away. You should also account for the input. Railroad and trucks. Aqueducts, mostly railroads because of the 60s and stuff. We could do a little bit more of this. There is stuff up at Santa Barbara that you might not think is what, you know, you might wonder why it's there. Where is it? It's not Santa Barbara. It's actually it's not in Santa Barbara. It's over here. So where are we? Oxnard. Okay. So if you look at this port, this is a Navy, or what? Well, it's kind of a Navy port still, but it looks like they're using it for import-export mostly nowadays. This definitely was a military port at some time. And there's a Tyco? Tycon? There's a Tycon moored there. So check this out. You guys want to see something interesting? All right. See that dock right there? Is it a Spruance? Oh yeah, the bridge. Dead giveaway. Spruance. Good eye, man. All right, check this out. See this dock right here? It's clearly heavy infrastructure, right? What does it look like? Well, see how the ends kind of flare out a little ways? What's the what's the width here? What are we talking about? 23 feet. Carrier? Sub? Nope. Think space infrastructure. It's kind of SRB shaped, isn't it? Minus the nose cone. But when the SRBs from the space shuttle parachuted down into the water, they jettisoned the nose cone because the nose cone has the drogue chutes, and then the main chutes are underneath the nose cone. So they jettison them, and they fish them out and take them back. So, okay. Where does that go to? Some type of processing facility was here at some point. It looks like they built some buildings over it, but you see the tracks? They go into this facility, and that connects into railroad lines. Okay. So this facility was clearly designed to take something from the water and put it on trains, SRBs. Because at some point, right, or at one point, the space shuttle, the Air Force wanted the space shuttle to launch from Slick 6 over here. And if it was launching from Slick 6, the SRBs would have landed somewhere out here. So they would have went from the Navy would have went from Oxnard out there, grabbed the stuff, brought it back, and then shipped it back to Ogden, Utah on train tracks, which is how SRBs are moved, on train tracks. Now, if you go over here and look at Slick 6, right? That's the old shuttle launch complex. It's used for Delta, or it was used for Delta 4. Now we don't know who used it. I think SpaceX is actually taking it, but I don't know. So if you look at Slick 6, check this out. So you follow this road right here. Let's take a look. Oh, huge radius road, huge radius corners, train tracks, locomotive shed. Tracks go. There was a branch right here. The tracks go into the building. Solid rocket booster processing. That's a booster rotation facility. So the train would come in, right? Train would come in, turn the segments, and then they could take the segments out, or they could drop the segments right up here on this line here and unload them because it was a shuttle launch pad, right? Now, simultaneously, that road, if you look, has a gigantic freaking radius right here because that road was where they were going to bring the external tanks in. So if we follow that road, well, if we look at it this way, let's take a look. The road going this way is definitely concrete. But does that road lead to a dock? No, it goes down here, and it goes all the way over here, and then it goes inland. So it doesn't lead to a dock. So that wouldn't have been for the external tank, right? Now, but if you notice, there's also a radius that goes this way. And that road is not just a regular 2-lane road. How can I tell? Well, look at the bike lanes on either side. Bike lanes? Why bike lanes? Nobody's riding their bike up here. It's the U.S. We don't do that. All right, we don't do that. Okay. It was a joke. Relax. So that's a abnormally wide road, and it's definitely heavy infrastructure because it connects into a bunch of really, really hardcore concrete roads. So if you follow that road, right, follow it. It looks like it forked around here at one point, but it's definitely concrete underneath that asphalt, right? Right, where does it go? Oh, look, once it got to the train tracks, it switched to concrete. Now, if you look, it goes all the way down here. What the frick? Oh, dude! Score. I didn't know that was there. Oh, look! It's almost like it's designed to move rockets around. That's really funny. Look at that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Falcon 9. How did Falcon 9 get there? Well, a barge moving it in fairing segments. Oh, cool. That's where they used to load up the ET for the shuttle program. And that's where they offloaded Delta and Atlas boosters, too. Cool. 2 fairing halves in a first stage, man. I never knew that was there. Haha, that's awesome. They must have updated these pictures because that wasn't here last time I told people about this. Yeah, SpaceX Falcon 9s that need to go up to Vandenberg, they don't take them via truck. I mean, they do, but they don't. They take the truck and put it on a barge in Long Beach and just send it up that way. Crazy, right? So we know that road is used for moving rockets because there's a rocket on it on the pictures. Right? So we have railroad access for the SRBs. You have a heavy dock for the external tank coming from Michoud. Now how does the orbiter get here? That's what the other road is for. There's a very easy way to spot that this road, obviously it's a heavy duty road because look at the lane spread. It's very weird. It has those bike lane things again. But the dead giveaway to spot that this road was designed to move shuttles around is the cuts in the terrain. Just look at it. So let's follow the road around a little bit. Let's follow it for a little while. So this road goes back to Lompoc Surf, right? Basically an Amtrak train station that's on this line right here. You can actually take an Amtrak train through Vandenberg Air Force Base if you really want to, right? But if we follow this road, we go back a little ways, there's some really bizarre cuts in the terrain, like that. Google Earth terrain doesn't really show it too well, but there's some huge cuts in the terrain. Traffic nightmare that were a result of SpaceX truck first stages by road in California. They did for the longest time, Hellfish. In fact, they do. They still truck stages from Hawthorne to McGregor. They just do it at night. They do it in the middle of the night, so that's why you never see them, and that's why they never get stuck in traffic. I've been on that train. It's a really nice ride. Dude, I've had the 97 parked right here during Route 154. We drove it all the way up to Lompoc Surf because I wanted to visit some friends in Vandenberg before we started across the country. I've had the 97 in that parking space right there and took pictures of Slick 4 and Slick 3. You could see the launch pads from there. They're closed during launch operations, right? But, yep. It's beautiful. But see the cuts in the terrain? That's weird. Now, at face value, at first glance, you're like, okay, so they made cuts. Terrain cuts like that happen all the time with highways. But you got to remember, you got to think about the context of these cuts in what this thing is trying to move. Well, a 2-lane road is not big enough to move a space shuttle, obviously. A space shuttle is pretty wide. Space shuttle's pretty wide. It's wider than a 2-lane highway. But we know that that road is widened because it's designed to move something heavy on it. But even the widened road is not, the widened out road is not, a space shuttle's wingspan is still way bigger. That's why the terrain cuts are there. Boom. Because they needed to move that thing up the road. See? That's why those cuts are there in the terrain. Because they cut it so they could move the shuttle with its wings. The terrain cuts are there so the Enterprise could fit up there, or any other orbiter could fit up there and not scrape the dang hills. So if you look, these cuts are all in that road. There's a set of them right there. There's more of them down here. There's another one right there. They're kind of covered up because they were cut out in the 80s, right? They did all these terrain cuts in the 80s when the shuttle program was supposed to launch from Vandenberg, but never did. There's another one. Right, you go up here. There's another one. Another cut right there. Cut for the shuttle's wingspan. Why was the space shuttle out of Vandenberg? Because the Air Force wanted to use it to deploy spy satellites. They pulled out of the project after Challenger because they thought it would be too dangerous to launch the shuttle into a polar orbit, amongst other reasons. Slick 6, Adino sign, was built for the space shuttle. But see all the cuts? Yeah, they built it out for the shuttle, interestingly enough. Now, okay, let's follow this road. It's a weird road. Bike lanes, once again. It looks like it's got reliefs on either side. But it's a 2-lane road. So that's how you could, it looks like it's wide enough to be a 3-lane road, but there's no 3 lanes. That's how you know it's heavy infrastructure. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not always the case, but it's reasonable to think that we know the shuttle came down this road somehow because it leads to the launch pad, right? Now, let's just keep going down here until we find something. Let's take a... Oh, what's that? A concrete road. See? Okay, let's follow that. Right? Yeah, this is the south entrance to Vandenberg. All right, follow that. It goes by the entrance into Vandenberg. And if I had to guess, that guard shack probably wasn't there. But let's follow this road anyway. Once again, look, you have a road that has these weird reliefs on either side. Okay? They didn't just do that because it looks nice. And now, look at that bridge. That bridge that goes over this river. Look at how thick the sidewalls are on that bridge. Because it's designed to move something heavy. That's one of the ways you can tell. That bridge is overbuilt for what it is, and it's also like 4 lanes wide for a 2-lane road. Military base, vital road access. It's a heavy-duty bridge. Pretty reasonable to extrapolate that, right? Okay, so the road widens out here. Once again, you get a funky 3-lane road with reliefs to be able to go around something that moves really slow and is really heavy. Well, really slow when it's on the ground. Let me put it to you like that. Well, follow this. Where does this go? Okay, that radius is too tight. Maybe down here? Nope. That's farm road. That's not a heavy-duty road. Keep going. Yeah, Slick 6 was originally built for the Titan Gemini manned orbiting laboratory program, but that got rolled into the Apollo program in 1967. So they stopped working on it, and then the Air Force wanted their own space program with the shuttle, so they built Slick 6 into a shuttle launch complex in the early 80s, and then when Challenger happened, the Air Force pulled out of the shuttle program in favor of their Titan 4 booster, or Titan 3 and eventually into Titan 4, and then Slick 6 became a Delta 4 launch pad in the 90s. It was abandoned from like 1986 to probably like 2001. So, follow the road. Still a weird lane configuration, and you have cuts in the terrain again. Okay, so we're on the right track. Absolutely. All right, let's keep going. All right, here. Okay, let's take a look. That's a light duty. No, that could move heavy stuff, right? You get to this intersection here. It could go that way. It could go this way. That is a concrete road, but look, see the radius? What's that for? Well, that's for the shuttle, because the shuttle transporter, the Kometo, can't make that corner. It can't turn like that. It'll make that turn, though, easy peasy. Why have a 90-degree turn when you can have two 45-degree turns, right? So that radius is there for a reason. So that means the shuttle went this way. Now, where does it go from there? Let's go down here. Look for any weird radius. Roads with a wide radius on one side. Well, there's all these for whatever they were doing at Vandenberg here, but they don't really lead anywhere. So let's keep going. Let's keep seeing what else we can find. That one right there. That one has a weird radius, right? Yeah, they used it for Athena as well. So that road looks similar. Very weird. Oh, what does this road cross? Oh, the runway. Okay, maybe this one. Oh, yeah, look at that one. See? We're at the airport. We're at Vandenberg Air Force Base. See? See that? See that? Same idea. The transporter can't take a tight turn like that. So they have a big radius corner for it. So let's go down here. Another cutout for a turnaround depot that they made something else, right? And look, where does it go? It goes right to the tarmac. Right to a taxiway, which leads right to the runway. That ain't a coincidence. Pretty cool, huh? See, you can follow the heavy infrastructure. It's a dead giveaway for what's being built and how stuff's going to move around. The last thing that I wanted to show you guys here. Last thing I wanted to show you guys is over here. Let's go to Boca Chica. Right? Brand new heavy-duty launch complex. All right, let's look for heavy infrastructure here. So obviously you have the launch site, right? Lots of concrete because Starship is heavy, right? I don't think I need to say that. Super heavy is very heavy. You know it's very heavy because it's right in the name. So big radius right there. Obviously that's where they move Starships and Super Heavies in. One of the concrete paths leads right to test stand A, and another one leads right to test stand B. And then the third one goes right to the launch pad. Like the third kind of avenue, I guess. So, dead giveaway right there. All right, now look at Highway 4. Highway 4 is supposed to be just a nice, easy 2-lane road, right? That's what it was. It's just a 2-lane light-duty road for beach access, right? Look at it over here. See the road going up to the beach, right? Right here. Just kind of a regular light-duty road. And now look at it over here. It's thicker. It's a lot wider, and you have those bike lanes again. Nice van. Anyway. They recently redid Highway 4 because it wasn't strong enough to move Starship. And it was Highway 4 because it was a light-duty road that they were moving heavy-duty Starships on was sinking into the ground. So look at it. It's all repaved. There's a really good reason for that. And they widened the road too. Look at where the lanes are. There's like a relief in the center. Okay, heavy infrastructure, obviously. All right. I don't know what's going on there. But now if you go down Highway 4 a little bit more. Oh, look, more concrete right when you get to the build site. Let's see, what else have we got? Oh, look, a radiused concrete intersection. The radius is wider going towards the pad. Again, same thing. Oh, look, Starship parts. Funny how that works. See? Note how the radius on the roads only go in one direction because I mean, originally when that was made, you wouldn't be moving Starships that way, but that has since changed. But you could see over here, look at how much of the road they needed to redo because all the heavy traffic, trucks with fuel, bringing in fuel, oxygen, moving Starship, it's totally destroying the road. The road's not designed for that type of heavy infrastructure. They had to remake it. Right? Check it out. So that's where the Starbase logo is. It's right there. But if you go, yeah, check that out here. They're building all kinds of extra stuff. There's the high bay. The high bay still isn't, or the mega bay still isn't built yet. And the Star Factory is just being built. This is a picture from about a year ago. This is about a year ago, easily. The mid bays, or the triangular integration facility is still there. That building is gone. That building actually got demolished too, and those 3 tents got demolished as well. And SpaceX built a gigantic covered building right here. The windbreak, that's what it was called. Yeah, thanks, Thomas. That was the first thing SpaceX built here. They just demolished that and erased it like a blackboard. I wonder if the crane is still in there, Thomas. I think they may have gotten rid of it. Actually, SpaceX's South Texas tracking station is right there, too. So, there's some clues here. See those 2 tracking antennas? SpaceX lifted those from the Cape. The Air Force didn't need these because they were replacing them with newer dishes. SpaceX moved those from the Cape. So, okay, so if we know that information, and we do, if you actually look at the South Texas tracking station, these dishes look like they're from the 1960s with just the articulation mechanism on them. They look old, because they are. They're like 50 years old. But SpaceX doesn't care. They got them for a good price, so use them. It's at the Sanchez site. The old crane building is now offices. Okay. It's interesting. So, that means, well, if they moved them from the Cape, that thing is not being moved via a truck. That dish is like the size of the road, so we need sea access. So let's look around for a heavy dock. No heavy docks here. Let's go down Highway 4, right? We're looking for heavy infrastructure, concrete roads, wide radius. We're looking for it. Let's look. Those dishes are now gone. They got rid of the tracking station, Thomas? Yeah, dude, look at the scar marks on that road. Highway 4 is getting absolutely thrashed from all the heavy infrastructure. What did they replace them with? Look at it. Look at all the freaking trucks going up and down this thing. Where's the Sanchez site? I think it's down here further. And then Massey's is over here somewhere. Nothing. Downlinking to Starship is just Starlink, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Let's keep going. We're looking for something that has access to a heavy dock or a heavy port. What's this? Up. Sanchez is the lot at the Starbase logo. Got it. And that's Massey's. SpaceX does booster testing up in here. It's literally right on the U.S.-Mexico border. That's the Rio Grande right there. That's Mexico. That's kind of weird. I didn't realize it was that close. Well, not weird. It's just kind of cool, actually. Yep, booster ship and tank testing. But look, another funny thing. Look it, they're widening the road there. The road's under construction, and they're widening it. And they're putting in a deeper subgrade with gravel. See all the gravel? So that's what the road looked like. And they're widening it because they move boosters down there. But that's not a heavy dock, so let's keep going. Yeah, man, look at that road. See all the marks on it? It's got like distinct lines. That's how you can tell on Google Earth if a road is getting a lot of use, if it has the marks, the grooves where the freaking tires on vehicles go. That's how you can tell. That road gets a lot of action. And look at all the patches on the road. Whoops. Yeah, trucks destroy roads if they're not rated for them. A good example is if you live in Michigan. Bumpy. Huh. Yeah, that's all the trucks that move around, all the parts for all the factories, all the materials. Yeah, that gets moved around on the roads, and the trucks eat up the roads. Yeah, bumpy. I know. Unlimited road weight. Yep. And the trucks just absolutely obliterate the freaking roads. And that's what the trucks are doing to Highway 4. Look at all the pockmarks on it. It looks like the surface of the moon. Okay, I'll check that in a second. Let's keep going. The road is still... I mean, a lot of trucks are still using this. We're still looking for something that has access to a port here. Nothing. 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 Anything down here? Concrete trucks destroy roads too. Facts. Man, that's a long drive, dude. Long drive out. What are you looking for? I'm doing a thing about heavy infrastructure and where you can find it and how you can kind of tell what's going on with a launch site or a construction facility based off of the roads that they use to move heavy rockets around. Okay, that looks like a road that was recently widened. What's that? Nope, that goes to that farm. Oh, what's this? Okay. Concrete road, wide radius. Wider radius pointing towards Starbase. Okay. Where does this go? I know where it goes. I've looked at this many times. That's definitely a heavy road. Look at the other way that you can tell if a road is designed to move something heavy is how wide the footprint, not just of the road, but the subgrade is for. Wider subgrade, heavier transport. See, look at how far the mound that this road is built on. Look at how far it goes out on either side. See what I'm talking about? Heavy duty road. It's all concrete and it's wide. And that is definitely, so it looks like they have a bridge right there that goes over. Hey, Singularity, 25 months. Kinder, you want me to do it for some ESA stuff? Sure, absolutely. I know that thing was a second ago, but yeah, I can do that. They even have frost laws in Michigan. In the spring when the roads are thawing, they lower the max legal weight to try and mitigate it, but it's still rough. Yep. That road was constructed in the last 2 years for SpaceX use. Yeah, Thomas, I know. I'm trying to show people that you can look for the heavy infrastructure and you can kind of figure out. Like, once again, look. Look at that bridge. That bridge is a freaking tank. It's all concrete with really short spans. Dead giveaway for heavy duty. Where does it lead? Let's look. Oh, we got a turnaround section right there. Wide radius. Where are we? Port of Brownsville, which we know is a deep water port. It's a deep water port. You know, I can tell. They scrap really, really big ships here. Brownsville is where the U.S. Navy scraps or disposes of vessels, if you really want to know. Like that one. And that one. Oh, even bigger. Killer, that was a way station. Good to know. This is hard to look at, man. That's just a shame. Ah, man. Oh, man. That's hard to look at, dude. I hate it. I hate it. Get rid of it. You're working on a capsule that will launch on top of a
Discovery,
reusable
go and
rocket.
throttle up.
Hey, you're doing a stoke right there, RJ. That's cool. Ubiquities. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. You see all those tanks on the north side? I inspected all those tanks. Yeah. Where? On the north side of the port of Brownsville? Hey! Cool, man. What carrier is that? They erased the pennant number on it. By the time it goes to scrapping, it technically doesn't have a hull number anymore. The Navy scrapes it off. Pennant number? That's not the right word. Or is it? That one's a helicopter carrier. That's a Marine Corps. Uses those. Shortfall of Gravitas is heading out for the 622 mission. Starlink 622 mission set for the 8th. You're missing the point. The road did not exist when those dishes were installed. Okay, Creeper. Thank you. All right. Yeah, great. Okay. So, what's your point? They didn't use it to move the dishes. Okay. Thanks. Something like that, Gaw. RJ, the goal with it for you is to use it as a capsule and to do it later. It looks good, man. It's very, very tight design. Looks good. You're going to the very large array, Jim. That's cool. Snackless is playing Kerbal again, too. Mm-hmm. When I was doing all the dock lines, it was line miles walking up and down the port. It did like 5 miles a day for like 2 weeks. Damn, JoJo. That's a lot. That's a lot of space, man. That's cool, dude. Center and top right is your power station and stationaries. That looks good, W. Neat. Have you heard of that railroad in Mexico's Copper Canyon? It looks cool. I'm actually not familiar with that, Sequels. Kinder asked me to go and see if we can look at this for the ESA. I'm actually, if we did go look at Kuru, guys, I actually wouldn't. I'm not familiar. We'd have to look around. I would be discovering it with you guys. I wouldn't already know. So Kuru is where the ESA launches their rockets. Here, let's take a look here. With 398 million from Commission, ESA is now fully integrated into the IRS-2 Secure Comms constellation development by Space Rise Consortium. Contracts to launch 4 Galileo sats on 2 SpaceX Falcon 9s in 2024 has been signed. That's funny. That sucks, dude. Alright, so if we want to look, let's take a look. So that's where Ariane 5 launched, past tense. That's where Ariane 5 launched from, but they didn't integrate right there. There's the 2 fuel depots. Where does this road lead? So that's train tracks with a road in the center. And these pictures are total butthole. They're really bad. Okay, well. So you have two buildings here. My guess is that one is for solid rocket motors, because Ariane 5 has two SRBs on either side, and then a center core, and then an upper stage on top of that. I'm going to go ahead and guess that, well, actually, no, that could be for payload integration. It's hard to tell because the images are so blurry. So the rocket is definitely built there. There's the high bay. So the mobile launcher goes in there, and they stack the SRBs in the core stage there. And then we knew it rolled out. That mobile launcher rolls all the way to the pad. Right there. There's the two flame diverters. Once again, this infrastructure is not used anymore. And it's really weird saying that. So that might be for payload integration or for SRBs. Either one. Now for moving that core stage around, let's try to find some heavy infrastructure. Once again, it's harder to see because these images were taken from a satellite that had a potato attached to the front. That's the base border, so I doubt it goes that way. Or maybe it does. That looks like the perimeter for the Ariane 5 complex. Oh, there's a bunch of test stands down here. Ubiquities, I got 20 years experience in transportation, but not that much experience with civil engineering. Really appreciate this walkthrough. Oh, right on, man. Yeah, the transport is that's one of the cooler parts, dude, that nobody knows about. I love nerding out about that stuff, man. That's cool. Right on. Hey, thanks for that sub, dude. I appreciate it. Payload integration would make sense. The rocket would be going headfirst into that building. Well, Ariane 5 is vertically integrated, interestingly enough. So, Oculus, what I'm looking for is, well, how do they get the core stage there? How do they tow it? We'd need a radiused road, and I don't see any radius roads here. There's the roundabout. Where does this road go? That one goes back to the launch pad. Alright, let's follow this road, wherever that goes. Another roundabout. More roundabouts. It's really hard to tell if this is a heavy infrastructure road. It's hard to say. That's Ariane's mission control, if I'm looking at that right. So, are there any ports around here? No, but we got a runway there for landing payloads and dropping off payloads, so there's that. Okay, what do we got here? Radius right there. Trip to Germany in the future. Oh yeah, Space Creator Day. Oh, dude, I was gonna go to that, but I forgot. Yep, it's because I'm awful. I forgot. So there's a radius right there that goes through here. Where does that road go? Oh, it goes right to the heavy dock. Bingo. Well, there you go. That one was pretty easy. Yeah, see? Wide radius. I'm not sure why you would wide radius there, because I think it just drives straight through. And then there's a radius right there. See that? Yeah, that's for moving Ariane 5 and Ariane 6 cores. Unless they need to go anywhere else here. I don't think they're going across that bridge. Might be going down here. But that's actually like Kourou. Are there any heavy docks here? That's what I'm going to look for. Nope. 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 That's the only one. So that's where they drop them off. Right there. Well, Oculix, this isn't gonna... The whole point of this is to have some fun by looking at it, but... Oh, okay. Alright, let's go back up here. Ah. Okay. booster integration facilities, solid propellant production plants. Beep. Booster engines test. Their engine test stands are down here. Okay. So it is for the SRBs. Interesting. And then they put them on the launcher there, and then roll the launcher over here and put the core stage, upper stage, and payload on there, and then out there. Final assembly. Oh, launcher integration building. Okay, so they SRBs go on there with the core stage. They roll it over here, put the payload on, and they roll it out. That's a really weird way of doing that. Well, that explains that. That was easy. That one was pretty easy. That's not too bad. What about Ariane 6? It looks like Ariane 6's pad is over here. Look at how much more consolidated this all is. It's so much simpler than 5. 5 is kind of ridiculous. 5 is... So, wide radius for a booster rocket there. Wide radius right there. And that same road goes... Yeah. Same exact road. Same size core stage. Yep. And then that radius there is probably for SRB delivery because they build Ariane 6 basically on the pad. They stack the core stage here, and I think they put the upper stage on top of it. Either that or it's just core stage processing, and then they roll it here, and then they have a mobile service tower that goes over the pad, and they build it right on the pad. No mobile launcher. The Soyuz pad is further north. Yep, that is a Soyuz pad, absolutely. Soyuz, though, it's interesting because Soyuz parts need to be moved, it can be moved by train. And I was wondering if that's what they were doing here. Nope, they just move them by truck. Soyuz is horizontally integrated in this building right here, and then they roll it on a transporter here, and the transporter erector moves it onto the pad, and they slip it onto the hold down points, and then they vertically integrate the payload on top of that. That pad is abandoned. They don't use that pad anymore. And that's the furthest north pad, I think. So, old Soyuz, Ariane 6, Ariane 5. What's over here? Oh, remember how 3 hours ago EJ said he was going to play KSP? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Alright, no KSP today. Okay. It'd be like that. You want to put your Kappas in there? That's fine. Yeah, I don't feel like playing it anymore. I feel like playing it anymore. Sorry. Here's an overview. Let me see. Oh, Vega is like right next to it. Okay, Vega's right next to the Ariane 5 pad. It's not just you, Hillness. People act like I don't see everything that they say in chat. It's almost like I can read faster than I can talk. Okay, so Vega's pad they're right next to each other. Cool. I wonder where Ariane 4's old pad is. I thought it was like down here somewhere. Maybe that's it. It's on the overview? Oh. Decommissioned Ariane 4 facilities. Oh, it's in the same spot. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably it. We've seen that, Forge. Yeah. That's too far south? Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah. They would be right next to Vega's pad. So, like, right here. This is all old Ariane 4 stuff. So I'm just trying to see, like, wondering if we could see exactly where the pad is. Yeah, so 4 would have been like, the pad would, it's like right there. Vegas pad is over there, 5 is over there, 6 is over there. Interesting. Oh, maybe that's it right there. There's definitely a flame bucket right there. Cool. Oh yeah, no, that's it right there. See, the integration facility lines up perfectly with that pad. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. Found it. Neat. Alright, well, yeah, Kuru wasn't too bad. That was actually pretty easy. Yeah, Kuru was pretty straightforward. Now, I think the parts are made in Toulouse. No, that can't be right. That's where their space center is, but maybe they can move it by truck. Airbus is in Toulouse. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely Airbus. Yeah, see, they have the cells there for making all the planes. Yeah, what's this up here? Nope. Cool. Oh, what's it? Dude, look at this museum. What do we got in here? C-47 right there. A couple of MiGs right there. Dassault Falcon. A Sea Vixen. Look at that. Canberra. Oh, no, they're not Falcons. Those are Mirages, excuse me. Falcon is a different plane. There's an F-104 right there, and there's an A-7 right next to it. Boxcar. C-119. That's a rare plane. They lopped the plane's bloody arms off. I don't see any... What the hell is that for? Look at all these plane testing facilities. That's really cool. I've never looked at this before, dudes. I'm looking around for space flight stuff. I mean, this is all Airbus. I mean, and that's awesome. Don't get me wrong. That's really freaking cool. I'm trying to see where they load this thing up. Now I'm lost. We're in the south of France somewhere. Yeah, okay. In Germany, you have some big Airbus facilities too. Cool. I know that there's some Ariane space facilities around here. Yep. Nope. I thought that was a model rocket. It's a grain silo. Nope. Not there. I thought they flew the parts down there. The core stages and the SRBs, I'm pretty sure they move them via boat. But what I'm failing to understand here is, like, I can't even start looking for infrastructure if I need to know where they load the boat. Like, if they do that at all.
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey,
up.
Chris. Grain silo or rocket, what's the difference? If we were looking at Boca Chica, we wouldn't know. There's a Concorde right there. A400, A380, A340, A320. I wonder what that circular hangar is for. What the hell is that train track for? There's definitely some type of loading, unloading going on here. The white zone is for loading and unloading only. All right, Creeper, let's type that in. Drive-through plane wash. All right. You guys read? No parking. Oh, what's this? No. These look like offices. Actually looks like a mini mall. Or freaking, yeah. Doesn't look like any construction gets done here, Creeper. I'm not seeing any heavy infrastructure. There's the tracks, and there's a nice train station right next to it. Nah, not seeing anything. What are we looking for? I'm trying to figure out where the Ariane 5 cores get made, but I'm trying to do it without Googling it. We're geoguessering it, which is cool. So I always thought that they would load the stuff up like in Toulon or something 4 hours later. Do you not like doing this? I mean, if you guys don't want me to do this anymore, you can just say. No. Land reclamation. I mean, it makes sense that they would build them here, but we might have to go searching so we can get some clues. I don't want to. I like looking for it, but this is Airbus. I'm not sure this is necessarily Arianespace. I'm not seeing like any rocket infrastructure. This is all airplane stuff. All right, I have to look. Let's see. Yeah, we watched VA 241. I remember. We covered that thing live. This doesn't really necessarily say. Bordeaux. Ariane 5 in Les Mureaux, France. Okay. Let's try Bordeaux. We've got an anomaly to secure the area? Oh, this is a much older city, huh? Oh, we found a racetrack. That's cool. Looking around. That dude. You know what I realized? Other than the SNCF, I know nothing about French trains. Other than the TGV. I really don't know anything about them. I'm seeing some American stuff there, right there. That's cool. Yeah, a couple. Oh, there's a switcher. Neat. So stuff like this usually ends up. Is that this? Is that it? Hold on. What's that? We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here. Nope. What did you get in Google Earth Pro that you wouldn't normally get? I have no idea. To be 100% honest with you. I'm not seeing any like super heavy infrastructure outside of the airport, you know. Oh. Okay, Zarby, let's take a look. Huh. Ah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're trying to figure out where Ariane 5 is made, was made. Ariane 5 and Ariane 6, where they're produced without actually going and like Googling it directly. That looks like the right sized facility, and there's a big road right there. I don't know. That stuff's all blanked out, so I can't tell what that is. But even then, how the heck do they move it? Like, even if they did make it right there. Madrid? They have 13 sites. 8 are in France. Well, alright. Let's just go look. You guys, alright. France. The site in Toulouse produces ammonium perchlorate. Oh, they make SRBs. They make the propellants for SRBs. Raw materials for liquid propulsion, such as high purity monomethyl hydrazine. Ah, so Toulouse is there to an extent. Close that. What else? Nope. Yeah, we would have never found this without Googling it. It's distributed all over the place. It's not just like a main site. I want to know where, like, I'm wondering if there's like a final assembly, because they obviously assemble the entire core and then ship it overseas. Nope. Les Mureaux. Management and control of major civil and military space program. The site is responsible for the integration of the Ariane 5 cryogenic main stage. So it is Les Mureaux. Alright. Alright, let's take a look. I forgot how to spell it. The carbon structures for Ariane 6 are made in Madrid at the Airbus's Getafe facility. Okay, the saltwater taffy facility. Got it. Remember, we're looking for Ariane 5 stuff, but yeah, okay, there's a huge grass. That looks like a grass airfield. Interesting. All right, let's look around and see what we can find. That looks like a big construction facility. What is this? That's definitely automotive plant. Yeah. Automotive plants are usually really easy to spot because they have a gigantic footprint, and then there's usually a parking lot full of cars that with train tracks right next to them. I wonder what plant this is. It's either Renault, Citroën, or Peugeot. It's one of the other. Here, let's street view the thing. Let's see. What the hell are those trees? Renault. Well, there you go. So now we know that Renault has a car factory in Les Mureaux. So that's not it. Okay, let's look around somewhere else. See if we can find some rocket integration facilities. It should be a pretty big building, and usually they're kind of spread off somewhere. But it's not going to be as big as that Renault facility. No way. Nice design. Maybe that? Nope, that's a concrete facility. Nope. Do they need water access? I don't know, Rocket Guy. I don't know. That's concrete again right there. Or some type of aggregate. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I've never bothered to look. I never looked at the Ariane 5 production lines, nor Ariane 6. I'm just stuck on 5. Chad already moved to 6, and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't even know where the frickin' thing is made. And that's why I'm like, okay, I gotta figure this out, because, yeah, I probably should have known this. Look near the water, okay. Well, there's a big dock right there. Those don't look like it. Tubes! Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Those things. Those are payload transfer. Or no, upper stage transfer. It's got to be upper stage. Yeah, those are the trailers. Yeah, that's it right there. It's got a heavy dock right next to it. And a really wide berth on that heavy dock. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, there it is. Man, I was looking at it. I started by looking at this damn airfield. I went right past it. And gee, I wonder what this brand new facility is for. It's definitely new because they just graded all that. Gee. What could that thing be used for? I'll bet you that's Ariane 6 stuff. Here, let's check. The future Ariane 6 launcher is being prepared in the design engineering department. The site is equipped with powerful computing simulation, production, testing, and inspection systems. Production includes large metallic structures, pyrotechnic and fluidic systems, and layup manufacturing of composite structures. There you go. Why don't they have solar roofs there? In France? They don't need solar roofs. It's nuclear. Everything's nuclear powered. You don't need solar when you have nuclear, man. The whole country's powered by nuclear. Yeah. It's awesome. Okay. Don't need no solar roofs when you got nuclear power plants, man. The MPP is plenty of power. They're using God tier power. That's right. Yeah, see, that's the Ariane 6 production facility. So the dock right there. So where does that river go? Oh, well, it goes right out here. Near Le Havre. Le Havre. Yo, Devo, what's good, man? Dude, I was actually thinking about you the other day when the Cowboys beat the snot out of the Patriots. I'm like, man, Devo's probably really happy. we freaking suck, dude. It's terrible. It's terrible, man. It's hard to watch. I mean, you guys played great. We did not. So, tip my cap, dude. Damn. Oh, dude, it's good to see you. What have you been up to, dude? An Ariane 6 will be transported like this. Let me see. Whoa. Wait, does that... Guys. Is that... Sails. Those are sails. It's a sailboat with a motor in the back. You're good. You're just working inside an F-18 engine bay. So I take it you're not operating cranes anymore then. They save on fuel expenses quite a lot when it's windy. No, yeah, it makes sense, but yeah, it's just all right. It'll get there when it gets there. It's in no rush. It's not like they're launching anytime soon. Oh yeah, you left that over a year ago. Damn, dude, it's been too long. That's cool. Right on, man. Are you still in SoCal or somewhere else? I mean, F-18s, that's pretty cool, man. You can make fun of them all you want. We don't want them either. Yeah, they have the trade winds. I know. Yeah, sailboats. Yeah, it's just funny to me. That's all. You're working for Northrop Grumman on the Super Hornet fighter jet. Pog. That's cool, man. Yeah, Super Hornet. Them intakes, though. Those are pretty cool. Those are pretty neat. That's awesome, Devo. Right on, man. It's called the canopy, and it has to. I don't know why that's funny. Like, I get it, and I understand the engineering application of having a sailboat. That's actually really cool. But also, it makes me laugh. You still in El Segundo? All right. Okay, right on. So, yeah. Okay. I know where you work. Right on, dude. Cool. I mean, you just told me, but yeah, I got you. Sweet. Hey, Kem. When are we landing on the moon? Any updates on that? So, it's probably going to be 2025 or 2026. Yeah. It was, I'd say more 2025 than anything. The Achilles heel is the lander, always. It always is. Before people want to go, bash SpaceX and stuff. It's the lander. The lander was the long lead item for the Apollo program as well. That's what took the longest to make. Kim, so COVID pretty much shifted the entire Artemis schedule 6 to 8 months, right? So we wanted to land in late 2024 and shifted 6 to 8 months. Now it's late 2025, right? And then, or not land. We wanted to do the flyby sorry, I screwed that all up. We wanted to do the flyby now, 2023 for Artemis 2, and now that's Artemis 2 is 2024. Artemis 3 was supposed to be in late 2024. That got moved probably about a year to the right. Once again, COVID screwed it all up. So late 2025, 2026 for a landing. Yeah, honestly, for how space programs work, Kem, I think shifting it only a delay from COVID from 6 to 8 months is actually pretty damn good. Because right when COVID hit, NASA, they stopped everything, and then NASA got made essential, but essential like work from home, and they adopted the hybrid model like in late 2020. So stopping your space program for a couple months and then restarting it doesn't equal, oh, it's just a couple of months delayed. No, it takes momentum to get it going again, right? Like, so yeah, a 6 to 8 month, maybe a year shift is not bad considering COVID, you know what I mean? COVID did screw it all up. Yeah. I'm sorry, Grumpy, you haven't landed in your life. Yeah, Red, I know. We're getting there. Gotcha. Any updates on SpaceX's moon shift? Sorry for so many questions. It's space news, dude. What are you talking about? Space news. Hope you're well. Will I be seeing you in 3 weeks at TwitchCon? Oh. No. Nah, Deeves. I'm not going. So, I got married. I own a house with a garage and mortgage in Massachusetts. And you being from SoCal know exactly what that means. Dude, I don't have any money, dude. Hey, Greg, what's going on? I don't have any money to do that. I don't have any money to do that. I do have a freaking sweet garage though, and the lights are off in the damn garage. Hold on. I do have a nice garage though. Here, take a look. Cam, I'll answer your question in a second. See? Pretty cool. But yeah, splurged a little bit on the garage. There's no updates really, Kem, on Starship HLS. Nothing in the works now, but yeah. I mean, there is Thomas, which ship did they cut? Which Starship? They took one of the Starship prototypes and cut it up and made it a they made it a like a mock-up. What year is the Ford again? Osaka, it's a 59. Yeah, we bought it right before the rates went absolutely bananas. Yep. Yeah, so Deeves, I didn't really have any plans to head out to TwitchCon, dude. I haven't gone to TwitchCon in a long time. The space stuff freaking just comes at you hot and heavy, dude. I don't have time to do any of that. But it was mostly, I have no money. I got married and now I have no money. Huh. You know what? I'm going to stop thinking about that. Anyway, the mock-up is the original nose cone for Ship 21, which was reassigned to 22, where it lived until being cut up for the mock-up. There you go. Yeah, Vin, it did. And the lawnmower that comes with every house, that lawnmower was running weird, so I cleaned it up, and it was running super rich, so I popped open the air filter, and the air filter was all jammed full of grass. So I cleaned it out, and now it runs right. Funny how that works. But yeah, Deebs, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for not being a stranger. It's good to see you, buddy. Clavic, you just came across this again, but I got a hail in Starfield and he'd been trying to contact you about your ship's extended warranty. Clavic, I ended up blowing up that ship, and then the UC got really pissed because it was technically flagged as a UC ship. I blew it up, and the UC put a huge bounty on me. Whoops! Oopsies! Hey, he deserved it. Let's be real. Twisted, your lawnmower is named Jason. It cost me $50 per mow, and he lives down the road with his parents. Okay. Do I ever see Starship launches getting boring? No. No. No, not at all. I don't... Rocket launches for me never get boring. Like Erudite, even the Falcon 9, which, and good thing we didn't stay up for that ended up launching at like 1 in the morning. I still watched it. I woke up and watched all the footage this morning. And stuff makes me happy, dude. It's really good stuff. I love watching rockets launch. Heck, Erudite, after I watched Falcon 9 launch this morning, I watched some footage of shuttle launches because I'm weird. Zdorovo? Huh? What does that mean, PY? I forget, man. It's been a while. Not if they keep blowing up. Point is that Falcon 9, which many people have gotten bored of, they've gotten bored of Starlink missions. Like, even if we do cover a Starlink mission, they usually, like, the numbers are terrible. Like, no one cares. It's kind of crazy. But then again, that was the stated goal, to make rocket launches boring. Elon said that many times. So, it's not going to be boring for me. Dude, I'm a nerd, man. Like, even if I'm like on an airplane flying somewhere, I still get a little pumped up when the plane takes off. Like, to hear the turbofan spool and just and then being pushed back into your seat, that's fun, man. I enjoy it. It still gives me a little bit of a rush every time. When they become so routine, you can't find live feeds for them. Yeah, dude. I'm not upset, but rockets still make me happy. Even after all these years, you think I would have gotten sick of it, and like the same thing. Like, on a side note, you think Stream would have gotten sick of me? The takeoff always gets me fired up, Jonas. I always get a little bit of a rush. Just it's the spool. Just like that's the best, man. I'm such a nerd. Ugh, it's so weird. Landing is cool, but I'm always watching. I don't get so much fired up from the landings, Tessa. I pay attention to the landings. Like, it's funny. I was coming back. How does this make you feel? I'll check that link in a second. I was coming back from my bachelor party, and we were landing at Reagan. And my brother-in-law, well, yeah, my brother-in-law was sitting right. He was sitting with me, and I was looking out the window. And he's like, "The guys, you know, my brother-in-law is kind of like me, believe it or not." He was like, "Okay, so like, do you know what the plane is like doing right now?" Like, he was probably screwing with me, and I'm like, "Yeah, do you really?" So I asked the question. I'm like, anytime somebody asks me something about space flight, somebody asks me something about space flight that's not here, I always say, "Are you sure? Do you really want to know, or are you just screwing with me?" Like, he's like, no, like, "Are we on approach? Why is the plane flying around so much?" And I go, "All right, well, landing at Reagan, you have to follow a very specific flight corridor so you don't fly over the White House or the National Mall. That's why we're kind of like going back and forth, right?" And Tessa, this is the reason why I pay attention, because like I like to watch the approach. So I'll have like ADS-B or flight radar open on my phone, and I'll watch the plane, and I'll look out the window, and I'll compare the data, because I'm a loser. All right, like, I get it. I don't go around telling people that I do this unless it comes up, right? So I pulled up ADS-B, and I'm looking at it, and we were coming in at night, so it was kind of hard to see, but I'm like, okay, look out the window, you see the mall. So he looks out to the mall, and he's like, "Oh man, that's awesome. There's, you can see the Capitol building and stuff." And while he was looking out the window, I was looking at ADS-B. I'm like, we are descending too fast. Like, I saw it, and I'm looking at the FPM, and I'm looking at it, and it's too high. It's like 400 FPM or something on ADS-B, or something ridiculous. I forget what the exact number is, but I was watching it on the ADS-B exchange, and I'm like, we're coming in, we're going down too quickly. And I could just kind of look out the window, right? Well, and my brother-in-law was looking out the window, and then I kind of like peeked out the window, and I looked at the thing. I'm like, we're coming in too fast. And he was like, "Wait, what?" And right when he said that, the plane touched down, and the pilot bounced. It bounced on the runway. He bounced the plane up, and yeah, the guy jammed on the thrust reversers and the brakes right after that, like right after the wheels touched again. Yeah, guy bounced the landing, and I was like, my brother-in-law looked up at me. He goes, "How the I don't want to know." And he's like, "How'd you know that?" I'm like, I got the thing right in front of me. Yeah, guy freaking bounced the plane. Just, like, and yeah, he was just like, "I'm never questioning your judgment on airplanes ever again." And I'm like, I'm not a pilot. You probably shouldn't do that. "Hi, Wayne AFK. How you doing? See you in 3 weeks for TwitchCon?" No. Deebs, I'm not going to TwitchCon. I was saying, if you went AFK, I bought a house and got married, and now that I got married, I have no money. I have a garage though. That's cool. My office is attached to my garage, which is pretty sweet. Like, I showed that off. There's my truck and my lawnmower, and my garage, 3D printers over there and stuff. Definitely a Navy aviator. Yeah. Yeah, Pythos, I had asked, I asked one of my buddies who's a pilot that flies, commercial airliners around a couple of days after that. I'm like, "Hey, this guy had a terrible landing into Reagan." And what my buddy was telling me is that actually it's not that terrible of a rating, because you have to follow the Potomac River going on into the approach for Reagan. The landing is often kind of rough, because the plane's like flying like this, flying like that, and then boom, you got to slam it right down on the runway. Oh, wow, congrats. Happy for you, too. Right on, Devo. Right on. Yeah, dude. It's good to see you. I was saying, that's good stuff, dude. It's good to see you. That's cool. You're in El Segundo, Huntington Beach. That's cool, man. That's a cool spot. I know people that live out there that work at the LA Air Force Base. Really, really cool. I didn't say Navy to the pilot those. I was too tired. I was just like, yep, all right. But yeah, my brother-in-law, he's like, it's like, I'm never questioning your judgment about planes ever again. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah, like, you know, I still get fired up from it, but Tessa, like during landings, I'm paying attention to the landing because of stuff like that. Right, I always pay attention. I'll hold it down for you at the con. Right on, man. Thank you. I mean, I don't know, dude. I might be able to get in. It's still 3 weeks out. I might be able to fly out for a day or something. One of my best friends from high school lives in Vegas. Maybe I maybe do some low buck stuff. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Probably not though. I don't know. I don't really want to go to TwitchCon. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, Hammer Nails, this was definitely intentional from what my pilot buddy told me. He's like, oh yeah, you slam it down on the runway and at Reagan. I've done that many times. I'm like, oh, all right, cool. Did you go see the new dome? My bachelor party was there, Orion. I've seen it. I've seen the eye. It's pretty cool. Or the sphere. They need to change the charge the crane operator from. I know exactly what that is, Creeper, and I'm not clicking on it. And that's what the other thing was, wasn't it? Your link was that too. I can't. I don't want. Don't make me do this. I don't want to. Jen, Horizonside lives in Vegas. Yeah, he's a professor at UNLV. Yep. You got to do it. This is a Saturn 1B that was up as a showpiece on a highway entering Alabama. It was on the border between Alabama and I think it's, what was it? What other state? Mississippi, I think? I don't know. I forget. And they didn't maintain it for the longest time. They just left it there, and then glad I can stop by back to work. All right, Deebs, it's good to see you, buddy. They just deferred maintenance on it, and it's an actual rocket, so you can't just leave it outside, right, or else it'll corrode. And eventually it got to the point where they needed to take it down because it wasn't safe. It was on the border with Tennessee. There you go. They needed to take it down because it wasn't safe, so they started scrapping it, and they dropped it. I am a bit disappointed. If it's one thing I do not like to be, it is to be disappointed. That's hard to see, dude. It's hard to watch. I don't like it. I don't like that at all. Magnificent rocket. Forget the present. Let's admire the past. Yeah. Dude, it's just... It is what it is. That sucks. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it now. Rocket Guy, I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I thought I'd heard that they were just taking the stage down so they could move it somewhere else, and I think, but I'm pretty sure. That's a hoist risk. It's a hoist risk now. Like, you don't... Gotta be careful. Why they're not using the actual points to, you know, that they use to lift the rocket up for integration, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not... It's almost like... Almost... It's almost like that thing was designed to be wheeled into a... It's almost like it was designed to be moved horizontally and then taken into a vertical position and could be destacked doing the same thing. Like they built some type of equipment for doing that. What is it called? A transporter erector? Unless they scrapped all of those too. I'm trying to find a nice picture of it. Oh look, yeah, here we go. Yeah, here, see? I mean, that's a little ways down the road in Huntsville, but it's almost like there's points for in a specialized spreader jig to be able to do stuff like this. And see the attachment points? There's 8 of them. You see that? No, that's the weird, stupid sailboat. Yeah, they're right there, and yeah, they're there. You can see them. But see, that was a Saturn 1 though. Hold on. Maybe it's different for the Saturn 1B. Let's play some devil's advocate here. How would they hoist the Saturn 1B? How How would they hoist it? Right there. Let's take a look. Oh my God. So, yeah, okay. I thought the S1B might be a little bit different, and I'm not a hoisting expert by any means, dudes, but, yeah, they're picking that thing up by the inner stage. So Saturn 1 inner stages are not, they are structural, but they're not a hoist point. They're structural for holding the S4B on top. They picked it up by the damn interstage. That piece, the ridged piece right there, it looks like the hoist point is on that. Yeah, you got to take that piece off to hoist to. Yeah, see how in this point where they're hoisting SA206 in the VAB, see how it has see the attachment points and the spreader, like see how they're hoisting it from that structural piece that's in there and not from the inner stage that gets put on it later. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that yeah, see, so oh boy. So if we go in here and take a look, let me find the right picture. It's here somewhere. So the Saturn 1B and the Saturn 5 have a, yeah, okay, right? Oh, no, that's not exactly it. I'm trying to look for it. I'm trying to look for the right piece. Here, let's back it up and go to, I think I saw it when I did S1B integration. Yeah, right there. So, all right, this piece. Open a new tab. All right, so take a look. So the S1B, when you put the Saturn 1B together, you have this. That's the first stage, and then you have an inner stage. The inner stage is actually mated. The conic interstage adapter actually gets stacked after you stack this. So you hoist this up by a structural point. I know because I've read about this before, and I may or may not have plans to blueprints from that launch complex sitting in my house somewhere. Don't worry about it. So, see this piece right here? That piece is not structural for hoisting. It's structural for the rocket. Meaning, this is designed to hold that up, and that's it. You're not supposed to pull on the first stage from this thing, because it's the inner stage. It's not designed for tension. It's designed for compression. Okay? So, this thing had a dud upper stage on it, if I'm understanding it right, but the first stage, the part that they dropped, is real. So if it's real, this inner stage right there is not, that's not structural. You can't hoist it by that thing. It's like, that would be like trying to pick up a car from its rear view mirror. That's not, nope. Nope. That's, nope, that's not going to work. So in order to deintegrate the booster properly, you have to take that top off, and you have to expose the structural lattice up there, because a Saturn 1B, guys, believe it or not, is a bunch of fuel tanks wrapped around each other. Like if you were trying to play like Kerbal Space Program early career mode, and you only have the small tanks, and you just stack a bunch of small tanks around each other. There's a structural lattice that looks like a dumbbell, like a lifting weight in here. And they wrapped tanks around the structure. Actually, the structure is a fuel tank from a Juno rocket. And then these are Jupiter C Redstone fuel tanks wrapped around the sides, believe it or not. Yeah, Saturn 1B first stages are made out of leftover tank tooling for smaller rockets, if people really want to know. It's the most Kerbal rocket around. And they put wings on it because they're like, man, you probably should do that stability and stuff. So if you don't get at that structural lattice and you try to lift from the inner stage, yeah, of course it's going to break. I could, dude, like, I'm not a hoisting expert. I probably would have dropped it too. But I can tell you right now, oh. They cut the inner stage off. Oh. I see it, Aqualux. I see it. They just torched the inner stage. See the burn marks right there? They torched the inner stage. They just cut the inner stage off. And those cables are attached to the hoist points, the structural hoist point. But because they torched it, it made it sharp metal. And the cable putting tension on that metal, look, watch, the metal fails right there, and it cuts the line. See, watch right there, right on the left hook. Well, not hook, the left line cuts right there, cuts the metal. Oh, for Pete's sake. Dudes, there are instructions on how to take this thing apart. Like, I'm not trying to dump on whoever the contractor is, because hoisting with cranes is hard work, but also, bro, you don't need to take the torch to this thing to deintegrate it. You don't need to do that. It comes apart. Why? Because it wasn't manufactured in one piece. Oh my gosh. I didn't even notice that when we looked at this the other day. I didn't even notice. They cut the inner stage in half. Yep, junk now. Whoever did that job should have known that the cable, when bent sideways, the cable can't run straight. Yeah, that's a pretty amateur hoisting move, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, clearly the cable's putting, it's putting force on the inner stage. And the inner stage is not designed for lateral loads like that. It's designed for compression load when it's in one piece. That's just, dude, that... I'm saying nothing. If I say something, I will get in trouble. I'm saying nothing. I'm really, honestly trying to hold back. It's not worth it because the thing's junk already. But yeah, it's stupid. I don't like treating our history like that. It really doesn't sit right with me at all. That's why I'm like, dude, I'm like legitimately pissed off. That really is upsetting. Like, EJ's in full Karen mode right now. Like, how dare you? You know? Full Karen mode, baby. Don't hold back. You are our only hope. It's alright. How dare you? I want to speak to your manager. Oh, there's literally instructions. A 5-second Google search will show you how to take the stupid thing apart. It's... 5 seconds! It took us 5 seconds to figure out how to take it apart correctly. It's right there. Nope, we're going to take a torch to the interstage. Oh, okay. Oh. Nah, Pythos, it's the lack of caring, dude. It's just, yeah. I'm trying not to get on the soapbox, dude. Dude, like, come on. You know, it's like, oh, let's just torch this thing. No, it's not historically significant at all. Like, it kills me to see that. It really does. Like, our spaceflight history shouldn't be treated like that. It's really frustrating.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You know, hey Nianix, what's up, buddy? 12-month resub. And Chris Fu had a sub in there too. Yeah, that was an hour ago, sorry. The headphones go off because they're wireless, so I can't hear the sub alerts. Oh, so about that. Goalie, okay, you're a hoisting guy. Dude, I know dick about hoisting anything. I know nothing about it. You pick it up and you put it down over there. I know it's more complicated than that from my limited knowledge with what I've learned about cranes. Dude, I have to ask. These guys know that this thing is supposed to be taken apart in a certain way so that doesn't happen, right? Like that they know that there's like an instruction manual on how to take that thing apart, particularly with hoist points in certain areas. So that allows for 90-degree movement of the stage, like you know, like that. You know, there's like the guy that was working the job that day, you understand that the thing's supposed to be taken apart in a certain way so that doesn't happen, right? Like, I mean... Oh, Klavic, that's an awesome picture. That's cool. I mean, you know, you're supposed to take the interstage off, right? Not just torch it in half. Like, the only thing I can think of logically here, guys, is that all the attachment points were corroded and rotted to nothing. That's the only thing I can really think of. Now that I'm like actually putting some thought into this, the only thing I can think of is that they couldn't take the interstage off. It was literally rusted to the rest of the thing. They had to. The only solution would be to torch it. But where I'm getting confused here now is, you know, if the solution was to torch the interstage in half because you're scrapping the thing. You know there's an access panel that you torched through, so you could go in there and torch the connections to take it apart. Right? It's just a bunch of bolts. From what I'm hearing, it was rusted to nothing. Yeah, okay. That's the... Alright. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, okay, cool. Those guys aren't complete complete boneheads. They know what they're doing. It's just there's nothing you can't hoist to it. That was the best way to do it. But once again, goalie, I'll still say this once. I'll say it again. So it's very clear. It's very clear that the hoist point still works because they're picking up on the S1B, the S1B upper tank retention structure. Yes, that's what it's called. It's up there. See that structural piece that holds the whole thing together because it's a bunch of rocket fuel tanks strapped together. I can show you a picture of it. Actually, yeah, that's right. I do have pictures of that. Give me 1 second. I got to go into my research folders. I have to go into my research folders. Yeah, there we go. Nope. That's a Saturn 1, so it still has the dud structure on it. That's Saturn 1 again. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, see? That's what you pick it up from. The truss structure that's built in. See it? Like I said, the whole thing looks like a dumbbell. And then they just add more tanks. They put tanks on the sides. But see that's an empty Saturn 1B. That's just the center tank. See the truss structure? That's what you pick it up from. This down here is the back end of the booster. That's the hold on, let me take a look. No, that's the top. So that right there, this thing is what you pick it up. These hoist points, they're there for a reason. What tanks are the oxygen tanks? So every other tank is here. Actually, hold on, Josh. I can get that information for you as well. There you go. So yeah, it's the center tank. The center tank has RP1 and LOX in it, and then the outer tanks here are alternating. RP1 or LOX, RP1, LOX, RP1, LOX, RP1. But see that you can see the truss structure in this too. Fun fact, the wings are connected right to that truss structure. The 8 wings that are around the bottom, see? That's that flange plate right there. That's what that's for. Hey, how's your back doing? I'm all right, Bree. And yes, I did tell them. I told them this morning. You should tell them again. What news? Oh, I got Partner Plus, guys. You guys have been. I exceeded the sub count that was required to get a 70-30 split on Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 subs. Fellas, yeah. Yeah, so Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 subs is a 70-30 split for me, dudes. Yeah, yeah, it's good. Pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty substantial raise for me. What about Prime subs? And what about Prime subs? The Prime is still what it was, Bree. I thought that was the
Discovery,
damn.
go at throttle up.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Prime is the same as it was, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So that means you're getting that ninja money then? No. All systems, thank you. Yeah. What was it before? It was straight down the middle. Blue, you want to add timer. Yeah, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 subs. Yeah, more of that money goes to me, so. Yeah, I got Partner Plus. I'm really happy about it. But yeah, anyway, you pick up on that Saturn 1B from the truss, the forward tank retention structure up here. Now that's a Saturn 1, so it's a little bit different. Saturn 1B and Saturn 1 are 2 different rockets. But yeah, see? This, in here, the inner stage attaches to that, and this ring pops off, and then that ring, I would assume, attaches to the front structure. The tank retention structure up at the top here. Let me back it up a little bit. Let me see. Where's that other picture of the Saturn ones? That's a picture of the first S1C RP1 tank. Cool. Oh, damn, I forgot I had these pictures in here. This is pictures of them setting the dirt on the pad. That's 39A before it was finished. I forgot about that, and that's how they put the rockets together. Yes, I've studied this stuff, guys, because I'm a loser, like, straight up. Like, this is the stuff that makes me happy. Yeah, see it down there? So that ring bolts, it's a lateral bolt right there, but the structure to retain the tanks is there, but it looks like it attaches to a ring. And I'm guessing that ring that it attaches to...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jeez. Congrats, Mavans. 154. And then JPJD with a 7-monther in there too. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate all the support. Yeah, it's a nice split, dude. 70-30. 70-30 for me. For all Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 subs, up to 100K in revenue, which we're not hitting anytime soon. So, yeah, we're good, man. Everything's good. Can't complain. All right, hang on. I'm talking too fast. I gotta talk this out of my head. So that structure right there, this is that forward structure. It's not that piece down here. That's the aft end, because I'm assuming that these two boosters are oriented in the same direction, because why would they orient them opposite each other? That makes no sense. So that's the top. So this piece is what's up there, and it's something that you can attach anything
Discovery,
to.
go at throttle up.
Right? I've had new rigging blow out on me on the first pick once, 14,000 lit 50 feet in the air. So even if it was rigging, failure because there's nothing they could have done to prevent it. Well, goalie, I'm not going to lie to you. I saw some things with that thing, and I'll show it to you in a second. You tell me
Discovery,
if it's stupid.
go at throttle up.
Turg, 40, Tier 140 months. Hey, congrats. Have another tree fitty. Thanks, man. Tessa, Tier 388. Thank you very much. So, like, see, these are Saturn 1s. They're not Saturn 1Bs, but the structure is the same. They moved it, they changed it to a conic, to a cylindric structure instead of a conic structure. So it looks like that conic structure, that lower ring, but see, the lower ring isn't in this picture. This is the finalized design for S1B, so that's 206. You can tell by the serial number. So this would have been 71 or 72 here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Whoa. Okawoo with 10. Thank you very much. That's really, really useful. Really helpful for me. Thank you. See, that doesn't have that ring on it, which means that ring in here is something that I can't.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Novaraptor gifted 11? So, goalie...
Discovery,
Thanks,
go at
Nova.
throttle up.
I appreciate it. So, goalie, the thing that gets me here, like, I understand rigging and I understand that things rotted. They're anchoring on the hoist points. They're on the forward tank retention structure there. It's the only place you could pick that thing up from. But, dude, they torched the inner stage. They torched the inner stage, and the inner stage is leaning up against the cable. Watch right there. Real close. Grits, 35 months. Thank you very much. Watch. Oops. Oops. The jagged torched edge cut the damn rigging. I'm having major mixed feelings right now. I know, Moto. I'm like, should I be upset? Should I be happy? I don't know what's going on. So, it goes on both sides? Well, Lance, from what I can tell here, yeah, it... Oh, yeah. Well, it seems like this cable goes out of tension first. The left cable gets slacked, right? See, because it's slacked, which tells me that this one over here is tensioned, and too much load on that snaps that thing instantly. Because look right here, see, that line is perfectly straight. That cable's tensioned. That one's obviously failed, and that same thing happens on the other side. That does nothing. That's braided steel. I mean, yeah, you see that braided steel get unwind. It starts to unwind right at the point where it was. What happened? So Bree, that was a roadside attraction on the border of Alabama and Tennessee. It's an actual Saturn 1B stage, and they had to take it down because it was too corroded. And when they were taking it down, the crane rigging failed and they dropped it. Like, I don't work with cranes. I like cranes. Cranes are cool, but I'm not a crane operator by any means. But what I'm trying to say here is that there's this thing that they do with rockets that specifically involves picking them up with a crane in a very specific way. There's that thing, the thing that see that they're designed to be picked up by one point and in a certain order, or else it's not going to work correctly. Jeez, Jared, that was a best STEM streamer around. Keep up the good work. That 50 hype chat, cool. Thanks, man. The eye is still on it. Nope, they're using militaries. Hype, super hype chat, cool. Thank you. The hype chats are basically a ripoff of the YouTube super chats, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. The cable is being tensioned by the interstage right there, so like I'm not like. It was a spare, Bree. It was left over. Probably a test article or something. I'm having too much fun with this. Damn, Nova, you got a big buck hunter? That's cool. So... Oh, not that sad, but still. What sucks about it is that it's a real S-1B. That's real rocket hardware from the Apollo program. And... actually, the hold down points right there for when it was standing up, those are also real hold down points. And that's... yeah. Anyway. Jared, thank you for the hype chat. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks a lot. How's the corrosion on the one in the rocket garden? Yeah. I don't know, man. Look, I ain't no expert, and I'm not trying to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure that, if you took this piece off, even if you torched it off, there's spots on this thing where you're supposed to lift it up from. And, I don't know, maybe maybe we should have used that. Is the stage caca now? Well, I'm assuming they weren't like, I've heard that they were going to try and preserve it. But I didn't really heard anything concrete. I'm pretty sure they were just going to scrap it. No one wanted it. I mean, I'm not saying here. All right, I'm only going to say this once. And Brimo, I know you're here. No, you're getting overruled. If I had an opportunity to put that in our backyard, I absolutely would. No question. I don't. Nope. That's one I'm not compromising on. Yeah. No. You could say. No. I'd be like, no. If that means saving it, it's going in the backyard. Yeah, that's fair. Oh God, I love you. Oh, you're the best. You're awesome. Put it next to the garage like a silo. Bingo. Right? God, I love you. You're the best. Knew marrying you was a good idea. Refurb apparently would have costed over $7 million. Well, maybe don't let our historical rockets. Maybe we shouldn't leave those outside. Rover and lemon color. Oh, dude, look at those pictures, Gladly. Those are great. But you need to build something around it so it doesn't keep rusting. Yeah. Bandit. Yeah, I'll just put a tarp over the damn thing. NASA removed the H1s from it though, so at least some of it is being kept around. There's still a Redstone missile in this random small town in New Hampshire. It's not random, dude. It's in Derry, New Hampshire. Do you know why, S? Oh yeah, Thailand. Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's random. No, it's not random at all. It's a mock-up of Mercury Redstone 1. It's a mock-up of MR1 because Alan Shepard, first American into space, he's from New Hampshire. It's not random. He's from New Hampshire. He's from Derry, dude. Derry. All right, whatever. It's the missile version, not Mercury. Close enough. See what I mean? New Hampshire. Close enough. Yeah, it's close enough. Whatever. So in the new NSF flyover, they showed these pics. I've edited this shot from Google Earth to show where I was wondering. They never said exactly where that thing would be, Thomas. So, yeah, that's cool. We can talk about that. Is Alan Shepard still alive? No. Any cool truck building streams coming in the future? Also, long time no see. Hey, Madden, what's going on? Truck building? Apart from small things here and there with the 59 and the 97, no, not really. But, I have about, enough parts that I ran out of space in the garage for GM F-body. Yeah, Serge, I mean, whatever. So, one of a viewer that helped me out with Route 154, Madden, is sending his Camaro up here, and we are going to make it handle better. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna make the Camaro go faster. Can you give me a TLDR on the Starship presentation? Elon wants Super Heavy to make 20 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. That was the big news coming out of there. Yeah, so Madden, no, 20, Oculus, not 30. Yeah, Madden, I'm stockpiling parts for a, Pro Touring Camaro build. Yeah. We're gonna, basically make a Camaro into because race car. Other than that, the 59 runs and drives, so I've been just running and driving it. That's it. I just drive it. I went 10 years that thing being in pieces, and I don't want to change anything right now because I just want to drive it. So it'll probably stay like this it'll probably stay the way it is until next summer or something. The 97, the F-250 is amazing. Tough enough as a tank. It just doesn't die. The truck refuses to take crap from anybody. So, I installed a hitch, a heavy duty hitch onto the back. I had it left over from Route 154. I never got around to putting it in. So it was a bolt-on, it's a bolt-on heavy duty hitch, right? There's a hitch point on the bumper, but you shouldn't pull from that. So I have a hitch point that's bolted directly to the frame of the truck. It's just a regular trailer hitch point, the one that the square thing that you'd find underneath the bumper. So I drilled holes. I scribed out, marked the holes, spent a lot of time with the ruler, measuring everything out, making sure that the thing was perfectly straight, and piloted and drilled new holes, and then bolted the hitch up to it. I did that over the weekend. Now I just got to wire up the trailer brakes, so the trailer brake works, and the trailer brake controller. The problem is I went to town on the trailer brake harness during Route 154 to make an ignition switch out of the trailer brake. So I have to go and not undo it, because I have to kind of figure out what I cut, because I wasn't really concerned about towing a trailer at the time. So I have to basically go over the entire trailer brake wire harness and figure that out. So that's good. So yeah, maybe we'll do a wiring stream with the 97, trying to figure that all out. We also should hook up the rear fuel tank. I still haven't done that. Yeah, I wired the ignition circuit, the ignition switch to the trailer brakes hired, so people wouldn't steal it, because it had no key and a starter button. So I made it so you had to get 12 volts on the ignition switch. You move the ignition switch into the on position, and I had a starter button wired to the trailer brakes, and then I took the power wires for the trailer brakes off of the battery and put them and bridged them on the solenoid to make a starter button. So yeah, the starter button was wired through the trailer brake harness. So I have to go undo that. It's not wired to the ignition harness anymore. It's just hanging around inside of the engine bay. So I have to, those two wires that I was using for the starter button are the power for the trailer brake controller, but I don't know, dude, Hoonigan also botched the harness in there too. They did a bunch of stuff. So we have to go under there and we have to look at everything. And you call my wiring jank? Yes, my wiring works on a truck that's the same age with way more miles. Just saying. It ripped the lift point out. Yeah, I got you, goalie. Yeah, okay, I see it. So I got to figure out how to wire the trailer brakes up, but I got a hitch, and the reason why I put all that on the 97 is because it's a tank and it doesn't care. So I'm gonna go see if we can find a trailer, maybe find a junk trailer, DeBoss style, and just fix a trailer so I can haul cars around and stuff. Yeah, that would be useful. Preferably, I'd like to find a trailer with a winch. That'd be very nice. And then we could stream restoring the trailer. And then we could go use the trailer to go find cars and move them around. Yeah, so Madden, that's what's going on with the 97. The 59 is fine. I'm not doing anything to that. The 97, I've got to hook up the trailer brakes, amongst other things. I also have been getting the spray paint off of it and restoring it to its factory color by getting off like 3 or 4 layers of spray paint. That is a tedious process that's going to take all winter, but whatever. I work on it a little bit every day and go from there. I didn't do it today because we covered the IAC stuff. The Coronet is in trouble. The Coronet needs my attention. Like, I need to get that into the garage sooner rather than later. That thing being outside for another winter is probably going to be its death sentence. I need to get it inside, and I need to start fixing things. It's got some serious problems. It's starting to rot out. The rocker panels are going. There's holes in the rockers. There's holes in the quarter panels. The trunk pan is shot. Like, most people at this point would probably write the Coronet off as a scrap job. But what I want to do is use it to learn how to weld. Use it to learn how to weld stuff back together. It sounds like your Jeep. The Coronet has a softball-sized hole in the rocker on the driver's side. Coronet repair stream when? I'm trying to tee that up for the winter, Nova, but I had to put getting a welder on hold for a little while, which kind of sucks. But maybe we could use my 125 amp welder. It's just body panels. It's not any crazy structural stuff. What, is the Coronet a special car? It's a 69 Dodge Coronet, Grumpy. Can you rent one? Wire welder then. Yeah, well, I gotta learn. I gotta learn how to do it. No, they are a special car. It's a 4-door, dude. It's a 4-door Coronet. It's a Coronet 500. It's a sedan. It's not a coupe. No one cares about a 4-door Coronet. Buy some scrap metal from the scrapyard to practice welding on. Why do that when I have a scrap metal car in my driveway that I already own, and I could just do that? We'll drill out the rockers, we'll cut it all out, we'll weld some braces in place, and go from there. No one, like I said, no one cares about a 69 sedan. No one cares about that. They want the coupes, so whatever. I mean, my uncle says I shouldn't even bother. I talked to my uncle, who's a car nutcase, about this. I talked to him about it, and he said, don't even bother. He said, just go and find a 2-door shell, and we'll swap all the parts. And I'm like, oh. That's why I bought it, Hank. It was the fraction of the price of a coupe. I got the Coronet. I bought that Coronet in 2013 for $1,400. A coupe in similar condition would have been 10 grand. That's the difference. Maybe Erudite, who knows? Interesting, Bree. Interesting. A 69 Coronet. Yeah, it's here. Now, mine's in way crappier condition, but that's what it looks like. Mine's blue, though. It looks like that, but it's in way crappier condition than that. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It's a cool car. I like it. It's a big old boat. That's the coupe. That's what the 2 doors look like. But the 2 doors and the 4 doors have the same grille. Same grills, same quarter panels, same hood, same bumpers, same wheels, same dash. The whole interior is the same. Yeah, that's what mine looks like that. Only it's medium blue. It's beef. It's called Chrysler's color for it is the factory paint coat is medium blue. That's what it looks like though. Yeah, it's a cool car. It's really cool, and I mean, like I said, no one cares about sedans. Everybody wants the coupes. That's the most desirable one. Nobody cares about the 4-doors. So if I learn to weld on it, it's not going to be that big of a deal. It really needs to come up into the garage. There's mouse nests in it and stuff. We got to clean it all out. We got to clean it all out, and then I got to bring it into the garage. The reason why I needed to clean it all out, and we need to make sure all the mouse nests get out of there, is because I don't want mouses in my damn garage. Oh, okay. Back to space news real quick. Prices of a 4-door for sale: $29,000, $69,000, $27,000, $60,000 sold. Of a 4-door 69 Coronet with a 318 Grumpy? Nah. Did I ever show you a picture of your pet mouse? No. What's this, Thomas? Stoke Space announces $100 million in new investment. As we continue to build the world's most efficient, fully and rapidly reusable rocket, today we are announcing $100 million in Series B investment to drive continued growth and innovation. This investment more than doubles the company's total funding, which now sits at $175 million. We're also sharing the official name of our first rocket, Nova. All good, Oculus. It's all good, man. Yeah. The funding round was led by Industrious Ventures with participation from the University of Michigan, go Blue, Sparta Group, Long Journey, and others. Existing investors: Breakthrough Energy, Y Combinator, .72 Ventures, NFX, MAC Ventures, Toyota Ventures, and InQtel also participated. We intend to use this funding to finance the development of our first stage rocket engine and structure, the orbital version of our reusable second stage, and new construction at historic Launch Complex 14 in Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Florida. Complex 14 is most well known as the launch site of Mercury Atlas 6 in 1962, the first American to get into Earth orbit as part of Project Mercury. John Glenn, baby. Godspeed, John Glenn. Stoke has been granted dedicated use of Complex 14 by the Space Force for its orbital flights. So we're getting an actual Nova rocket. Yeah. Better than no Nova rocket, I guess. Cool. I'm sure they're pretty stoked about it, yeah. Stoke's second stage, guys. Stoke's second stage and payload fairing are capsule-shaped. See how the rocket kind of gets thick right here? The second stage actually has a heat shield on the bottom, and the rocket engine is actually ring-shaped and shoots out the sides. So the second stage engine is basically going around a heat shield. The idea is that, the first stage comes back and lands like Falcon 9 almost, right? Actually very similar to Falcon 9. And the second stage, because it's heat shield shaped and the rocket engine is going around the outside of the heat shield, the second stage, after it deploys the payload, can turn around, make it back down through the atmosphere because it's got a reusable heat shield. It's got a reusable metallic heat shield. And propulsively land right next to the first stage, which, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's really freaking cool, actually. I remember that. Yeah, I'm that old. Grumpy, if you could get me the link for a 4-door Coronet that's sold for $30 grand, yeah, I'd appreciate that, because I've been watching those prices for years. People still don't care about them. But I want to fix it. You know, what's the worst that I'm going to do? Blow through the paint, blow through the metal. It's already blown through. It's rusted to snot. The car's junk. Right now, let's fix it. You know, let's fix it, man. Here, check this out. Let's see here. Look at Stokes' promotion video. Here, take a look.
Five seconds.
Watch this.
We are Stokes Space. From seed money to engine testing. We've moved faster than any rocket company in history. We are building the holy grail of rocketry, a fully and rapidly reusable rocket. Our singular focus on 100% reusability and ultra-high launch cadence drives every architectural decision we make. So, we started with the second stage, the stage everyone else throws away. Our unique innovation is a combined system of 30 smaller, independently controlled thrusters
Not sure,
embedded
Foz.
into our dynamically cooled heat shield. In the vacuum of space, our second stage separates. The plumes from 30 thrusters merge as one to provide ultra-high in-space performance.
The heat shield combined with the toroidal rocket engine makes a toroidal aerospike. Second stage is an aerospike, inadvertently. It's not the first time that's been thought up. Chrysler actually came up with this idea in the 60s. Yes, Chrysler. Same company that made the Dodge that we were just talking about.
We can precisely deploy our payloads when and where they are needed. Once deployed, our second stage deorbits and begins atmospheric re-entry.
That's right, Tessa.
Our durable metallic heat shield protects both the vehicle and return payloads, abandoning the industry standard of fragile ceramic tiles. Once safely through the atmosphere, our engine fires up, providing low throttle thrust to enable precision landing. The active cooling of our heat shield leaves the vehicle at a low, approachable temperature in preparation for rapid reuse. We are Stokes Space, and we are building the world's most efficient, fully reusable rocket. One mission-affirming piece of hardware at a time.
It's transpiration cooled. See the little nozzle in the center of the heat shield? They're flowing propellants over that. It's probably methane. See that? And that is giving you, it's film cooling the heat shield. That's why it's reusable. And they said, oh, we're abandoning the industry standard of tiles. Yeah, you're abandoning tiles, but you need to carry more fuel now. It's always a trade-off, guys. But yeah, in this particular scenario, this would be very, very preferable over tiles. A tiled heat shield like this probably wouldn't work too well. Is it hydrogen? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's right. Their second stage is hydrolox. That's right. So yeah, they're flowing hydrogen over the heat shield. Cold hydrogen, which, once again, the hydrogen absorbs all the heat. Hydrogen is very, very, very thermally conductive. It's really good at picking up heat. Really, really good at it. It can absorb a lot of it for what it is. So, yeah, there's a little hydrogen. There's a hydrogen fuel injector plate here that's shooting out the hydrogen over the heat shield to keep it cool.
Protects both the vehicle and return payloads, abandoning the industry standard of fragile ceramic tiles. Once safely through the atmosphere, our engine fires up, providing low throttle thrust to enable precision landing.
How much do they need to spray out? Like as much as the engine uses? Oh, Phil, I'm not 100% sure. Let me think. So, what math would we use here? You'd need the coefficient of drag for the windward side of the second stage. So basically, how much surface area of that is there of that heat shield? And from there, you should be able to figure out you know, from a return trajectory, you should be able to figure out how much heat that's going to generate over time, because the impulse should be similar no matter, I mean, no matter where you come from. The total amount of energy absorbed should be simpler because you're always coming back from a similar orbital velocity, right? Like, and then what you'd need to do is figure out how much, so you'd get a quantity of heat right there. You get a quantity of energy that's generated from reentry heating, right? And then you'd need to figure out like what critical mass of hydrogen is. So how much can hydrogen, how much heat can like an atom of hydrogen absorb, right? And then that should give you a propellant quantity from there. I mean, the math's probably a little more complicated than that, but I mean, the other thing is that the hydrogen doesn't need to absorb all the heat. The metal can absorb a certain amount of heat before it hits critical mass and it starts to melt. So you're really just picking up the differential there, which, because of that, it's probably not a lot, dude. Probably not a lot at all, actually. Not nearly as much as the rocket engine, I would say. No, not a lot. Is it like dribble it out, or is it like a garden hose? I don't know, man. Yeah, I would say it's an injector plate. It probably ends up looking like a misting machine, but they won't spray it out. The heat shield is cooled from the back by hydrogen, which will then also drive the pumps and thrusters. Whoa. It's regeneratively cooled, not necessarily transpiration cooled. Frick you. So this is a graphic from Tim's video about Stoke. What were those center holes, though? Expander cycle exhaust. Damn, dude. This is really smart. Yeah. Yeah. So, but actually, fellas, okay, I got a question. So, the heat shield is regeneratively cooled from the expander cycle on the engine, right? Like, but you're telling me that the turbine dump, the expander cycle dump, because it is open cycle, right? So open cycle is, you know, when you take some of the rocket fuel and liquid fuel and oxygen and make it do something like turn the turbine so the pumps move, so the fluid impellers move, right? When the byproduct of that just gets shot overboard like this, it's open cycle. If this went back into the rocket engine, it'd be closed cycle. But so interesting thing that I'm noticing here, the turbine pressure is 5 bar, 73 psi, 627 C, 900 Kelvin exhaust right there, right? Here's the thing, fellas. With rockets, it's all relative. It's all about relativity in more ways than one, right? So everything's relative here. Check this out. So I'm looking at these numbers here, and it says that the backside of the heat shield is going to be 1477, the backside. So that means the front side is probably, I bet you the front side gets up to 1600 C. Here's the thing. They're cooling the backside of the heat shield with liquid hydrogen, right? And that heat gets exchanged. The hydrogen absorbs the heat that's via conduction from the metal, right? The turbine exhaust is 627 C, and that's shooting out in the middle of the heat shield. 627 C, guess what? That's a 1,000 C temperature difference there. That's 1,000 degrees Celsius temperature difference. That's film cooling the outside of the heat shield. It's not transpiration cooling per se, but putting the dump in the center is, it's like supersonic retropropulsion. That's what it's doing. It's giving you a nice thermal medium on the outside and the back end of the heat shield. It's double cooling it on the front and the back. So the plasma, the thing about heat shields, guys, is that plasma doesn't actually touch the vehicle. It's very strange. When something is coming back, the air gets compressed and plasma actually accumulates. Not like actually, the reentry heating like actually doesn't touch the vehicle. It's very weird. The heating does. The plasma actually is out in front, and it stays out in front. And there's like there's a gap in there, because all that air that's getting compressed kind of stays there. So you end up getting your plasma boundary layer is actually offset to the heat shield. And if you shoot gas in there, right, that's a lower temperature, the gas will absorb the heat that's being radiated off by the plasma. It's dude, that's a real trick. That's real smart. Like, very smart. That's really cool. It gets a little wonky because the cooling only works when the engines are running, and the engines will run differently depending on the heat flux of the heat shield. I mean, but what's stopping them from doing a retropropulsive burn here? And then on top of that, if the engine is running when they're going through peak heating, if the engine is running, you get all the benefits of supersonic retropropulsion anyway, because your rocket exhaust is shielding the vehicle to begin with. We already know that works. Yeah, Forge, look at that thing. But as Thomas was also saying that this system is used to drive hot gas thrusters, and we know Stoke has hot gas thrusters on their prototype. Here, check this out. We know it has hot gas thrusters because if you watch the hydrogen right here, the hot gas thrusters actually ignite all the... Watch the smoke. Just watch. See? Right there. See the thruster up there doing its thing? That's not 3D, by the way. They did this like a couple weeks ago. That's actually a prototype for their stage. With thrusters, I mean the 30 thrusters on the bottom. Yeah, the night test. I know about the night test. It's I don't think they posted it on YouTube's here. But they must have hot gas thrusters up there. I'm pretty sure they do, because watch the top. See? Fire, fry, bang, bang, fire, fry, bang, bang. So it does have hot gas thrusters, right? It It definitely does. So that tap right there must go to the thrusters. It must not just go to the rocket engine. It probably goes to the hot gas thrusters, unless they're using tank ullage, right? Unless they're using tank ullage, but ullage propellants don't usually catch on fire when you open up the valves. That's one angry tea kettle, right? Should bring that to a Rammstein concert. Fire fry, bang bang, bang bang. Yep. Okay. But that's hot hydrogen. Hot hydrogen hits air and it will ignite. That's not? I'm confused. Ooh, Thomas, let's see. Let's take a look. So this is coming right from Stoke. Let me see. Let me take a look. Take a look-see-dooksy. I'm trying to see if we can spy on this plumbing a little bit. What the frick, dude? So looking at this, I don't think the entire thing was a tank either. Huh. You can't really see. I can see one of the dump pipes right here, but I mean the power pack's down there. Dude, this is about as unorthodox of a rocket design as it comes. Like that's very strange. But then again, putting the power packs there makes sense, because if you go and look at Timmy's picture here, when I say power pack, I mean this piece right here. See that? The power pack is what has the impellers in them to move the propellants and the turbine. If the power pack goes directly into the heat shield, well, it'd be good to put it near it, don't you think? And that's the power pack. It's right there. You can't really see it, though. It's behind it. Damn. Yeah, that's cool, because this is completely out of left field. This is a very, 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 very weird design. It's a toroidal aerospike. It's a gigantor toroidal aerospike. The BE-3U uses the same engine cycle as this. The BE-3U? Nova, refresh my memory. Is the BE-3U the one that's on New Shepard, or the one that's going on New Glenn? Yeah, it's New Glenn. The BE-3PM is New Shepard. Okay, so BE-3U is an expander cycle. It's... See, okay, here's the thing. This rocket design, Nova, is so unorthodox here. It's so unorthodox. I don't even know if I'd call this an expander cycle. It's doing what an expander cycle does, but expander cycles... Okay, so like a garden variety expander cycle, so an RL-10. This part doesn't exist. In a garden variety expander cycle, you'd get impeller intake, impeller exit, and the impeller exit would go right into the nozzle. This line would just go down here and connect in here, and the propellants would go up the nozzle, right? And then through your valves into the motor, through your injector plate, right? This thing, they take it to the next level because the expander cycle goes through the heat shield too. It goes through the heat shield, and then it goes back through the nozzle. So it is an expander, right? But yeah, it's not an expander cycle. I mean, I actually just saw up here it says expander bleed. See, it's not exactly an expander, so it's not exactly like a BE-3U. It's close, but it's not exactly. This is a bleed cycle. I'm not sure why they call it an expander bleed, though. What is this, Forge? Let me see. Let me take a look. Stokes' second stage is weird, man, but it makes sense for entry. Check page 30. No, I know that the theory is brilliant. The theory is really, really smart. Your second stage is shaped like a capsule. Freaking genius, dude. Really, really smart stuff. Yeah, see, there's your rocket engines. Yeah, the heat shield is also offset. If you look, it's offset center of mass to line up with entry heating. Offset COM is how capsules can stay, how capsules can steer. See how the heat shield is angled? That screws up the center of mass. So like you have the long axis of the vehicle, right? The center axis of the vehicle, and the center of gravity is off of the central axis of the vehicle. That makes it so you can change the angle of attack of the heat shield. You can modulate AOA of the heat shield by spinning the capsule, by rolling left and right. That changes the angle of the heat shield relative to your oncoming hypersonic flow, and you can actually make the thing generate lift, or you can turn it upside down and make it generate more drag. You can turn 90 degrees to the left and make it go that way, 90 degrees to the right, make it go to the right. That is something that was thought of during the Apollo program. Check page 26. You just told me to check page 30. And I'm checking page 30, and I hadn't even finished explaining what the heck this is. I know what this is, but they don't. Slow your roll there, buddy. Yep. There it is. There's the Apollo capsule. They even have the Apollo probe and drogue. It would be capable of doing shuttle S-turns. Most capsules can. Yeah. Most capsules can, dude. They don't just send them through re-entry ballistic. That's really not smart. Yeah, I know what it does, Aqualex. I understand what it does. I was talking about the name. I wouldn't call it exactly an expander cycle, but they call it an expander bleed. Yeah, cool. And they are using ullage. They're using ullage propellants. Now, say this works over and over again. Would a human-rated version be worth it? Moto, if it was me and I was in charge of Stoke, I wouldn't even be thinking about putting people on it right now. No. If this thing was flying on the frequency of like Falcon 9, yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe. Then I'd start thinking about it. Yeah, absolutely. But propulsively landing your capsule is dangerous. That's super dangerous. But Stoke seems like they are gung-ho about this stuff, and yeah, I mean, if you mature out the technology enough, dude, here's the thing, I don't know if you have enough space up there for all the life support systems for people, but maybe. PLD is targeting the 7th at midnight UTC, 8 p.m. Eastern on the 6th. Okay. I don't like propulsively landing things with people on them. I don't, and it's not because I don't think it's a good idea. I don't like doing that because I think it, what's the right way to say it? It just has to be proven. It has to be proven. Like, I would want some flight data to back it up, you know? And we didn't get it, and that's why NASA wasn't a fan of it, Phil, because they weren't about to go and risk that. How many G's would you experience with a suicide burn type landing? Depends on what's landing, Travis. With Falcon 9, yeah, you'd probably feel it. You'd probably get most of the G-forces from actually aero deceleration, though. The decelerative rate from aerodynamic forces is probably way higher than the landing burn. Look on top, you can see the hot gas thruster port. Oh yeah, it's up there, dude. Mm-hmm. Cool. In your humble opinion, do you think Stoke's design could scale? Yes, absolutely. Yes, it could scale. Sure. Yeah, Moto. Yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna say. I don't think that vehicle is big enough to do that. I think if they prove it out, they'd have to make a bigger version of it. But yeah, I think it could. I think you could scale it up. In fact, I have some pretty good idea. Chrysler actually thought you could scale that idea up as well. Here, check this out. So Chrysler, the car company, was not always just a car company. This is a Hayes Gray Art video. Chrysler was a defense contractor in the late 60s. They made all kinds of stuff. Tanks, boats, tracked vehicles, whatever. Tracked vehicles that aren't tanks. But they also made, so you know that stage that we saw those construction workers drop? Chrysler. Yeah, they made the Saturn 1B first stage. So when NASA went around soliciting ideas for the space shuttle in the early 70s, this is what Chrysler came up with. I won't play the whole video. I won't play the whole video just because. Here, I will link it up, though, so people can go and see Hayes Gray Art's video. It's pretty damn cool. Like I said, Stokes' idea is not new. Chrysler proposed it in the 60s, and NASA didn't go for it. See what I mean? That's an SSTO version of Stoke. That's an SSTO version of Stoke's second stage. In fact, when we first heard about Stoke, I'm like, oh, that's SERV. Yeah, see? The whole bottom of it is a gigantic freaking arrow spike. And you see the crew vehicle on top, but the thing about it is that it's cylindric. There's a cylindric payload bay here that's about the size of the space shuttle's payload bay. And it goes all the way down to the bottom of the vehicle. The tanks are wrapped around the payload bay, so watch. See, and then there's like a crew vehicle on top, or you could put whatever. I think Hayes just put a Dream Chaser up there. But see, the whole inside of there's a hollow cylinder in the center of this thing. Right? So if we just skip over to the end part, right? So like they come back down, it's the same exact idea. Chrysler got a little crazy with their idea though. They weren't going to land on their rocket engines. Chrysler's idea was to install 24 jet engines on the outer rim of the heat shield and land using jet engines. 24 of them for landing. See? Yeah. NASA said, no, you guys are nuts. And Chrysler said, oh, come on, man. Yep. That was the space shuttle proposal. SERV. Chrysler SERV is what it's called. Yeah. Once again, I linked the video. Just go watch the whole thing. It's really freaking cool. Will the jet engines survive the descent? They had trap doors that opened up for the jet and the rocket engines. Yep. I mean, it probably would have... I think Stoke has SERVP. It'd probably just be better to land with the damn rocket motors. I really want to see me build SERV in Kerbal. I tried building it once, Buck, but I tried building it my own way. I don't know why I wanted to do that, and then I stopped doing that and did Mission Mode 2 instead. Yeah, I never finished it. I'm thinking. Give me one minute. I'm trying to put the design together in my head. Give me a second. So the challenge there would be coming up with a non-ablator heat shield, right? I can't use heat shields. I can't use the heat shields that are in the game. They're ablative. meaning they'll eventually ablate off, and then you got a big problem. You could use panels to make the heat shield shape. Sure, why not? But you'd have to find a way to flex the heat. Basically, I'd need to have the panels work like a gigantic heat sink. Also doable. Yeah, okay, we could do that. Now, how do you do the trapdoors? How would you do those? Mark II? No, too big. If we clip the Mark II fuselage correctly, that actually is not a bad idea. Or we could do what Stoke does and just not have any trapdoors at all. I mean, would you guys want to see me... Would you want me to make this thing work like SERV? So, like, actually have the trapdoors for the toroidal aerospike? Or, I mean, if we could just say we don't have them and do what Stoke does. Stoke has just a gap right there. Or do we want jet engines on it? Because if there's jet engines, we'd have to put trapdoors in somewhere. Maybe a Stoke SERV mashup. How big are we talking? I'm picturing a heat shield diameter of 10 meter. That would scale, I think that would scale right. The SERV was huge. It was gigantic. Hot off the press. What's that, Creeper? SpaceX has completed 70 Falcon launches so far this year, 20 of which has been supported by our team at Vandenberg. If you're interested in being a part of the mission to make SpaceX more accessible and ultimately multi-planetary, learn more about what's possible. Oh, there's some cool footage in there. We'll look at that in a second. Mark III for center payload bay. No, that's too complicated. You don't need that. You could just use an open fairing, like what we did, like the payload bay for Star Raker. Did it almost fill up the launch platform? Yeah. Yeah, Thomas, I was going to say, there's some, yeah, that's really old B-roll. I would like to see your take on DOS's ultra-hardcore mod rule set, and I might just be the only one. Yeah. Yeah. I could make it. I mean, we could do it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, we could do this. I'm pretty sure. The landing legs would be something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Making the landing legs work. Nova, thank you for gifting the sub. I appreciate that. You guys are too good to me today. Yeah. Yeah, I could... Yeah, we could make this. I could make it. It wouldn't take too long either. I would say give me a month to make the spacecraft. Give me like another month and a half, I'd say, to build the pad and the integration equipment. I'd say, like, all told, and then, times what I think it's gonna take, add a little bit on top of that. I could probably have it fully working and fully reusable probably by the end of the year. It's October, November, December. Well, yeah, I could probably do it. That would be working on it every day, though. That's actually not too. That's not too bad, man. So where my mind is going now is I'm off the vehicle design. I'm pretty damn sure we could make that work, no problem. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad at all. And if we don't do the trapdoors, it actually won't be too high a part count either. It'd be a low enough part count to where we could probably get away with building the integration equipment for it. It wouldn't be hard. You wouldn't need a big tall gantry crane, right? Because SERV on top of a launch pedestal, right? And then the crane could just lift it up and over and in, and then you just reintegrate it. And you could use Kraken Tech to hold everything in. It's vertically integrated. You don't horizontally integrate it at all. I also did helicopter on cabinet. Nice. Timo, ad time. There you go. Now, out on the additional time, EJ Optimism, we're up to March and May. Dead Crew, you know what the thing is? Like, I get it, you know, like EJ time. This is not a complicated vehicle. It's really not complicated. It's a couple of fairings, payload bay, couple of fuel tanks, couple of rocket engines. And if we don't do the trapdoors, the reusable heat shield, the panel heat shield would be the hardest part. That would probably take me a couple weeks to get that right. And then the landing legs could get complicated because they'd have to deploy through the heat shield. Okay. Slide through hybrid tech. Oh, that's a good idea. You were thinking remove the need for cranes. Land in the mount you launch from. I'm good at Kerbal Erudite. I'm not that good at Kerbal. Slide the card up underneath it. Yeah, I could do that. We could make that. Yeah, it's doable. When we're talking about how feasible it would be to do like a mission mode style SERV, Chrysler SERV vehicle, or something like Stoke. I mean, we could just do... Believe it or not, if I tried to make it two-stage like Stoke does, it would probably actually take longer than SERV, because SERV is one single thing that you have to reintegrate. Not saying it's not doable in the time frame, but we've seen issues come up and set projects back. Genesis, I already went over that in detail. Genesis, you know that rockets have interstages, right? And when it turns out Turns out when you torch an interstage with a torch, and then put some wire cables up against it, it breaks. Funny how that works. Just got here, my bad. No, it's all good, dude. It's just, yeah. It's hard to watch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty... Dead Crew, I know that Kerbal has ways of sneaking up on you like that. Absolutely. So right now I'm thinking, how would we get it, like, say I land it, how do we get it back to the pad? I could just make a vehicle that drives underneath it, deploys landing gear, you know, rises up, and then picks up off the launch mounts, picks the whole vehicle up, and then, you know, I could have that on a fifth wheel and tow it around with a truck. The thing about doing that, though, is that how would we line it up? How would we move it to line it up with the pad again? How would we do that? Do it. We can even make a friendly wager if you'd like. So, dragging it back to the pad, I would want to. We need to get it lined up with some type of payload facility, but the payload doesn't need to be in a fairing or anything. So. Could pick the thing up, stack it right back on its pedestal, and then put the payload in, and then put the vehicle on the top if we have a crew vehicle to go with it. I gotta write something down. Give me 1 second.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I know. It's watching me write something down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Core, 64-month reset. Brox with a 59er, and Eukerman with a 22.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you. So, fellas, my idea, So here, let's load up that Haze Gray video again. Give me 1 second. So reintegration is where I'm at. Like, reintegration of this thing would be tough. In real life, somehow, NASA would use the VAB to put it back on what looks like a mobile launcher, right? We could do an ML for it if we wanted to. So SCRV has the crew vehicle up on the top. The crew vehicle is, that's obviously some type of Dream Chaser thingamajigger, right? That's something that I actually kind of was thinking about doing in KSP, right? Making trying to attempt to do a small crew vehicle again, right? That would be kind of cool. And then if we look at plans for SCRV, so here we go. This is off Astronautics, so take a look. This is what I'm talking about, right? So the fuel tanks are actually they're wrapped around the sides, basically a donut shape, and the payload bay is in the center. That's 23 by 60. That's bigger than the shuttle's payload bay. That's bigger than a shuttle payload bay. That's pretty wide. Here, what's 23? So we do 23 divided by 3.3. That's 7 meters. 6.9696969696969696969696969696969696969697. Yep, nice. Very nice. There's a lot of niceness going on except for the end there. So that's a 7-meter payload bay. That's New Glenn. That's a New Glenn fairing. Up there you have the OMS pods up at the top, right? And then see the opening to payload bay? This piece right here? I was thinking about how I would make that. So this adapter right here. So how cool would this be? Hear me out here. So if we go and look at this footage here, it's very clear that that thing opens, right? It opens up, right? And, it would open up and the crew spacecraft would undock from the top and it would redock with the payload, right? It would redock with the payload and then it could pull the payload out and then you close the hatch. Now, I could do that. I could easily. Yeah, sure. We could do that. No problem. Yeah, right, Core? It's pretty nuts. So, the idea that I just had was, okay, you have a Dream Chaser style payload up there at the top. So Dream Chaser in real life, here. Dream Chaser is made by a company called Sierra Space. Dream Chaser, when it flies into space, will fly in an uncrewed capacity. But they're actually working on a service module for Dream Chaser called Shooting Star. Shooting Star is a payload attachment fitting for Dream Chaser. It's how it bolts up to the rocket, to a Vulcan that's going to launch it, the Vulcan rocket. That's where it attaches. It attaches down here. Shooting Star is also a habitable pressurized volume. So that allows Dream Chaser to A, be able to stay up on orbit for longer periods of time by itself, and B, basically additional cargo space, and C, Shooting Star can actually fly by itself. If Dream Chaser, when it's coming back down, it will jettison the Shooting Star, and that's the part that comes back down, the part that looks like the shuttle, right? Shooting Stars can actually stay up there in space, and they have a berthing mechanism on the back, so you could leave it docked to the ISS if you really wanted to, and then you get a docking module, a docking adapter, or it could pull it off, it could burn up in the atmosphere. Or, Dream Chaser could couple two of these together and make 2 Shooting Stars back to back to make a space station. You could basically do a bunch of things with it. So what I was thinking is, we can make a version of SCRV, right? We can make a version of SCRV with this piece, this conic adapter here, being a Shooting Star module. I.e., we would have to replace it after every launch, right? We'd have to replace it or dispose of it every launch, but we have to open it up to reintegrate payload anyway. It would be easier to just pick the thing up and just you know, drop that thing down on there like you're integrating a stage. It would be like vertically integrating the Freedom rocket, which we already know works. We can already do that. That's not that bad, right? So here's the real kicker about this. We can hang the payload. You know, we'll have SERV, right? And we have this gigantic honking payload bay here. This will make reintegrating this thing really, really easy if I wanted to put new payload in, because how I would have to do it is open up the thing, right? It'd have to articulate open, right? You'd have to open it up. I'd have to drop the payload in. We'd have to close the thing, and then we'd have to pick up Dart or whatever, or vehicle like that, attach that to the top here, and then you're good to go. We can just get rid of all that. So the vehicle can come back with no PAF on the top, and well, this thing is up in space doing its thing. We could go back down to KSC, and I could take a crew vehicle like Dart or whatever, put it on the PAF, right? And then we could lift that up and put the PAF on top of that, right? So we have the payloads hanging from this payload attachment fitting here, and Dart sitting on the top. And we could use this modular well, not modular. We could use this payload attachment fitting to work like a forward load reactor, like what Neutron does. So we could hang the second stage. We could hang a second stage in here. You could hang payload in there. You can hang whatever you want. If I put a second stage in here, you know, we wouldn't, on-orbit operations, you wouldn't have to open up the payload bay, detach the vehicle, reattach it, etc., etc. You just detach the payload attachment fitting, shooting star style, and boom, you have a third stage, payload attachment fitting, and your crew vehicle out to wherever. Yeah, just a mega wide, one crane core. It would be like the Freedom Rocket. All you got to do is make one bridge crane. That's it. And so the reason why I would, you know, taking the payload and putting the PAF on top of the payload and then taking a Dart that would also be reused and putting that on top of it, that sounds like it's going to take time, right? But the thing is, you could integrate all that stuff when SERV isn't there. You could put that all together when SERV is still up in space doing its thing. Or you could do it when it's not in range. So you wouldn't be dealing, not in render range. So the part count, it would take 2 seconds. You wouldn't have to worry about slow part counts. And heck, even with SERV in the scene, you still wouldn't have to worry about part counts because the panels at the bottom are what's going to be taking up most amount of space. Dude, I could probably make a scaled size SERV for probably like 400 or 500 parts. Yeah, 400 or 500. Not bad. Really not bad. What is this? Flame trench and docking port. Giant diameter launch mount, easier to land in. You want me to make a giant cone and land the thing in the cone. You say there's no complication to this, no complex cranes or landing legs or anything for this design. The complicated part is getting the thing there, getting it back to, putting it back on the launch mount. Erudite, I am telling you, and I'm not saying your idea is bad. I am telling you that trying to do that precise of a landing for me is way out of my purview. I'm not that good. I'm pretty damn good at Kerbal. I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to do it reliably every time. No way. Yeah. Yeah, that would be complicated. And, you know, you say, no, there's no complex cranes. How do you put payload back into it? It's already on the launch pad. How do you put payload into it? Yeah, Endo, anything, 2 elbows or something. Maybe a fingernail or whatever. Yeah, I like that idea. I like the Shooting Star PAF on top of SCRV. I actually really like that idea. And that gives me an excuse to finish Dart. Or make a new version of it because, yeah, that's unfinished business. Do you want to build another complex vehicle, or do you want to get infrastructure into LKO and beyond? I feel like past experience have shown those to be mutually exclusive most of the time. Honestly, Weather Guy, this would be another... Unless it's like perfect, like it works every time. I'm not 100% sure if I would... use it. You know what I mean? It would have to be like Enterprise, like my Enterprise SSTO reliable. It would have to be that reliable. This is more of a get your chops ready and relearn how to really jump into, you know, integration projects in KSP. SCRV should be quick, dude. Shouldn't, I'm telling you. And I know what it sounds like. It should be quick. You know, you remember when we were saying, oh, I said I want to do Star Raker, and people said, oh, well, there goes the next 6 months. I had a flying prototype in 2 weeks. Easy peasy. SCRV would be easier to make than Star Raker. Apologies for your insane idea. I didn't say it was insane. I said it's out of my skill set. Cool. Just trying to understand the general direction of things. I do want to keep doing the shuttle infrastructure today. Yeah, I do want to do that. Dude, I could do this. I could do this. Yeah. We could do this. I'm trying to run through like all the steps of integration in my head of how we would put this thing back together and like get it back on the pad. That modular PAF Weather Guy really eliminates a lot of complexity to the vehicle, because I don't need to make something that opens up and closes again and then uses Kraken tech to lock out the robotic, etc., etc. You don't need to have any robotics, because all you would need to do is just take Dart, turn it upright, which we already have, or something like it, which we already have experience doing, right? Place it on the PAF, pick that whole thing up, or no, we put the hanging payload on it first. Yeah, the hanging payload would be better. I mean, heck, you don't even need to put the hanging payload out there, right? Like, the hanging payload, we could put it on the PAF to begin with, and we could just transport that on a truck. And then the truck could turn the thing upright, and then we could pick Dart or some type of small shuttle up, attach that, and then take the whole thing and plop that thing down. And because the PAF never leaves the truck, I have the benefit of the SPH precision of attaching the payload. That bypasses a step. That does beg one question, though. What if we want to bring something back down? If we want to bring something back down and pull it out, there's no PAF because it's disposable. But even if I had an open and closable PAF, right, it wouldn't matter. And I brought a payload back down, I'd have to find some kind of fastening mechanism in there. Okay. Right, I have that figured out. I mean, that would become that. You'd have to do that anyway. I'd have to get the PAF out of the way to fish payload out of the payload bay if I wanted to bring it back down. Easy peasy. And then DART, we don't have to worry about coming back down by its attached because it's its own vehicle. It can just separate and come back down later. Holy crap. That's a really good idea. And now that I'm really kind of thinking about what the integration and transfer operations would be for a vehicle like SERV, it's not that complicated. It like, your vehicle is more complicated than the space shuttle, but the space shuttle is way harder to put together than this thing. Like, way harder to put together. Who says you need to use the same vehicle class to bring the payload back down? You could design that as payload ascent only. For everything you launched had the integral attachment fittings like the shuttle's longeron pins. Hey Gold Falcon, what's up, dude? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can make this. Yeah. I'm pretty damn confident. Yeah, we could make that. I can make SERV. Yeah. SERV with the shooting star payload attachment fitting in a Dream Chaser style vessel. Heck, the Dream Chaser vessel would probably take the longest thing to make in this whole design. SERV, I could probably have that belted out in a good week. Oh, just fire up KSP with... No! Shh! I'm thinking. Let me think, damn it. Hope you're doing well. I've been MIA for a few weeks now. Started a new job. Oh, well, congratulations, Gold. Hopefully it's something you like. Hey Zay, haven't been here in a few weeks also. Finally finished Starfield? I think we can relegate... I think I've squeezed a lot out of Starfield that we can relegate it to just having some fun with it for after hours, dude. Yeah, I did everything that I wanted to do. I put 200 hours in, Zay. I'm good. What we're talking about now is doing a mission mode style Chrysler SERV. And, you know, that idea sounds really stupid. Like, mission mode SERV? Alright, good luck with that. But... if we take some ideas from Stoke and eliminate the trapdoors and eliminate the jet engines and make it land with the toroidal aerospike, right? That's not a lot of parts. It's not a lot of parts. Right? It's not. That leaves... I got to make some Kraken Tech landing legs. No problem. Easy peasy. Done that many times. I can do that for not a lot of parts. And the landing legs kind of just slide straight down. They don't fold out like Falcon. Very easy. That's not difficult, right? And Zay, I actually came up with this other bitchin' idea. So check this out. Look, so we have a plan of SERV. Zay, you tell me. I know you would understand this. That's why. And I'm not saying that you guys were here before didn't understand this. But look. So look. This is Hayes Gray Art's video about SERV. We all know it. We've seen it many times, right? It's pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome. Now, there's like a Dream Chaser style vessel up there. That was supposed to be DC-3. That was supposed to be Max Fizet's DC-3, which basically was Dream Chaser. NASA, post-Apollo, didn't want to make the space shuttle. They wanted to make something like Dream Chaser and put it on top of a Saturn I and use that for sustainable lunar exploration in lieu of using a Saturn V. That's what they wanted to do. The project was called DC-3. It was invented by a guy named Max Faze. Max Faze is the guy that designed the Mercury, the Gemini, and the Apollo capsules. Makes sense. He wanted to make the capsule reusable and start from there, and then gradually down the road make the whole vehicle reusable. That's kind of speculation on my part, but that's pretty much what he wanted to do. So that's like Dream Chaser, right? So what I'm thinking, you know, there's Tenacity right there. That's Sierra Space. Sierra Space is Tenacity. That's a render of it with what's attached to the back. Shooting Star. Shooting Star is attached to the back. What if, hear me out, what if I took the payload attachment fitting that's on SERV already, right? And in Chrysler's original design, it would open and close, right? Kind of like Star Raker, right? Like it would just open like that. What if I take that thing and instead of making it something that can open and close, make it a shooting star instead? Think about it. Make it a service module for our Biconic re-entry vehicle. That would make it. So, if if we get SERV back and we land it, right? There's no PAF that I have to close. There's no Kraken tech here. There's no robotics up here. We don't need to worry about it drifting. It comes back without this thing. Or it could come back down with it. If we really wanted it to, it could come back down with the damn thing. Now, think about this. The payload bay is down here. Hang the payload on the bottom of the PAF. Have the PAF work in both directions. So the PAF we can hang an upper stage. We can hang a third stage in there. We could hang payload in there. We could hang whatever in there. And have the PAF not only operate like a shooting star, but also work like a forward load reactor. Like Rocket Lab's Neutron rocket. Neutron has the attachment point for the second stage here. The attachment point is right here at the base, and it attaches up at the front. So the stage is hanging. It's hanging inside of its payload fairing. So the payload fairing on Rocket Lab's Neutron rocket is actually attached to the first stage. Payload fairing opens up, and it burps out the second stage in payload. We could do that. We could if we make that the SERV PAF, if we make it into a shooting star, we can just hang the payload in there. And that would make reintegration operations really, really easy. The reason why? All I got to do is roll out a new PAF, right? With the payload already hanging from it, or an upper stage already hanging from it, whatever, right? You just take Dart, put Dart on top of it, pick that whole thing up, slam it right back in the vehicle, take the whole vehicle, slam it right back onto the pad. Easy peasy. Or put the vehicle on the pad, pick up SERV, put it on the pad, and then take my payload, PAF, Dart, or Dream Chaser or whatever, lift that whole freaking thing up and plop it on there. Or you could plop PAF, hanging payload, and then take Dart and put it on there after. Using SERV in combination with a shooting star and a forward load reactor for your second stage. How are you going to do a hollow ring attachment port thingy, though, to attach the PAF to the first stage? Hybrid tech can structurally hold it in place, and the docking port can be on the side. So basically, have hybrid tech guide it into position, and when you lower it down, the PAF fairing shape is collidable with the payload base shape. They hit each other, and when they SVI, a docking port on the left docks it together. So you'd have your payload fairing. Look, we could have a docking port that's attached to the root part of the payload bay, because the payload bay is going to be a hollow fairing. Up here, have a docking port sticking off the side, and then off the bottom of the PAF have a docking port facing this way. right on the inside of the deorbit engines. You have a docking port facing that way. And then triangulated hybrid tech. So the hybrid tech would line it up, and we'd drop it in. Same exact way I integrated Freedom stages back in the day. That's exactly how I did it. I did the same exact thing with a side docking port. Actually, the docking port was straight down, but... I'm writing something down. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, it's doable. It's absolutely doable, and this would not take a long time. The thing that would take the most amount of time is figuring out, should we have the payload, take the PAF and attach it, take Dart and attach it, or should I have the payload, payload attachment fitting with the payload attached to it already, just hanging there? And just yeet the whole dang thing out. Heck, the payload doesn't even need to be hanging from the PAF. It would just make it easier to deploy it. It would be just a one step. Just hit the decouple button and then maybe have some type of robotic push-away system like SpaceX. Now, if I wanted to bring payload down, how would we do it? If I wanted to bring payload down, we would have to bring the PAF, and Dart would have to do the work to get the PAF reattached. But reattaching it is basically the same exact thing as integration, just up on orbit, where it's a lot easier. Or if we don't have a PAF available, the payload's going to have to go all the way and down here and dock at the bottom. How would we get the payload all the way down to the bottom? We'd have to... No hot staging? It's an SSTO. Imagine that opening to payload bay part just being the front of an orbital crew transfer vehicle. Could be whatever we want, Aqualex, yeah. I was thinking just shooting star. Basically, just shooting star. So, like, okay, here's where my mind was going with this. All right, so you have Dart up here, and then you have your payload attachment fitting, right? And then Hold on. I was going to say, you could just have a lunar lander right below it, and then a stage below that, and it's all hanging there. but that puts tension on your lunar lander, which isn't a big deal in KSP, but... Could you integrate the cap as the top of the main vehicle in all payloads? Make that a part of... So, Gil, if that PAF on SERV is supposed to be like Shooting Star, you're talking about making Shooting Star and Dream Chaser one vehicle in this? So it's a common payload part. Yeah, I mean, dude, here's the thing. SERV, if we wanted to just launch it with payload, we could just put payload on there and then just put a nose cone up here. Easy peasy. Just put a nose cone up there, or heck, put nothing, whatever. Just a docking port up on the top. But it makes sense, Gil. The reason why I wanted to make this a Shooting Star is because Shooting Star can operate as its own vehicle. And why is that important? If we give it RCS and make it operate as its own vehicle, you get an orbital tug right there. Little quick and easy orbital tug. So you could pull payloads out. It could pull, because the payload's already attached to it. It's hanging inside of the payload bay. You just pull it out. If you have no Dream Chaser up at the front, you just pull the dang thing out, flip it out, deploy it, or just send it with it, and then you could undock it and then reattach it and you could bring the transfer vehicle. You could make the PAF into a transfer vehicle, just like Shooting Star. You could make it its own spacecraft. Well, Shooting Star is... I mean, the crazy thing, Aqualex, is that Shooting Star is a Cygnus without the service module, but conic shaped. That's really what it is. I mean, it's a disposable cargo vehicle. That's what it is. Answer to all the problems is Kraken tech. Shooting Star is expendable. What will you do with it after use? Make it burn up? Just have it burn up? Or you could use it as an adapter or a docking port for the space station? It could be the service module for a Cygnus style capsule. Like this could be the SM and then the payload could be here, right? You know, you deploy the solar panels out, you pull the thing off, and then boom, you get a Cygnus. I like this idea. This is a really good idea. We could put a stage, we could attach a stage to the damn thing if we wanted to, no problem. Joe, I was thinking for when you don't need to send the space plane up as an alternative option to integrating a payload and a space plane. Well, you don't integrate the payload in the space plane, and SERV comes back down. SERV comes back down with nothing, with no payload attachment fitting. There's nothing up there. Or we could, you know, say I do reattach it. We could pluck this thing off of it with the gantry crane, plop it on the payload, pick the whole thing up, and put it back in. Or if nothing's there, we put the craft file out with the PAF attached to the payload already. So like, think of this like Cygnus' service module, and it's sticking in here backwards. Or you could have the first stage pick up an OTV in space, the transfer vehicle, and bring it back down. Yeah, you could use this to... Yeah. Well, the one thing I'm thinking here, Aqualex, that's not a good idea is that I can't get payload all the way to the end of the payload bay. Unless we have a really long payload, you know? Dude, this, I'm telling you, this is not going to be too many parts. The hardest part to do is going to be to make the heat shield, the conic heat shield out of panels to be reusable. That would be the hardest part. I think, honestly, it's not. That's not a deal breaker. Lost so much if we put Dart on top of this huge thing. I would remake. It wouldn't be Dart. Of course, it would be a modified version of Dart that doesn't suck. Would you make an asymmetrical heat shield for cross range, or would that be too complicated? I'll get back to you on that. What was the real heat shield meant to be made of? This was a metallic heat shield. Just like, well, Stoke, it's like Stoke, same idea. You use some of the propellants to keep the heat shield cool. I mean, look at the deorbit and reaction control system tanks. They're hydrogen. Hydrogen and oxygen, guys. So that means you're using hot gas thrusters. Where do you think they get the heat from to make it hot gas? It's from the heat shield. This is doable. We can do this. I can make this. Like, it's not even like... There were some challenging aspects of Star Raker that were big question marks when I started making it. I don't see any question marks here. The only question mark that I'm really formulating and coming up with here is what this Shooting Star PAF actually does. Would you use the panels that you have been using on the planes? I guess the real question is, do you need to use the equilateral pieces? Hendo, we're talking about like an 8-9 meter heat shield in KSP here. Now, the inflatable heat shield is 10. And we could use that, but problem with the inflatable heat shield is that I can't make landing legs pop out of it. Like, that would just look silly. I mean, we could. I suppose we could. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just worried that the thing would end up looking like the Michelin Man flying through re-entry with that inflatable heat shield, with the 10 meter heat shield in KSP. I think it would look a little strange. Fellas, I can make this. Yeah, we can make this. I know I can make this. I actually kind of want to start working on this tomorrow. This is what I was thinking about. Like when I loaded up KSP on Monday, I was like, I don't know what I want to do. I still want to do shuttle missions like what I was saying, right? But I'll give you a brief in a second, Rocket Guy. Yeah. This won't take very long. I should be able to have a fully working prototype without any launch pad or anything, probably by the time Cities 2 comes out. So Rocket Guy, Twisted came up, I was showing off. We were talking about Stoke. That's what we were talking about. We're talking about Stoke, and so check this out. Stoke got 100 million in Series B. Doubled their total funding, more than doubled their total funding. So they probably, hopping the stage probably had something to do with that, if I had to guess, right? But we started talking about how Stoke's design works and how you basically have a single power pack toroidal aerospike. I mean, it's not exactly a toroidal aerospike, but it's kind of a toroidal aerospike. It's close, right? No, funding runs are usually a 4 to 8 month long close, so this has been a... Oh, it's been a long time coming. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you. So, you know, we were talking about this, and I was talking about, that this idea, using the spikes like this, spikes around a heat shield, right? And then using your propellants to cool the heat shield and basically make a regeneratively cooled expander bleed cycle, right? Or your heat shield is regeneratively cooled and you have an expander bleed cycle on the engines, and you can modulate thrust around on the aerospike to basically do what a gimbal does, right? I said that, this idea isn't new. Chrysler did this. Chrysler came up with this idea. It was one of their shuttle design proposals. Don't get me wrong, it's not an exact copy of Stoke, and Chrysler had 24 jet engines to get the thing to land instead of just landing on the rocket motors. Because Chrysler, sure, why not? But if we took some, took some cool ideas from Stoke of how they have their hopper set up, right? And then, we scaled that up to like SERV size. Basically, we did this. Take the bottom of Stoke's rocket and then put Chrysler's SERV on the top part of it, right? We could have a really, really rapidly reusable rocket in KSP. It's really simple. It's not like, I could do a tile heat shield with the panels like what I did with the shuttle to make the heat shield geometric shape, and that would make the heat shield reusable. It wouldn't necessarily be transpiration cooled because you can't really do that in Kerbal, you know that. So indeed, it works very well. That was one of my very early KSP-1 builds inspired by Chrysler. Ended up being a second stage that looks similar-ish to Stoke's second stage. Heat shield and the setter thuds around it. Yeah. So I'm talking about taking Stoke's idea, scaling it up to SERV, making it SSTO, right? And then, building out mission mode, all the integration equipment, the mission mode and integration equipment for it, right? And I was just thinking about it, how quickly could I make this? This shouldn't take too long to make. Like, I could belt this out in the editor probably in a week. The hardest thing to make would be the panel TPS, right? Because reusable heat shield. That would be the toughest part. And then, Rocket Guy, my idea... So in Hayes Grayart's video, I've noticed that when the vehicle is in launch configuration on the pad, you have some type of biconic reentry vehicle up at the top, and then you have a nose cone payload attachment fitting that actually opens up, and the payload is inside, and that's cool, right? And then I would assume the Dream Chaser vehicle, once it's on orbit, separates, PAF opens up, and then the thing can go down into the payload bay and fish out the payloads, right? And that's cool, but if we want to do rapid reuse in KSP, this is a lot of extra work. This is a lot of extra on-orbit operations. And then it kind of hit me. That's Dream Chaser. Well, it's supposed to be DC-3, right? That's so Dream Chaser-esque. What I want to do in Kerbal, Rocket Guy, is take Shooting Star, because Dream Chaser's on the top of SERV, and Shooting Star is a payload attachment fitting. It's a PAF, amongst other things. See where I'm going with this? I wanted to make the PAF basically separate with Dart or whatever we build, and make it its service module for the craft, and it'll jettison like Dragon's trunk before it comes back down, just like the Shooting Star, right? And then on top of that, SCRV could come back down with no PAF, just the payload bay open. Sure, why not? I could put a docking port down here. You could still put payload in there and bring it down. But on the way up, I got another crazy idea. That would mean I would need a new payload attachment fitting after every launch. That's fine. So how do you, are you going to take the payload up, put the payload in, take the PAF up, put the PAF in? No. No, 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 no. Make our shooting star a forward load reactor and hang the payload or upper stage or anything that you want in there. Hang it from the PAF. Yep. Yeah, Rocket Guy, you picking up what I'm laying down? Just hang the payload from it. Have the payload hanging. So we don't have to worry about it structurally sitting there. Right? We could hang a lander from it, for instance. Hang a third stage from it. Easy peasy. The main propulsion would need to be relocated onto Shooting Star, though, since it's around the CBM. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, I see what you're saying, Thomas, but yeah, okay. I got you. I understand that. Yeah, because you're saying the hanging payload would get in the way. Okay, I don't think that's insurmountable. That is a question mark, though. But yeah, having the payload hang in here would make integration really easy, because I'd need to put out a new PAF anyway, because I disposed of the old one. So you put the PAF out with a precision-aligned payload attached to it already, because you built it in the SPH, lift it up in one shot, put it on, lift dart up, put it on. Done. Easy peasy. Or, while SCRV is up on orbit, we could go back down to the SPH, put out a new PAF with payload hanging from it, take dart, attach dart to it, leave it there, bring SCRV back down, land it, bring it back to the pad, lift the whole shebang bang up, put it on there, put the whole thing on the pad. Easy peasy. You basically narrowed it down to 2 steps. Build the trunk like Constellation's transfer vehicle. Can you land your shuttle SRBs in the ocean? I built them to be landable, RJ. Yeah, they are. Problem is that the way the SRBs separate asymmetrically, they actually end up getting too far apart from each other, so we end up riding one of them down. Sorry, I mean build the orbital transfer vehicle like the MTV's trunk. Side loading for the tanks on the MTV. Down the road, Aqualex, you're getting more into payloads. I'm not even at that point yet. I'm talking about, I mean, yeah, you could hang whatever. I could put a gigantic Kerbal-sized tuba down here and hang that and pull that thing out of there. Also, depending on the size you want, fairings work very well in KSP-1 for large heat shields. The metallic skin looks pretty clean. And Rocket Guy, if we go backwards fairing facing down for the heat shield, that'll help with aerodynamics too during Screw the tiles. Yeah, we don't even need those. I don't need those. We don't even need to do the triangle panels. Don't even need to do it. Holy crap. You could try to make them reusable. Actually, RJ, I figured out a way to refuel SRBs in KSP. Yeah, you can refuel SRBs. We did it. Inverse thrust on a Cal controller, and then run the Cal controller, run the SRB at negative 100 thrust. It fuels the SRB back up. True story. We proved that works. So I could go with my shuttle. I could go fish the SRBs out, bring them back, refuel them, put them back on a pad, hang a new tank, and put the shuttle back on it. If we could figure out how to do all that, that would take a lot of time, and it'd be a ton of parts. I could reuse my SRB casings if we wanted to. Random, what do you do when a cemetery gets full in cities? build another cemetery or empty it and build a crematorium. I was thinking as a solution of where to place the propulsion. Oh, yeah. You want to see me do some shuttle F cargo based stuff? Mm-hmm. I understand. Would strakes work for cross range, or would it be less effective in a conical design? No, I have other ways of doing it. I mean, you could, but capsules, because they're short and stubby, the strakes would be just for stability. Using those strakes to kind of like steer the thing around and fly it backwards, that's not really going to work because the capsule's a really stubby design. The wings don't have good moment over the entire vehicle because they're really close to the center of mass because the whole thing is super stubby. No games today? Oh, yeah, caveman. Yeah, we wouldn't have any tiles and we'd build it real quick. Starfield to finish. I wonder if the Lockheed CEV crew exploration vehicle could be implemented. It seems small enough and it has its own kick stage. Lockheed CEV. That is a flying wedge of pie. That's a flying wedge of pie. Pretty cool concept, though. The frick's going on over here? That's a Matt Crawford render. What the heck is that? What? Hey, don't diss pie. I didn't diss pie. Pie is for eating, not flying, okay? Quote me on that one. No, I'm not taking any questions. Rocket Guy, that's a Centaur G, though. That's Centaur G Prime. Was this a proposal for an Orion capsule? It's 1,600 parts, RJ. Lockheed proposed that as a potential bid for the Orion capsule? Because I was going to say a crew exploration vehicle. I thought that was Orion. I mean, the other thing about this, guys, is that if we did do something like this, I could make the payload bay, that payload attachment fit, instead of making it a shooting star, I could make it the service module. We could just make a conic service module going to the capsule. And then when the thing comes back down, you separate the capsule, and the capsule will go into the ocean, and then you'd have to go fish it out. Nah, screw that. I'd prefer to land on a runway. Dropping capsules into the ocean in 2023 is cringe. Yeah, I said it. Yeah. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like, okay? New cool video dropped from the shipyard, John? Cool. Dry dock improvements to support aircraft carrier constructions. Cool. So, Rocket Guy, okay, two things. One, why can't Lockheed do stuff like this now? Please? Please? This, if I'm looking at this right, this would have been proposed basically right after VentureStar, and it would have used a lot of ideas from VentureStar. So, why can't Lockheed just do this and VentureStar like all at the same time? Can we please do that? Boeing thought water landings were boring. Yeah. Money, of course that's the answer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shunzine, hey, 313 sub. Thank you very much. I mean, Rocket Guy, we could do this. See the mission module for this vehicle? The mission module works kind of like Shooting Star. I mean, yeah, we could do that. I could make that into that. No problem. And nothing's stopping them from doing it now. I know. It's just, I just want them to do it, but it's easy to say that when it's not my money. Oh, Shuttle C in Kerbal. Cool. Wait a minute. Huh? It was supposed to go in Shuttle C? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. I don't want to do that. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Fix a cigarette lighter. Traded the Bluesmobile for this? No, for a microphone. Alright, I can see that. That's a really cool video from Newport News. Okay. 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 Yeah. I want to try to get this vehicle built by the time Cities 2 comes out. Not necessarily the pad, but the vehicle. The vehicle. I want to try to do it. Yeah. I might be able to. It's going to be a tall order, but we might be able to do it. Remember what happened last time you tried something like this? It would have been Star Raker, and we built it, and we had a lot of fun making it. And we just developed really awesome ways to make really good jet engines, and it really figured out really awesome ways to make drag optimizations on vehicles. Yeah, I do remember the last time. That's why I kind of want to do it again. You could do Hercules for this. I think I'll make my own small light crew vehicle, like how Dart was kind of my own design. Only I want to make like Dart 2.0, and then I'll make a custom adapter module. Good, just making sure you remember. All right. Do we think that the Bears are going to break their losing streak today? No. I can make this. Yeah, I can do it. Okay, Twisted. You're on. Dead Crew, if you're still here, you're on. I think I can make the vehicle. I think I can make it by the time Cities comes out. Chat, clear my schedule. Clear my schedule. We'll start on it tomorrow. I'll start doing a preliminary design review here. Cool. Cool. Alright. Yeah, we'll start on it tomorrow. And when I say the vehicle, I mean SERV with its payload attachment fitting, not necessarily Dart. Okay? Because we're talking about SERV. We're talking about making a capsule SSTO. Capsule-shaped SSTO. Okay? That's what we're talking about here. Yeah, I can make this. Anything else? I can make this, yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking about pad integration, how it would all go together. With our knowledge of vessel docking hierarchy, it shouldn't be any more complicated to put together than a Freedom rocket. I could put together Freedom rockets in 15 minutes. Cool. All right, dudes. I've decided. That's what we'll mess with. We're starting that project tomorrow. And then, if it doesn't work, we just go back to having fun with the shuttle, which we'll build out the shuttle architecture, which I still want to do anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it'll work. It's a good idea. Cool. All right. Guys, that was a good space and rocket review. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty fun. Here, Late, what are we planning to build? I want to take some ideas from Stoke Aerospace, Bill, and take some ideas from Chrysler's original SERV project, which is no doubt where they got the idea from. And then take some ideas from Dream Chaser and take some ideas from Neutron and kind of combine them all into one rocket. Yeah, and then make it fully reusable in KSP. Like pad, everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I should be able to do this. Dream Shaper here. The Stoketron. Yeah, cool. It's a good idea. I like it. I really like it. It's a really good idea. Servtron Chaser Stokey RV Tron Chaser Plus Maximum Disney Plus Paramount Max Cinemax Plus Netflix Chrysler. Yes. Stoked Plus. Stoked Plus. Stuckytron. Stokey Stroke-a-Duck. What? Ducktron. Dextron 3. Dexedrine. Wait, no. That's something different. Making the world a better place. Making the world a better. Making the world better for the Connectron. Connecting the world to powering people. Making the world a better place. No? Okay, Silicon Valley? No, alright, cool, never mind. Just don't forget to arch your shoulders. Alright, cool. Let's work on that. I will finish it up with this dry dock video from Newport News Shipbuilding. I want to see, we'll end the review this way. And then, guys, I got something to work on. So, not this. I have another thing that I have to work on for tomorrow. So, let's see what we got coming from Newport News. Dream Server! I love it. Double plus stoked.
Newport News Shipbuilding is special to me because this is where I've grown up and built my career here as a shipbuilder. It's the work we do here every day that's so meaningful to our community and our country, and the pride we take in building these great vessels and seeing them come and go out of our yard. The dry docks are unique facilities that are vital to
I did, Thomas, yeah.
You know, this is the place where carriers are born for the United States of America. This dry dock is very special because it's the largest dry dock of its type in the NAVSEA inventory. It's the largest dry dock in North America. So the dock is unique in that it's 2,173 foot long. It's an enormous graving dock. That allows you the ability to construct multiple vessels at one time and launch them. So the dock was not designed for carrier construction. It was designed for commercial ship construction, but those days have passed. We now have to maximize the dock's potential for carrier construction. As shipbuilders, we need to find solutions. And part of the challenge here was to be able to maintain the schedule of CVN 81 with the two-ship buy and be able to launch CVN 80. So the team was tasked with looking at various options to accomplish that goal. And one of the things we realized was we could leverage our facilities through a few modifications to help keep those schedules on track. So the plan is tapping into something we've done in the past and going back into our history where we have built carriers in this dock completely while building another one in part. So the plan for 80 and 81 now, the innovative idea that we're doing is to construct the entire CVN 80 on the outboard end of the dry dock while constructing CVN 81 on the inboard end of the dry dock. We're going to accomplish that through some facility modifications that allow us to float out one vessel while constructing the other one. And in a safe manner. This was done in the past, but both vessels had to be floated. Our new modifications allow us to float out one vessel while the other one stays dry, and no interruptions to construction of 81 while launching 80. We do make it look easy from a high level, but that's the way we want it to look. We don't want anyone to think it's hard for us. So, you know, when you see the ship come out of the dry dock, when it's launching, we want it to look like anybody can do it. Shipbuilding is an art, as we all know, and there's challenges for building ships. And, you know, it's just like every day. You got high tides and low tides. And that applies to life as well, but every tide's a tide of opportunity. So we got to look at these challenges as opportunities to show everybody in the world what we're capable of.
You see shipbuilding, man? Be like shipbuilding, man. Okay? Be like shipbuilding, man. Cool. Yeah, see there's the bulkheads for the carrier. That's the lower decks of the carrier. You can see elevators in there. Stuff. Those could be munitions elevators. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. Anyway, cool video. Guys, I'm going to end on that. I have some homework for another thing that I'm working on to do tonight. And yeah. Also, the last bit here is that the NSF video showed that Blue Origin is going to build a new Glen refurbishment facility down the road from Slick 36. That's where it's going to be in relation to New Glen's launch and landing site over here. It's just going to be down the road. I don't know why they wouldn't do it like not right there. Why wouldn't they put it right here? But that could be for other plans. That's the last bit of space news. Yeah, and there you go. New Glen refurbishment facility with a future developmental expansion out there. Cool. All right, guys. Guys, I know it's only 7 o'clock, but I've been going since like 9:30. So it's been a long day, and I've been talking for all of it. Yeah, I ended up not playing games today, but yeah, the Kerbal stuff's gonna come at you pretty hot and heavy tomorrow. We also have Proto Flight tomorrow. Or is today Thursday?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we have Proto Flight tomorrow at 2. Atlas 5501 launching the first Project Kuiper satellites. Hey, Stupid Man, 5-month resub. Thank you. And yeah, so we'll probably do a space news to like start, and then talk about the SERV project, like what we want to do. And Ital's playing Hearts. Yeah, we can raid Italics. That's fine. I'll probably start with space news, and then after Proto Flight, we'll get to it. Yeah, after Proto Flight. Yeah, let's go see what Etal's up to. He's playing Hearts. I love Hearts. Here. Virgin Galactic is at 10:30 a.m. local time. We also have PLD tomorrow at 8 p.m. Okay, cool. So yeah, rockets, space news, and Kerbal. I'm trying to get back to getting back into the rhythm of things, you know. We've been all over the place all summer, and then Starfield didn't help. So let's give Italics a raid. He's a good dude. He's playing Hearts. I've played Hearts on here before. Hearts is a great game. It looks like he's playing as Danmark, as opposed to like Steve Dave or Tom Phil. Danmark. Oh, Denmark. Oh yeah, that's it. This Atlas came around fast. Yep. And Atlas is going to fly, and Vulcan are going to fly almost on the frequency of Falcon 9 goalie, so just saying. Anyway, go see what my man's up to. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I got some homework to do tonight, so for another thing that I'm working on. it's probably going to end up being nothing, just like all the other side projects that I start that we never ended up finishing. Now that I said that, now that I got that off my chest, hopefully I can think about doing this a little bit better. Anyway, I will see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night.